Yo. Alright. Kind of want to just, before we get started, see if I can lower my webcam a little bit. Yeah, there we are. So if I look like that. Yeah, that's cool. Right. Yeah. I think before I start, I actually noticed it. I just was going to open up the game and I saw an opening that looked really cool. It had a song, had everything. So yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see. But yeah, firstly I need to just, you know, do the obligatory stream related things. Right, okay, now I think I'm ready. Alright, I'm going to be really interested to see what this opening actually is. I've never seen this before. Oh, come on. Right, I hope it still plays. Yeah, it is. Here we are. Oh my god. Bro, this is so cool. Holy shit. Jesus, we get all the characters and we get really bloody cool guitar and we get, oh my, I gotta listen. Oh my god. You just see crazy eyes from Leon. God. And you see the angry face. Oh boy. I see on right. Oh god. Oh my god. These effects are so cool. What is happening? Who's that? Oh. Oh my god. Bro, that shot there, that was so good. Oh my. And that's from the anime opening. Well, I don't know what came first, but like, I recognise it. Like that scene of Lena walking. Oh my god. Right. Where is this? This is the shrine. Jesus. I love that little inverted colour filter there. That's so... It's so weird, and yet it's so cool at the same time. Oh, that's genius, yeah. Oh my god. Bro. Poor bug. It's a bit of a brutal ending, don't you think? Jesus. Why can't you make him fly or something? Make him, I don't know, like, make a noise. Damn. It's a bit of a sinister note to start off the day with. Jesus Christ. Well, my god, that was a cool opening. I will not complain, but like that ending though, it just really hit. Right, yes, 4:23 AM. My favourite. Right, here we go. This is going to be interesting. Ow. That hurt my ears. Wait, no, this is the same volume as yesterday. I'm so sorry, Keiichi-kun. In her place, and I came running over. I can see all the others behind her. Speak of the devil. Eek. How is my webcam as well? I just want to see. Yeah, it's fine. Okay. Speak of the devil. Bet you me on. Knew it. My bad, Keiichi-kun. Wait. We got caught up in our discussion. I completely forgotten about them while I've been caught up in my own conversations, so we were even. I get that. So Tomitaka-san was with you. This works out perfectly. Oh god, what's gonna happen? We still need to settle the shooting gallery competition. Shooting gallery? What the fuck? Oh, Tomitaka is here, so I'm gonna end up dead last. I wonder. In the end, after my dramatic victory, Higurashi was the last challenger, but there weren't many targets left. The ones remaining were all tiny and difficult to hit. She did take her time and aim, but there were 3 shots completely missed. She was to end up sharing the loser's crown with Tomitaka-san. Oh boy. However, she did her little meeping cry in front of the owner, and he turned to mush instantly. She was given a pack of gum as a consolidation prize. So that's all you need to do. You need to just cry and then you get candy. Lucky people. Could never get that around here. Her methods were a bit audacious, but she did avoid being the loser rather magnificently. Come to think about it, Higurashi is quite the trickster. I have no idea what he's talking about. Now it's decided that Tomitaka-san is dead last. Everyone cheered and applauded. Tomitaka-san smiled rightly, slightly bewildered. So, oh my god, I missed it! Are you ready? Penalty time! Oh, I completely forgot about that. Oh boy, that's a bad mistake. You're too naive, Tomitaka-san. This is why you've got to avoid losing in our club. Mion pulled a felt-tip marker from her pocket. Oh, it's that. Show him some mercy, Mion. At least use a mossable marker. A permanent one is too harsh. Oh my god. Oh my. Whoa, what is this? Please take it easy on me. Oh no. I wonder what she wrote. You better have your brick break this year, Mion. Then I'll take up the marker next. Show me your photos next time, okay? It was a little heartwarming. Oh! No, I had to laugh. This is more like a farewell than a penalty. Oh boy! This is gonna be the real thing to hit the fan with. God, I'll make sure this is a proper penalty. Oh boy! Ah, dead last, Satoko. Try harder next time, Rika. Oh boy! Here you go, Keiichi-san. I couldn't decide what to write, but based on what kind of pencils he was, this was probably the most appropriate. Come back and play again, Keiichi. Tomitaka-san was silent the entire time. At first he was quite bewildered, but now he had a complete different look on his face. So I have to wear this all the day back to Tokyo as part of the penalty? Of course. You better wear it all the way home. You can wear it when you come back. Oh my god. Yeah. What a good, I don't know. What's a souvenir? Embarrassingly mixed with a wealth of other emotions that made him turn a bright red. Understood. I'll wear this next time I come here. Yo, welcome, bro. Oh, I know. I'm not streaming Mario and I have face cam. That should be impossible. But it's a Japanese related thing, so to be fair, you've got that. I promise. Oh my god. Everyone cheered and applauded. It was the finest parting gift possible for a buddy heading out tonight. Yeah. It's actually not, believe it or not, it's 9:30 PM. It's kind of surprising. Yeah, this is a really fun visual novel game that's sort of... It's meant to be a horror one, but from what I've seen so far, it's sort of like really happy stuff mixed with just horror, basically. And I think the horror is going to get a lot worse in these next parts, but I'm not entirely sure. Seemed Tomitaka-san noticed her too and knew it was time to leave. Seems like your guest is waiting. Isn't it about time? Yeah, that's certainly how it seems. Haha. Oh yeah, I've actually really enjoyed it so far. I can definitely see how this game wouldn't be for everyone, but yeah, I'm really enjoying it. Tomitaka-san headed off towards her and seemed to apologise for making her wait. Oh yeah, we all shouted stuff at Tomitaka-san. Each time we did, he looked back and waved his hand. Eventually he faded into the darkness of the night, out of sight. Bruh, that rhyme. It was quite the casual farewell. This wasn't the first time any of us had seen someone off. They'd done the same thing many times before. He's gone. Well, it's about time we take off too. Rika-chan had to stay behind with the other committee members since they were having a meeting. Satoko was tagging along with her. Of course she was. I headed back home with the usual suspects. Suspects of what? God. The walk back was quite lively with talk of the day's war stories. Should have done this, should have done that kind of stuff. Oh. Lena and I parted waves with Mion, and then it was just the two of us. Then we got to my house and I parted waves with Lena as well. It's already pretty late. Are you alright by yourself? Yeah, I'm perfectly fine. It's close. I'm gonna run too. If you run into some weirdo, just yell. If I do shout, will you come and save me, maybe? If I hear you. Bruh. Merrily spinning her arms around it. High speed, and then I dashed off. Damn. So was she just like doing a T-pose helicopter or something? She was fine. In that mode, not even an adult could stand against her. Then her cheerful presence disappeared, and it finally became quiet again. The curse not a soul mentioned under their breath. The more I learned about it tonight, the more unsettling it became. See, this is really where, like, just happy moments mixing with horror. I love it so much. It's done so well. Right, it didn't show on any of their faces, but they were probably all concerned about it as well. But if nothing happens tonight, then it should end up just being crazy talk. Nothing will happen, nothing bad, nothing at all. What's wrong, Keiichi? Why are you standing in a place like that? Come inside, you'll catch a cold. It was my mum. Did you go, Mom, to the Onikakushi festival? In the end, your father didn't wake up. Oh boy. So I missed it. A little disappointing. Mum stuck her tongue out with a bit of an embarrassed look on her face. Oh boy. Obviously the next victim. That silence was really unnerving. I don't know why. I don't even know what star he is. Sounds like pain. Wow, we've got a lot of tips. I'm actually really excited for the whole tip related stuff, because when I've finished the whole entire chapter that I can get for free, I'm probably going to explore those tips that I unlocked. Right, next chapter time. Oh, it's Mion. Oh, hi all. Nice job yesterday, Gechan. You didn't do so badly yourself, Mion. Yesterday was fun. No, I know. Ro, wait till you see the horror. The horror makes it so good. This horror is like some of the... When it gets scary, the horror is like... I've heard some of the best horror out there. So I'm really excited for it. Even this peaceful stuff, it's really fun. But yeah, anyway. That's right, Keiichi-kun. Thank you very much for Mr. Bear. I'm glad you like it. Don't use it as a pincushion though. I don't know what a pincushion is, but I have a feeling I can imagine. Because it's Lena we're talking about, so yeah. Still tagging happily, we entered the classroom, but the moment I stepped into the room, a splashing sound and a nasty sensation. It's obviously acid. I was right. Water is pH 7, so it's an acid confirmed. No, it's pH 6 with when it's not in its dilute form. If I remember no, pure form even. I don't know. I thought the minerals lowered the pH, but I don't know. Oh, and unfortunately my foot stepped right into it. Oh my god. My now, how diligent of you to mop the floor this morning. Clomp, free. What? I guess I'm flicking my forehead. Use a set of more brutal trap next time. Bro, this person sets the most brutal traps that could literally result in really bad injuries and then gets mad when somebody flicks their forehead. Seeing that, then I began to spoon his meal and looked in disbelief. Of course, everything was the same as always. Everybody was there and nothing felt out of place. The uncertainties I'd had in the back of my mind since yesterday had vanished. Oh boy. What's it gets good? Didn't get enough sleep, maybe. I slept like a log, but if you want, I'll do a reenactment during class. It's actually really funny when you say that, because I know what's happened because I've watched the anime, but one of them actually does. It's at the end though, so it'll probably be like in 4 or 5 hours we find that. You shouldn't do that. Mion alerted us that the teacher was coming, so everyone shuffled off to their seats. Yeah, I am Keiichi-san. Good morning, everyone. Oh my god, it's the teacher. So yesterday was defensible. Thank you to all the people who started until to the very end to clean up. We were all slackers and none of us actually helped clean up. Actually, I had a feeling that the only thing we did was run around the festival and cause a ruckus. Okay, then, this time of year we might see some people from famous magazines. Oh damn. I thought it was the usual stuff, so I was going to tune it out, but then I noticed the different tone in her voice and started paying attention. Ooh. Ooh. Oh god. Yes. This is going to be interesting. What she said was really vague, but I understood what she was trying to say. After all, this was the 5th year. There were probably some third-rate reporters that pouring in, hoping something regarding the curse had happened. It did nothing but perpetuate the village's bad image. She was saying, don't spout stupid shit you think is funny. And now I was one of those who needed to keep their mouth shut. Oh my god, because I suppose that Keiichi is like a massive conspiracy theorist at the moment. But it's kind of stuff he needs to be reading about. It's not like, I don't know, like just reading stuff for interest or boredom. I found it rather cute how I found some sense of unity from such a trite thing, if I do say so myself. Bro, this dude is posh. Right, here we go. It's going to be interesting. Some of the activities after school. Since everybody was still pretty tired from yesterday, we spent the day relaxing. Yeah, that wasn't going to happen. Yo, today let's play a classic game of deduction. How about this one? Oh, games from overseas look interesting. I've never seen deduction before. I wonder what this is. The instructions are in English, but the rules don't seem that hard. Oh. I probably should know about this if the instructions are in English. Eek. I won't lose you here. You sure about that? I'm not too bad at this game. It seems that Higurashi didn't handle this type of game very well. Eek. The rules are the person who can match the murderer, weapon, and the scene of the crime wins. Oh, there were 3 kinds of cards comprised of suspect, weapons, and locations. Actually sounds like a really interesting game. I can see that the names Mion and Rika were written on the suspect cards. Oh, a card with my name on it as well. Whoa, what the fuck? There are plenty of different weapons too. Like knives, axes, and poison. The locations are pretty nice too, like the living room, the study, and the courtyard. So basically, we have to take out one of the cards, and these are the answers to the cards. So we shuffle the remaining cards and hand them out. We ask each other about the cards and figure out the right ones. Oh, that sounds fun. Oh, I see, so the cards nobody has are true perpetrators. Then you raise your hands if you know the answer. The game ends and we check if the answer is correct. If you're right, you can get a point. If you're wrong, you lose a point. Since the game ends, nobody gets it right. All the cards are gathered up and redistributed. You'll learn as you go, you really have to use your brain. You'll get confused if you don't take notes. Take notes? The best you can figure out by playing. So, Mion, what's the penalty this time? Everybody directed their attention to Mion. Let's see, we're all still a little bit tired from yesterday, so maybe we'll take it easier with a gopher penalty. What is that? Maybe asked to rush out and buy stuff for everyone. Oh god, when the money. So just being asked to go and buy stuff like drinks and candy, I guess. Oh, oh, nice one. I mean, oh, right, interesting. Yeah, I think, I don't know, when you say the UK, I mean, which area of it, because it sort of depends. I mean, the only area I really know is just where I live and sort of London-related places for tourist purposes. I haven't actually lived in London, so I wouldn't really know a lot of the realities behind it, because I'm sure there's a lot of crime in London, for example. A lot of exposure to it, but I'm not really sure. Yeah, I think it definitely has its flaws, but like where I live personally is like, it's really nice. It's really safe. It's sort of like this village here, but the only thing is I don't really have any friends like these people do. And the school isn't. My school is. It can be a joke, but it's not as much of a joke as this. I live in the middle of nowhere. Genuinely. Oh yeah. But I think like where I live is pretty nice. It's pretty safe. I don't really like a lot of the community around where we are. A lot of it is just, it's more the norm to be a dickhead where I am, which I really don't like. I feel like the penalty today is pretty simple. I wonder, is it really? Is Keiichi thinking what I'm thinking? Yeah, you don't know what you'll have to go by. I'm betting Mion would send out whoever loses to buy stuff like hemorrhoid cream or happy family planning manual or other crazy stuff. Just not random at all. Oh, when you say it's like the Netherlands of the USA, is that a good or bad thing? I don't know. I suppose the Netherlands, from what I've heard, it's a nice country. Because, like, people I know living there, they don't really have a problem with it. They haven't really complained much. They don't really... And they're nice people. The cards were lightly shuffled and passed out to each player. The real perpetrator, the correct weapon, and the scene of the murder had been taken out, so that means all the cards I had in my head are innocent cards. Oh boy. Then I'll go first since I'm the club president, I guess. Well then, Mion, knife, study. You pick one suspect, weapon, and murder scene and ask the other players. If you have any of those cards, then you must say, I have one. However, you don't need to say which one you have. Oh god, this is difficult. Yeah, I got it. Me too. Oh my, all of them are here. 3 people answered when she asked if they had Mion, knife, and study. So that means that Mion, knife, and study are all in the clear. Got to jot that down. Where? In your head? I'm confused. Then I'll go Lena, axe, lounge. Only 2 people said they had one, so it means out of Lena, axe, and lounge, one of them is correct. And part of the crime? No, wait. Even if they said they have one, they don't have to say how many. It's possible that either Satoko or Rika-chan have 2 of the cards. Oh boy. Well, Kei-chan is next. Go ahead. Wait, just a little. I'm still sorting things out. Wait. He's allowed to do that? What? The game has made me thinking more than I thought. Oh, you sort of... I don't know. Well, at the moment, this is just a card game. It isn't like genuine stuff. It's just trying to match the cards. But yeah, basically the storyline really simply summarized is the main character. He moves from the city to the countryside, and then he basically meets and so far makes friends with everyone in the village. And then they go to the festival, and at the same time they go to like a junkyard site and to a part in like the Onikakushi festival, and they find out that like there's stuff off about this village, and yeah, and then these are his friends that he's somehow made in like a week or two. Oh, this is a regular visual novel. I kind of like it. It's really relaxing. You don't have to. Like, the storyline's always the same. It's not really altered depending on your choice. And it's just relaxing. I can just press the arrow key and think. The game has me thinking more than I thought. Oh man, this feels like it's going to be tough. Alright, now I have the criminal. What? Already? Here I am spinning around in circles, and Mion just now raises her hand. The murderer's Higurashi and in the infirmary with the poison. Well, Mion drew the cards from the box, and we checked to see if our reduction was right. I was right? Oh my god. Oh, all I needed was one more hand. I couldn't tell whether it was poison or a pistol. I never use a pistol. I like killing them slowly with poison. Damn. Brutal. I know, I was thinking the same thing. Right, yeah, I am, yeah. I was like that yesterday. I know. Everyone was making a commotion about how they almost had it. Then I were left out in the cold though. How did you do, Keiichi-kun? I couldn't get it at all. Don't worry, I had no idea either. Right, how can you both be so unsure? You'll both end up in last place together at this rate. That's even worse. Going off buying something together as a... Oh god, okay. Yeah, that is. What if we ended up having to buy the Happy Family Plan manual? Oh my god. I can tell from Keiichi's expression that he's not very good at this game. What? That's not true. I'll show you the 2000 Sherlock Meyer battle during the next round. My man, that just sounds wonderful. I shall give you quite the thrashing. Oh, I know what you mean, bro. There's... No, I really see what you mean. I think it's got a lot better recently in terms of just... No, not a lot worse even, in terms of just how much Twitch mods can do. I mean, they can completely shape a chat. Like, they can shape who joins it, who's not banned, who's timed out. It's actually kind of insane how much power they have, now that I come to think about it. After that, I managed to somehow grasp the trick behind the game, but I was always still a step or two behind. I saw that Mion was somehow gleaming information from how the others were asking their questions. Wait, hold up. Right. That level of experience was just too much. The only way I could, yeah, exactly. Exactly, that too. Like, God. You can do so much. I'm sure mods can also bypass permissions, like for example sub-only mode. The only way I could see a stage a comeback was if I became ruthless. I tossed out the simple concept of deduction and switched over to the thought process needed to win. Try hard. The important thing isn't to find out the criminal, it's to win at the game. Eureka. Eureka. I don't know. Tea. True. Oh, sorry, needed to do it in the bathroom. Okay. Oh my god. This dude is doing like a flicker in chess or whatever the website's called. He's so cheating though. The air was crisp. It showed just how stagnant the air in the classroom was from our body. On the school ground, some of our classmates were still playing around. After spending some time cooling my head, then I made her way over towards me. What the fuck? Keiichi-kun, did you call for me? Oh. I'm really confused. I don't want to make much time, so I'll get right to the point. Lena, what's your record at this game we're playing today? She was taken aback after a moment. She hesitantly opened her mouth. Well, losses. Why do you ask? I wonder. I could tell from how apprehensively she was playing. The way things are going, I will as well. I can't figure out a way to pull off a last-minute comeback on this one. So I guess both of us will be taking that penalty. Hey, don't accept defeat already. How about we win this? I knew this was going to happen as well. That's the funniest thing. But how can we? I brought my lips up to Rena's ear. Whisper, whisper, whisper. Did you forget or not? It's the second rule of our society. Oh, that's smart. Yeah, I'll try my best. She will do the Gambadu thing. No, plan of attack was quite a rudimentary one. At the beginning of the game, everyone would be focused on their own hand for a while, taking notes and whatnot. Since our seats were right next to each other, we reveal our hands to each other. Oh, that's smart. So it's like... Oh my god, that'd be funny. I would bet half a penny. We begin the game with twice as much information as everyone else. Having this much information would mean we need to investigate less. Bro, everyone's becoming literal police officers. With this sort of plan of attack, we can start off with a big lead over the other guys. Yeah, with this, we can probably win. We both smirked at each other. If I was the shady businessman, then I was the corrupt senator. Pleasure doing business with you. Then let's hurry back. We'll work as a duo to surprise everyone. Hey, nah, there's no point if we go back together. It would be flat out like telling them we made a little arrangement. Yo, let's go. Deal. I don't even know what the US Congress is. Please educate me. Oh, sorry, then what should we do? Go back ahead of me, then I'll take my time after washing my face or something. Okay, got it. Then I turned around and headed back to the classroom. I guess what I should do, I guess I should wait a bit longer before I go back. If I went too soon, it would seem like I went to the bathroom or Mion or one of them suspected something. There could be problems. Well, they'd figure it out sooner or later because both Dena and I would start winning over and over again. Both Dena and I would have won enough points to avoid being the losers by the time Mion realised what was happening. Excellent. Not bad at all. Maebara-kun. Huh, it's the teacher. It's Chie. What? Man, things were just getting good. What is it? I'm a bit... You have a guest. Please make your way to the entrance. A guest? It's not like I own a hotel. They've been waiting. Please hurry. Right before my big match was pretty bad timing to have a visitor, but the very fact that someone was here to see me was strange enough to pique my interest. I didn't want to waste my time, so I decided to take care of it quickly. Oh, right, okay. Damn. You really know your politics, God. It's one of those fields like I've never really looked at, really. That's interesting. Oh, is it a really... Oh. Yeah, that's fair. The entryway was a heavy contrast from the hot sunlight and deep shadows. Oh my god! Waiting there looking uncomfortably warm was a middle-aged man, his tie sloppily loosened and his jacket tucked underneath his arm. Are you Maebara-san? Oh no, I know. Ro, I think you're right. Maebara-san? There was no problem asking that he wasn't a resident of Hinamizawa, and this was, without a doubt, the first time he had met me. Ever since I met Tomitake-san, it seemed like I was fated to meet middle-aged men. That's right, who might you be? I have the AC on in my car. Let's talk there. It's a bit hot here, don't you think? This dude's a little bit suspicious. This man, completely ignoring my question, pointed to his car parked near the gate and began walking. You've got to be kidding me. I had no intention of going along with some geezer I didn't even know, and he was asking me to get in his car with him. I'm not gonna bite, come on now. He opened the back door of his car and called me over. I know, bro. Yo, welcome, Ronna. I know. I got AC in my car. Good motive. People have... You could have the money, all the money in the world, but if you don't have AC, nothing is set. No, I know. I haven't really thought about that, like any of the other loops having anything sort of remotely different to AC, but AC being in the car for being like the main reason to come, but I don't know. This is the only scene I remember, like, this introduction to Oishi. I don't really remember... No, I don't know how he gets introduced into the other chapters. I can't believe I forget this stuff. But I don't know. I didn't like this old man, but I wanted to try and know what this was about. Even while knowing that the conversations start out like stuff like this have never led to anything good. Oh my god. Bro, I know it is. Especially in cold weather, god. The inside of his car was pretty cool. Cars with air conditions was supposed to be a luxury. My dad didn't have one in his car at least. Oh, damn. Please let me know if this is too cold for you, okay? I have a bit of cracking all the way up. So what type of business do you have with me? Out of spite, I decided to ignore his remark the same way he did to me and start out my own line of questioning. Oh boy. Oh, damn. You don't have it in your house? I mean, to be fair, we do have it, but my parents really aren't popular with using it. They don't use it much at all. It's only when it's really extreme they use it. He pulled out a notepad from his pocket and took out a picture that was stuck between the pages. On the face of it was a pretty goofy looking guy. If you know anything related to this individual, then please tell me. Who the heck is this? I doubt even his closest friends would be able to recognise who he was from this expressionless picture that looked like it was taken at the DMV. There were scribbles on his shirt done in a permanent marker, starting off with yours, Mayabara-san, and a few of your classmates signed as well. Ooh, Tomitake-san. There was no hint of his usual unreliable and easygoing personality in this photo. It was an expressionless, half-asleep face. Shit. Then do you know this woman? Even before seeing it, I had a good idea of who it was. I don't remember her name, but she's some lady who was with Tomitake-san last night. I didn't know what her name was, but she was a resident of Yunamizawa. Oh boy. Oh. Damn, that's actually really surprising. God, I'm really lucky that they're common here. There's so many people that I know, or just that have a lot of money, that they really blast the shit out of their air conditioning all the time. When was the last time you saw these two? The night of the Watanagashi we spoke. They seem pretty close, I guess. Did anything bother you about them? Anything is fine. Go ahead and say it. Being asked for every little detail was very troubling, honestly. I had a pretty good idea of who this guy was by now. Did something happen to them? There was no response to my inquiry. Thus, I replied to that silence in kind. I was pretty sure, no, certain this guy was a cop. Then why? Why was he asking me about Tomitake-san? Did something happen to him? More importantly, why me? Shouldn't there have been plenty of other people who knew more about him than I did? The roar of the air conditioner felt unbearably loud. After a long pause, he finally spoke again. You moved here just recently, isn't that Mayabara-san? Are you aware, I wonder, about the stories of Oyasuro-sama? My heart began to race. I'm pretty terrible at hiding things. It probably showed on my face. Not at all. If you don't know, then that's fine. Well, I have heard of it. Tomitake-san told me actually. How much do you know about it? The dismemberment killing, the accidental death. What's the accidental death? Death by illness. Oh, right. Oyasuro-sama's deaths. Oh my god, the voice acting for this. It's top quality. It really is. I love all of it. They do every emotion in this, I swear. They do emotions from really bad trauma to just really happy stuff. And just, you feel like you're genuinely with them as much as you can, really. It's really cool. And the lady who was beaten to death. The incidents that happened at the day of the Watanagashi ending in suspicious deaths. I didn't think Tomitake-san would have kept anything from me. I think that was everything. No, rather I didn't want to think there was anything more than that. Oh, I know. I could probably as well, bro. Mayabara-san, do you believe in the curse? Feel free to speak openly about it. Ooh, I don't believe in it. My answer was instant. It was so much that I didn't believe in it as I was on the verge of believing. I wanted to clear away from my own doubts. That was the more prominent feeling. Really? Then that's great. Guess you really are one of those city race boys. So what if I don't believe? I have friends waiting, so could you get to the point? The man in this picture is dead. My mind went blank. what happened to Tomitake-san? It was seen that he died last night. That was the night of the Watanagashi. Do you understand the implications behind that, Mayabara-san? Implications, not any for the cause of his death or the reasons behind it. The real problem was he died on the day of the Watanagashi. Oh boy, meaning this year. The curse of Yashiro-sama had once again. The death of Tomitake Jiro is still confidential. You can understand why that is, right? I didn't want to understand why. Please tell me what happened. It was rather peculiar. It might still be a little bit too graphic for someone born and raised in Yamisawa. That was a roundabout way of saying it, but it caused me to doubt whether or not I wanted to hear the rest. Oh yeah. I've actually preferred a lot of the game acting to how it's done in the anime. I'm gonna be real. I watched the anime before, actually. I watched all of the anime as well. I even watched the 2020 adaptation before playing this. The anime it's the best anime I've ever watched, easily. And then, yeah. Me loving the anime so much wanted me to sort of play this, see how it was, and yeah, I've really been satisfied so far. Oh yeah, Umineko as well. Wow. Have you played like the entirety of that visual novel? Because I heard it's so long, but it's really, really good at the same time. Hear the rest. Go on. I would only regret forcing to stop my learn of something I shouldn't. Or at least that's how I figured I was feel if I listened to the rest. Boy. One of our patrol cars it was late, about 5 till midnight. The location was you know where the road in town becomes paved, right? Down past the slope on the shoulder, around there. There were a few streetlights on the road. Why does that sign that says warning? That sign, like with the red diamond. Why does it say warning? It's weird. Oh yeah, I can't stand the anime adaptation. I think it's just... It had so much potential, but, you know, it's so rushed. It's just... You don't get any time to breathe. It's just always being thrown stuff that doesn't even make sense if you haven't read the VN. So unfinished. Yeah, it probably is. I wouldn't be surprised. Its pitch black darkness was only broken out by the lights of passing cars and the moon. It was by a stroke of light that Tomitake-san was spotted collapse on the shoulder of the road. Tomitake-san was face down, covered in blood. Holy fuck. Blood on what covered the asphalt. I have a feeling it's better that I don't know what an asphalt is. We thought it was a hit and run at first, but when the officer checked to see if he was still alive, he quickly noticed something abnormal. His throat. Fucking hell. From a knife or something? No. Nails. Nails? As in fingernails? You mean his neck was clawed through? Look right. Yes. It was revealed that it was with his own nails. Jesus, how much strength do you have to do something like that? Fucking hell. Yeah, I agree. That's actually why I've really sort of just... I don't know, I've sort of matched the When They Cry plot more. It's sort of just been the thing more interested to me, because I would be playing Umineko right now if it wasn't the case. I'm sure of it. Yeah. Huh? What? What does that mean? Basically, it wasn't a murder, it was suicide? God. Must be a really scary thing to have laid on him. Tomitake-san, whatever was going through his mind, tore open his own throat as hard as he could with his own nails, tore open the skin until it started to bleed, and even then Tomitake-san didn't stop. Continued clawing. Yeah, okay. With an intensity that could have peeled off his nails. Still clawing. Then as his nails reached down those vital arteries, you should never damage. You continue clawing. Ugh. As he blurred while gasping for breath, he collapsed his body, spasmed and died in agony. Although drugs were to blame, but nothing of the nature was detected. But it was a suicide? I've never heard of such a thing. Some natural way of dying. It If it wasn't a mysterious death, then what was? The way he died in these 5 years. His death most resembled that of a curse. As if to show both myself and Tomitaka-san, who proclaimed there was no such thing as a curse, that we were wrong. Oh shit. There were a few more suspicious details. From his body chemistry, the perspiration, epilation and so on, calculated that he was in a state of hysteria right before his death. Damn. I'm surprised you can actually calculate stuff like that. Wow. That was a given. It's hard to believe someone could be in a sound state of mind. Clawing out their own throat. With on the hand marked to discard a piece of lumber found nearby. There are traces of where he struck trees and guardrails with it. Fucking hell. Tomitaka-san's blood was found all over the place, meaning that while tearing out his own throat, he was swinging around a piece of lumber. So he did it with only one hand? Jesus Christ. There are external injuries which were not self-inflicted, discovered on Tomitaka-san. There is a high probability Tomitaka-san was assaulted. The external injuries suggest there may be multiple suspects. Fuck. To summarise, Tomitaka-san was surrounded and attacked. While wandering the night roads in a state of panic after being ordered, he picked up a piece of lumber and tried fighting back. No, I know. I mean, Keiichi is like, I don't know. I thought he was like 14, 15, but even so, it still is. I guess he kind of has to. I guess he kind of has to know at the same time. But like, why Keiichi? Why not like anyone else in the friend group? Wait, no, that's because Oishi is suspicious of like Rena, Mion, people like that. That's probably why. Somewhere in there, he began madly tearing out at his own throat, clawing at it. Keiichi is probably the person he has no suspicion on, so that's probably why he went to him. But still, why you go to him when you can go to like anyone else that attended the festival? Oh, of course. No, that makes sense now. That actually does. Then he died. The presumed time of death was between 9 and 11 PM, meaning it occurred right after you finished talking to Tomitaka-san at the festival. Everyone signed Tomitaka-san's shirt, then parted ways. I know! He does. I mean, I can't blame him, but like, still. Right after that, oh yeah, he should have been with a woman. What about her? She's missing. She hasn't shown up to work and hasn't returned home either. There is a very high possibility she was involved in this incident. God. For a while, I can only gaze off into space. I would have never thought that something unfortunate would happen to somebody this close to me and could affect me this deeply. This time I had spent with Tomitaka-san was short, but we went into the same festival, spent time together and took part in the same petition. He was one of us. We have been continuing the investigation on the various fronts, but when it comes to Yoshiro-sama's curse, the villagers here aren't very cooperative. That I knew well. I would have been none the wiser if it were not for Tomitaka-san, the outsider, telling me outsider. That's why he came to me, because I'm not originally from Hinamizawa. I should have been angry that was the reason he wanted to hear what had happened to me. If things go the way I've been, then the conclusion would be that Jiro Tomitaka-san died from my Yoshiro-sama's curse. He turned away from me and gazed off far into the distance. The night of no Onikakushi, during the sacred ritual, he callously snapped the photos, angering Yoshiro-sama. That's how it's going to turn out. There's no way Yoshiro-sama would inflict divine punishment on Tomitaka-san. There is no curse. Or is there? To be fair, I can't say that, I don't fully know. Tomitaka-san had to be killed by humans and a cowardly group, no less. There's no way I'm going to let this end up being the fault of some curse. I think so as well. There's no such thing as divine punishment or curses. The Tensmu was cut with the man's hearty laugh. That's how this must be, my brother. Corporations from individuals in Hinamizawa don't believe the curse is indispensable. Understand. I know. Oh. Neither Tomitaka-san nor I believed in curses, but with the way things were going, it would just end up with Tomitaka-san's death marking the 5th year, which would mean that Hinamizawa had rejected him. That was something I couldn't allow. Tomitaka-san was one of us. He didn't live in Hinamizawa, but he came every single year. In a sense, he was more of a resident than I was. There was no way that Tomitaka-san could have been cursed by Yoshiro-sama, but there is nothing I can do to help. I have no idea what happened that night either. No, if you see or hear something that draws your attention, then that is enough. If I see or hear, he was talking in future tense. Things or people or rumors, anything is fine. I don't care if they're unfounded. Here, this is my number. If I'm not there, then leave a message with whoever picks up. He handed me a piece of paper with his number on, but I hesitated for a second. If I took it then whether I wanted to or not, I'd be mired knee-deep in this matter. Please help me solve these questions surrounding Tomitaka-san's unfortunate death. That's right. Why was I hesitating? I needed to find out the murderer who killed my friend. Yeah, I snatched up the piece of paper as a satisfied grin spread across his face. Boy, everything we spoke today of is a secret. Please keep this confidential. Understood. From your friends as well. Especially from Sonozaki-san and Hidede-san. Please, do not inform them. Sonozaki, you mean Mion? No, obviously Sion. Quest received. Oh my god. Oh, that's too true. Are you saying they have something to do with the incident? With my friend's names brought up so abruptly and being told to keep it a secret from them, I became rather angry. This is what they call investigative privilege, I suppose. Don't play games with me. Mion is a close friend of mine. I snapped at him, but he didn't seem to be offended. I wouldn't mind telling you, but it may just upset you. Oh, it's going to be interesting. I know, I love this. So, you get a police officer, and like, you realise one of your friends is dead, and then you realise some of your friends aren't who they say they are. God. Must be a really bad day. Say it. He hesitated a little. Gaslighting. God, I don't even know what gaslighting is. Turning his face to the outside of the car, he began to speak after thinking for a bit. There is a possibility that the string of incidents happening here in Hinamizawa are a result of village conspiracy. There's no way that could be right. Give me a break. First of all, is there any proof of that? No evidence. Also, each of the cases were resolved, and none of the perpetrators had any direct connection to the village. Every year, the enemies of the village die on the day of the Onikakushi. Don't you think that's enough reason to suspect something? Only the residents on Hinamizawa felt the day of the Onikakushi was scared. Sacred, oh my god. So basically, because incidents happened on that day, it was somehow related to Hinamizawa. Well, firstly it was the dam construction from it, then it was villagers that supported it. Those who had a grudge against those the village hold a grudge against die one after the other from mysterious causes. Oh, right, okay. Damn. That means a difference, but in the end the result is the same. Unfounded, unreasonable suspicion, but it couldn't be just shrugged off. So the victims after that, what about the Shinto priest and his wife's death? No, I know. I never really thought about it like this, but I suppose it's just scary. It's sort of, I mean, this is sort of, it's like manipulation, but at the same time it's kind of stuff that has to happen, because I think if Keiichi's gonna live with his friends, like, he needs to at least know, like, if they're to be trusted or not. But I don't know. They weren't enemies of the village. It does kind of go a little bit extensive though. I don't know. Not entirely sure. The villagers had expected leadership from the Shinto priest at the time of the dam dispute, but he wasn't proactive, so there was a fraction of villagers who harboured ill will towards him as a result. Ill will? It's not like he did anything bad to the village. What about that housewife after that? Did she die just because she was the wife of the brother of a supporter? Such a trivial reason to kill someone. And what about Tomitaka-san? He's not affiliated with the dam project at all. Was he killed just because he was an outsider? In the beginning it fell on those related to the dam project, but as the years went on, the enemy threshold of the victims had become much lower. Well, that's the scary part. The bargains are getting lower and lower. What's scary about that? It means it's not just the enemies in the village anymore. Just being an outsider could be reason enough. And this is the scary part. And you're saying this. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. But if he became one of the people in the village, then would he be perpetrating the crimes that they have potentially perpetrated, or would he just be like a person that's really sort of vulnerable and oblivious to everything? He's just seeing the sort of fun side of the friendship. Would it just be that? Then you're saying the next year's victim will be picked out of the village outsider pool? Maybe a person that just moved here. What do you mean by I swallowed my words? Hiruni and Namizawa, the ones who get considered the most outside, will be my family. I was proof enough that wasn't I. I still couldn't consider couldn't really remember the names of the people I passed by. And then the next victims of my family. Was he saying it was going to be me? But what does that have to do with Mion? I can't go into more details, but the Sonozaki family has led the damn protests quite fervently so. This is also true of Mion Sonozaki-san herself. She has quite a few misdemeanor and obstruction of public work or offences on her record because of the protests. Jesus! I know Mion had fought, but this was the first I'd ever heard of her family leading the protests though. Then, well, what did it all mean? Are you saying that Mion's family is involved with a string of incidents? I wouldn't go that far. I'm just saying it's a conspiracy then. They'd have the highest probability of being behind it. Not a very clear explanation. I felt like he'd magnificently avoided the details I really wanted to know. We don't know who or how involved anyone is right now. That's exactly why we don't want you to say anything to the villagers. Instead of answering, I gave a very bitter expression. It seemed that he understood it well enough. Think of it like this. I don't want to worry the villagers who blindly believe it's the curse. How about that? Ooh, what do you think? How about that? How should I know? But the reason behind wanting me not to carelessly open my mouth about it wasn't too hard to comprehend. The perpetrator was here. It had nothing to do with a curse. He was definitely going to be caught up by the police and made to pay for his crimes. And none of the villagers should have anything to do with that process. Ooh. That sounds interesting. I've actually never heard of that one before. Is it a long one? It may cause those sensitive about the curse to worry needlessly. Just like everyone's kept it from me so I don't worry about it. Isn't now my turn to keep it from them so they don't have to worry? I was just talking to myself. Unlike me, everyone else had been worrying over these mysterious incidents yearly, and the incident this time probably means a lot more to them. I didn't want to burden them anymore. In the end, everything went as the man had wanted, and as insipid as it was, but it couldn't be helped. I understand, I'll keep it to myself. Is that fine? Mr. Oishi from Yokinomiya police station. You can call me Kura-chan if you want. I know, Oishi-san's fine. The way he said it is unpleasant. Yes, I get it. Saying hints of politeness, he was spitting the image of a vulgar police officer. Oh, right. Oh, that's cool. Might look into it. Though I've never seen one this bulky before in the crop shows I watch. I've taken up too much time. Your friends are waiting, aren't they? I probably should let you go back to them. The door opened with a click and then streamed the oppressive heat. It was blistering outside of the car. Was it really this hot of a day? It was almost cruel heat as opposed to the mechanical coolness inside the car. It was as if the land of Hinamizawa suddenly hated me. I felt a little sad as the thought crossed my mind. Ooh. I didn't mean to suspect your friends. Please don't misunderstand that. I refrained from telling him that it was too late to say something that self-serving. It's fine if you don't see or hear anything, Mayabara-san. It will help to prove that the whole village thing isn't involved after all. I'll contact you see or hear anything, but I'm no detective. Please don't expect too much from me. Oh wait, you don't have to become a detective. Just go on living as you have up until now. Just let me know if you notice anything. I hastily made my way back to the school building after giving him a quick bow. See you later, farewell, Maibara-kun. I returned to the school building without looking back. Oh boy. This is going to be interesting. I wonder when he's going to find out, like, Satoshi's existence. What about the bat? I know that's in the manga, but I don't know about the visual novel. I wonder if he's going to find that. I don't know how much time had passed. I did feel bad for keeping them waiting, but right now there was a lot on my mind. Tomitaka-san's death was hard enough as it was, but to think there was the possibility of a village conspiracy, well, still there was also a chance Mion was involved. Nonsense. Impossible. No. Rion, Rena, Satoko, or Rika-chan. No. It was a group that attacked Tomitaka-san? Who could the perpetrators be? Could it be they were hiding here somewhere in Hinamizawa? I don't know. All I can say for certain is that I knew that Mion couldn't be the perpetrator. How? It's Mi-chan, the perpetrator. Huh? I was startled to hear Rena's voice. Oh, with the rope in the lounge. Wow, noob, no. Rena clasped her hand while flailing about. Looks like you're just self-distracting over here. Wow. Keiichi-san, you're quite late. As you may know, I'm seething with anger. Sorry about that. I was called into the staff room, you see. You were reprimanded for bad behaviour. That's a claim. Well, it's been pretty heated over here. Since it's getting pretty late, let's make the next game the last one. If I remember right, I had 0 points. Isn't it pretty much decided that I'm going to be finishing in last place? Don't worry, Keiichi-kun, I'm at -1 point. The heck? Her score is lower than mine and I wasn't even playing. Oh my god, somebody's done a little bit badly in this game. God. This is the final matchup to decide if the penalty is going to be carried out by Rena alone or both Keiichi-chan and Rena. Yeah, right. Just let Rena do the penalty by herself. We made a promise, Keiichi-kun, that we would both win. I waited all this time, you know. I'm sorry about that. Ooh. She doesn't know. I followed my initial plan of showing Rena my cards, and I didn't say who was the criminal, and just waited for her to call. I know. I get what you mean. I got it. The murderer is me, with the poison at the entrance. Is it? My Rena, quite a correct answer. Another stab in the dark. Oh. Rena is correct. Then it's decided that Keiichi-san shall take part in the penalty as well. Oh my god. Why are you happy about that? Let's both do our best. Let's do our best. It's my fault, so I had no choice. Then, that's game. It's me, Sonozaki Mion, ranked first. In dead last, Keiichi, Maibara, and Ryugu Rena. Everybody applauded as the game ended. The problem now was the penalty. Of course, now that I'm ranked first, so I'll decide what you'll be buying for the Gotha penalty. Well, what will make us buy, I wonder. A Splatter's drugstore, that was your aim, wasn't it? Huh? I don't have any business at the drugstore. His old man's already got a list prepared for you on a piece of paper. Oh my god, of course she does. Alright, there's a lot written here. A lot? Damn. What is it she was making us buy? 2 blocks of tofu, shampoo. Oh my god. Yeah, I have. Yeah. The heck is this? It looks more like a shopping list than a penalty. Oh my god, me was curious who was gonna win today. Rule 7 of our society, you cannot refuse any penalty. Here's some money, the shampoo I usually get is Fruit Fable. Thanks. This is your grocery list. I promised myself that if I next time I could... Alright. Yeah. I'll just say that I've watched all the anime And I have watched Series 3, Episode 16. Nothing else. Nothing else on that subject. I do not want to talk about that episode if you're going to talk about that. Right, that was really cool. But that is so funny, that punishment just there. Literally getting people to do their entire grocery list. I love that achievement. Entire grocery shopping just half-assed. They're gonna look so embarrassing. That's funny. Right, whoa, that was a really big yawn, Keiichi-kun. I'm usually awake once it's time to eat, but it doesn't look like I can do it today. Eek. I was watching TV until late last night, so I'm tired right now. Was it one of those raunchy TV shows you loved so much on last night? How extremely well. Wait a second, don't function things and jump to conclusions. It's perfectly normal for you boys, nothing to be ashamed about. Nico was not patting me head, so it made me feel worse. Eek. Could you at least make me pass out this lunch break? No, seriously. My, you think I would just sit there and allow that? I get really angry if you disturb me. Really angry. Yawn. Oh my god, that's funny. The voice actor just went like so close to the mic to do that. This was just dreadful. Just so sleepy. Relatable feeling. I slammed my head onto the desk and drifted up into an afternoon nap. It seems that Satoko had responded and I pretended not to hear. Cut it out, Satoko-chan. Keiichi-chan fell asleep. His sleeping was so cute. You can take him home later. Let him be for now. Let's move over here. It'd be rude to Keiichi if we bothered him now. I suppose. Nika-chan is a really good girl. Let's not wake him up even if the teacher comes back. I take that back. The excuse was that I didn't sleep much last night because I was watching TV. Was a lie. I was in bed at the usual time because of the conversation with Oishi-san that afternoon. I didn't get much sleep. Yo, welcome Dakich. Oh my god, long time no see, man. You're seeing me with glasses for the first time. You're seeing Mr. Nerd here. Yeah, thanks a lot, man. So basically this is a visual novel. It's just get a banger story. It's like an anime related story. It's not really anime, but like banger story, banger sort of horror mystery. You get all the things and you can sort of interact with chat at the same time, basically. It's like it's like a dialogue game where you can, that's what you do really. You just watch the novel. Yeah, I haven't seen you much at all either. Yeah, that's really nice to hear. It made me think, was Oishi-san trying to deceive me? But it was probably the truth. One thing was certain, I couldn't speak to anyone about it. He wanted my assistance, but I didn't really know anything about it. If I knew I wasn't going to be of any help, I probably wouldn't have listened in the first place. It ended up with me again regretting learning something I didn't need to know. I love that theme. I really do wonder what would happen. I kind of want to theorize on this more, but I'm going to theorize like what would happen if Keiichi was like, he never learned anything about, like, for example, the crimes that went over, that he found out about in the junkyard. What would have happened if he never learnt about that? I really wonder. I want to do that later though. I want to pay attention to this now. If I had never listened to it about it, I would without a doubt be goofing off with the rest of them right now. I couldn't help but resent Oishi-san for this. Huh? When was that? I heard he wasn't there the next day. It appears he vanished the night of the Onikakushi. Mion whispered to keep the others from listening, but I could hear it clearly. On the other hand, Nena's voice was even harder to pick up, but I could still tell that she was quite upset. It couldn't be. Are they talking about Tomitake-san? Take. Not sure. That's all I know. I would have to feign ignorance about this topic because I needed to keep it a secret. Rather than waking up and being forced to lie to join the conversation. it was much easier just to sit here and pretend I was asleep, to listen into the discussion. Wait, why did I even pretend to be asleep while eavesdropping on my friends' conversations? The guilt stung. So, and me, there were others, right? Too. But they don't know if it's from the curse or this was an Onikakushi. Onikakushi? To be hidden away by a demon? What a mysterious phrase. I did, however, get the feeling it meant nothing good. L. There was another, right? Right? Or if it's Yoshiro's, or Yashiro-sama's. There's another one. But this year. Oh boy, Grandma and Mayor talk about it. It seemed like they talked to the police about it beforehand. They said they'd take care of what happens this year without causing a commotion. Then without us knowing it, somebody had Ed them. You mean maybe next could be. Oh, ooh, fuck. That's interesting. Don't worry, you got home safely. But it's not allowed, right? That was a long time ago. Let's stop talking about this. Fuck. Amidst the uncomfortable mood, both of them went silent. The entirety of the conversation was still a little bit unclear, but a few parts got my attention. First of all, the term Onikakushi, to be demoned away. By the context it was used in, I guess it's similar to be spirited away. I suppose that was what it had meant, because Tomitaka-san and that woman, it would really bugged me that I didn't know her name, vanished after the Watanagashi. The next thing that stuck out was when Nana said, there's another one, right? Mion also said, if it's Oyashiro-sama's, yeah. So she actually knows there's another curse before it even happens? How? If it's Oyashiro-sama's curse, then there has to be two victims, is that what she meant? Come to think of it, I remember Mion saying at the beginning that they didn't know if it was from the curse or if it was a case of Onikakushi. It seemed like the curse and being demoned away are different things, and they were phenomena that were paired together. Oh no, I know all of that. I mean, God. The arc with, I don't know, what was the pink-haired woman? Ritsuko? Something like that? Lina? No, Lina is a different thing. Ritsuko, I think, is her name. God. Oh, that was... Yeah. I think... Oh my god, that arc at the end of Series 1 in the anime, God, that is some of the best anime I've ever watched. God. So sad that is. Well, this game just does horror really, really well. Of course, never seen anyone done it as well before. Yeah, I know. Oh God, I know. It seems that the curse and being demoned away are different things, and that they were phenomena that were paired together. I recall Tomitaka-san's terrible end. If that wasn't something as elegant as disappearing, the horrendous end would be described as cursed. Then the woman with him, it means she vanished because she was demoned away. What I do know is there's normally an even number of victims of the curse proper. And the last point that bothered me was Rena. Rena was frightened. For what reason, I didn't know. However, she knew it something that had made her a potential target for Oyashiro-sama's curse. If I recall correctly, Oyashiro-sama should be the guardian deity of Inamizawa. Wasn't the guardian deity supposed to defend the citizens and drive out invaders? Maybe if it's really corrupted, then the invaders could be the outsiders. But I don't know. If I recall correctly, yesterday, or the people who are against the village, but like yesterday, Wei-san said that there were the targets were enemies of the village, but recently there were no longer any distinction between them or regular outsiders. But if that was the case, then I would think that to be more likely the target having moved here more recently than Lena. Ooh. Oh, so that's why she's worried, because she's an outsider, not because of her past, her murderous past and stuff like that. From her composure, I can infer that she was grimly certain that she would be next. I should probably relay on what I had heard now to Wish-san. Informing the police of what I had heard by eavesdropping on my friends while pretending to be asleep made me feel terrible. It had raised a few questions and left me with a bad taste in my mouth. Would it be better not to sneak the answers out to those questions? As I continued to learn more and more, I felt like I had felt past the point of no return. Oh God, it's such a tricky situation. I would definitely regret this one day. I would definitely regret ever having learnt of these events. Okay. The teacher approaches. Keiichi-san, you must awaken. In the distance, I could hear the ring of the handbell signaling the start of afternoon classes. Yeah, I couldn't sleep at all. I hastily opened my eyes and raised my head up. It was in that moment when I leaned against the back of my seat. Oh, there was a thumbtack struck on the back of my chair with tape. Oh my god, so much sensory evidence was enough. Satoko. Guilty without trial, capital punishment. I furiously jumped up from my seat and I tripped as if my feet were tangled up. Oh my god. Oh, that's smart. Not bad, Satoko. Oh my god, I remember that. I think it is, yeah. Oh, I can't wait for like when Renna makes him the meal, stuff like that. Oh, it's gonna be so interesting. And there's all the different, I don't know, like stuff that looks like meatballs. All the ones with the different letters. One of them has a needle in. The one that looks different and not made by Renna. Not bad, Satoko. While sleeping, you'll be able to conceal your presence to pull off this fine piece of work. The teacher came in right as I was about to pull off my shoes and Tataku Satoko. Oh ho ho, did you not know that our teacher has arrived here, son? Take your seat. Clonk was not caring one bit. I made her eat a flick to the forehead. Oh no. Oh. See you, dude. Yeah, it was really nice to I don't know, just like chat with you and stuff like that. So yeah, I really hope you have a good one. And yeah, good night. It's getting pretty late for me as well. It's 10:30, but yeah. I kind of want to finish this game, so yeah. I want to experience it all in one night. It's very rarely actually good timing for this because I've got a 4-day long weekend because like today's a bank holiday and tomorrow teachers are striking, so yeah, it's actually really convenient with me because I can do all-nighters like this. I saw Satoko stick her tongue out to me, the little brat. Come on, Maebara-kun. Yeah, I apologise. Sorry, Satoko-chan. I know. I mean, like, blimmin' end of Friday to start of Wednesday. It's nuts. In any case, I apologised, even if it was in a completely insincere tone of voice. Damn her, I'll remember this. Keiichi-chan, get your revenge at the club meeting. Take your seat. Stand on after me on top of me to switch to class representative mode. Yeah, will do, man. You too. Hope you have a good rest. Hold up, I'm just... My eyes are tired. I find my glasses make it harder for my eyes to be tired, which is really, really nice, because a lot of the times when it's really late, I just always had tired eyes, and yeah, I'm trying to watch stuff. It's really annoying, but it doesn't happen as much now. With the boring classes finished, school is finally over for the day. Now then, what should we do for our club today? Personally, I would like to go out to the deduction game one more time. I was hardly able to play it last time because of Oishi-san, but Renna and I won't even be able to test our strategy. That's right, today Keiichi-kun and I will be victorious. What should we do? We've never played the same game 2 days in a row before. Eek. Why not asking me? Mia looked over her shoulders. We made eye contact. She slowly tapped her palm with her fists. What? With her fists, her face suddenly lit up. Oops, I completely forgot. I need to go and help my uncle today. Sorry guys, not today. Helping your uncle? I knew you supposed to be a little goody two-shoes. Sorry, really, I really did forget. Well, then, sorry guys. So I was heading back home now. Oh, damn. Mion left us with that and rushed off to the exit after snatching up her bag. Ooh. You see, Mi-chan sometimes goes to help at my uncle's shop our uncle's shop in town. Oh, I thought she wasn't the type to get caught up in such bothersome stuff. She says she gets paid for it. It's quite a bit of spending money, from what I hear. But lucky, I see, she was able to pay for that mountain of games which she saved up from there. But that, wouldn't you call that a part-time job? Isn't that against school policy? Oh, right. Interesting. Is that what she's calling it? So what now? Pass on the clubs today? So, we're done for the day, I guess. We're gonna be fine even without the club president. Let's do this. Oh, they're actually gonna still do it? I opened the club locker and began searching for the deduction game of the ever-flowing pile of games. Oh, here it is. The deduction game from yesterday. Man, I just had to stop as I was getting the hang of it. At the very least, I wanted to repay Satoko for what she did during the afternoon break. Oh, I thought that was gonna be when he discovered the bat. Oh, I wish it was. I do not mind. But is that fine for Rena-san and Rika? If Getsuken wants to so badly, I wouldn't mind playing for a bit. I think it's better if we do it when we have everyone together. When she says it like that. I wanted to go shopping if there wasn't a club meeting today. Going to buy soy sauce and other things. Oh, that's right. I completely forgot. Well, I guess since it's been a while, I should go treasure hunting. Ooh, what's this now? Everyone was no longer in the mood for club activities. Weird. If I kept on trying to push the matter, it may make them realise I had a trick up my sleeve. Oh well, I'll give up this time. Man, I was really looking forward to playing it. I shuffled through the cards as I was still caught up on it. At the next opportunity, I shall give you a sound thrashing. Oh ho ho. The murderer is Satoko. The murder weapon is a pistol. It was you after all. What did you say? Then Satoko looked through the cards on her desk and struck 3 of them out at me. The murderer is Keiichi in the lounge with the rope. I don't need rope. I'll just strangle you like this. What is happening at the moment? Phew. Well, I guess it's good that I got that out of my system. I remember this game song. She was used as a plaything for quite a while. You poor thing. Cute. Everyone got ready to go back home. I also helped gather up the scattered cards. I suddenly paused. There were just the suspects' cards, but I noticed something strange. Rena, Satoko, Rika, Keiichi, Mion, Satoshi. Oh, Satoshi. No. All the cards were made by us, or at least every card beside this one has the name of a club member. Does this mean that this Satoshi fellow is a member? Was there someone in the class named Satoshi? Couldn't find anyone named Satoshi in the class. What's the stack of level? Holy shit. That was scary. Getsuken, let's finish clearing up. Being rushed out by dinner, I finished up quickly. Satoko and Rika-chan heard away. Merrily for a lot because we're the only ones left in the classroom. Right now, Rena had already gotten her bag and was ready to leave. Rena, there must be quite a few people who transfer from this school, right? I tried asking Rena in a bit of a roundabout way. Rena made a troubled face and then answered. Yeah, Rena's always a real guitar. Sometimes people transfer every now and then. Then is Satoshi another one of the transferees? Sorry, I don't really know. There's a bit of a pause, but the answer was pretty much immediate. Eek. I'm not saying it to me just last year. I transferred in, so maybe I just missed him. So I didn't hear much about him, sorry. Ooh. Sounds evasive. I'm not sure, sorry. Her answer was a lot like when she refused to tell me about the murder at the dam. I was saddened by her denial for a little bit of anger. I'm their friend, aren't I? Friends don't keep secrets from their friends, do they? Though I do appreciate the fact that they get the unsettling gusting from me. But if everyone was worried about it, I'd rather be worried about it with them. That's what it means to be friends, right? For a moment I wondered what kind of face I was making just then, with these mixed feelings of sadness and annoyance. Getsun, you making his own face. What is it? Why? It was probably exactly the kind of face Lena said it was. It appeared my grim expression was frightened her. Oh, sorry. I was really looking forward to the club today. I'm feeling down about it. I rustled Lena's hair. Let's go home. Dragging the whole good mood with us, we headed home. Oh boy. I wonder why. Why have I been getting this dumb feeling lately? I didn't know anything. I had nothing to worry about. I was just enjoying my everyday life. My long unstretched shadow gave no answer to my naive injury. Keiichi-kun, are you tired? Maybe. And then I timidly questioned the reason behind my mood. I'm sure my expression made the situation even more unsettling. You think so? Yeah, you seem to have been a little out of it ever since this morning. Maybe a cold? Physically, I was pretty sure I was in perfect health. It may not seem like it, but I've had the perfect attendance in elementary school. Damn. And then I continued on since I didn't give her an answer. It could be that the fatigue from moving has finally caught up for you. It's completely different from where you used to live after all. Of course you've got and died. Since it's so much you need to get used to it and remember. Maybe that's it. Lena was also like that at first too. I can tell, you know. I wonder if Lena also experienced a slight bit of alienation last year that I was feeling right now. Thinking so, I felt that she was the only one who could understand how I felt. I'd like to hear about when you first came to Hinamizawa. How was it? I'm feeling I have been joining this conversation that was suddenly brightened. It was the same as Keiichi-kun. I didn't know the village's names at all. The town and the rest were very kind, so I wasn't lonely. But I still did feel a little bit out of place. Then I told me all the details of when she had moved here. All of her first acquaintances and surprises, worries and good times. So it was oh, of course. The first day? No, there wasn't a club at the beginning. Oh, damn. It's from partway through. Well, as you said, we should stay after and hold a big game tournament. Couldn't think about it. Mion did say she's the first club president nowadays. Super early. Mion was doing very bad at the beginning. She never went. Can't imagine that. She had to do most of the battles she came up with. Seriously, don't tell. I can't believe Mion was like that. So she gradually transformed into a monster who used any means necessary to win during that time. Mion is at her best when she's fighting Death. I began many more friends besides Mi-chan after that, but yeah, it might have only been since you moved here that I had finally felt like I got used to it here. I guess then I had also been left in the dark about Yoshido-sama when she just moved here. I guess when they finally told me about Yoshido, somehow I'd be considered one of them. I wonder when I'll finally be considered one of them. Did you say something? No, sorry, just talking to myself. Eek. Keiichi-kun, you silly. Then I was poking fun and laughing at me. I couldn't help but laugh as well, but I suddenly stopped. Then, after making my mind up, I spoke.嘘や隠し事なんかしてないよな。してないよ。全然。嘘だろ。You were lying, aren't you? Her expression was cold and intense. どういう意味だろう、Keiichi-kun? His tone was still the same cheery and light-hearted one as before. You are, aren't you? Keeping something from me? 隠し事を。I had to understand what I meant. Expression grew even more intense. Seeing that phrase, I regretted saying something so rash. But she... Fuck. Well then, Keiichi-kun, aren't you keeping something from us? Huh? Her tone didn't change, but it was the first time I'd seen this expression from Lena. With how her gaze pierced through me, I couldn't believe this was the same Lena. Aren't you lies or secrets? Aren't you? You are. Secrets. She didn't actually say that part, but it looked as if she did. Listened to it with Onikakushi and how I felt alienated with the group, even without having to think about it. There were things that I felt guilty about, but I didn't tell everyone about what happened with Onikakushi to be considerate. I was keeping it a secret just the way they didn't tell me about Oyasuro-sama. Then on the evening, no, I'm not. No lies, no secrets. Liar. Eyes was shocked me. Then I stared as if burrowing through me. What do you mean? Like a hawk? Why would you say I'm lying? Didn't you say?
昨日の部活の時、先生に呼ばれて職員室に行ってた。レナは知って、ケイイチ君は職員室になんか行かなかった。先生はお客さんが来たっても、昇降口ではお話ししてなかった。校門のところの車の中で知らないおじさんと。
Okay, some man we don't know. Then I knew everything. She knew that I was called Aboichi-san and that I heard about the incident with Tomitaka-san as well. Does she know all of it? Exactly who was that man? I don't know. Why, does somebody you know have business with you? I want to know that myself. Then what are you talking about? It has nothing to do with you guys. It's a lie. Oh, fucking hell. Fuck. Then who is it standing before me now? Who is you? No, no, because how would my breath is suffocating. Right, and then she made a facial expression that Rodena normally might have made. It didn't matter as if it was Rodena's usual smile which chilled me to the bone. She drew closer to me. I felt her breath against my face. It wasn't the least a bit exciting. Whoever this was with Rodena's face was going to choose my nose right off. I cowered in as I imagined that. And then she smoked as if she was going to. Whose web secrets just how Keiichi couldn't have secrets. It was Rodena's usual smile, but her eyes were still like that of a horse. Bringing her face closer to mine, to almost bump into mine. No, she kindly persuaded me. I couldn't nod or shake my head. The person standing in front of me, the person who looked like Lena, frightened me to my core. I was terrified knowing that she could hear the sound of me swallowing nervously. After what felt like an eternity, after a long, empty silence, she finally spoke. Let's go. It's getting chilly. It was Lena again. Smiling at me once more, she started walking as if nothing at all had happened. When I was released from her gaze, my legs gave out from under me and I slumped onto the ground. I wasn't able to lift a finger until then I was out of sight. Who was that? My body was drenched, so I was finally able to form a coherent thought and ask myself once again, who was that person? Who looked like Leno Yuga? Oh boy. Fucking hell. Oh god. I was out of it and couldn't bring myself to do anything until dinner except stare blankly into space. Well, I was terrified when Lena. What was I terrified when Lena going off on me? No, that's not right. There was someone else who only looked like Lena. Then who could it have been? It was a dreadful feeling knowing that was someone else, not Lena. So tomorrow I shouldn't have a problem talking to Lena like I usually do. That thought was strangely comforting. I concluded that I should just calm down and clear my head. Though those thoughts continued swirling around in my mind, finally I returned to my senses as I heard my mother calling out to me from the bottom of the stairs. Keiichi! It's a call from the bookstore. Bookstore? Can't think of why they'd be calling me. I went to and picked up the receiver. Anyway, my apologies for being so late at me. It's me, Oishi of the Okinawa bookshop. Since your parents picked up, I said I was from the bookstore. These people often want to say I'm a police officer. Oishi was in his own way rather courteous. Even so, I didn't want my parents hearing me talk to the police. I brought the cordless phone with me as I dashed back up to my room on the second floor. Sorry for calling so late. That phone number on the piece of paper I gave you yesterday was the old number. My apologies. Can you copy it down and the number I'm about to give you? Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. gave the number for his dialect line as I wrote it down. I thought that was the end of it, but then but he began making pointless small talk, and it was pretty hard to hang up. So, how has it been, Mayabara-san? Did anything strange happen recently? I see, this was the real reason. He really beat around the bush there. His adult conversational skills left me slack-jawed. Everyone around here, Oishi-san. Born and raised in Okinawa. He's from around here, he might know. Oishi-san, do you know what the Onikakushi thing is about? I believe that's when somebody vanishes because they've been abducted by a demon. Special saying from around here. It has the same meaning of spirited away, like everyone else says. Whereas my friends would say they didn't know when I asked this older man would give me a direct answer. It made me a bit happy that he answered me directly without trying to hide anything. Hinamizawa was... I'm not sure if I told you this. Don't try to play yourself. If you're not going to talk, then I'm not going to tell you anything. I know, yeah, that's not what I meant. It's just, it may make you feel bad. You see, long ago, Hinamizawa was feared as the place where demons reside. By demons, you mean the pitchfork carrying things in hell. More like human eating monsters. They left out into the village, snatching people up and gobbling them down. It's kind of tell. Demons snatching up people is what this Onikakushi really means. They said that the curse and bringing demon away happened together. What does that mean? I already knew about the mysterious deaths happening 5 years in a row, but I didn't know there were people disappearing for those same 5 years. The curse and bringing demon away happened together. First time I've heard of that. Is that how it is, Mayabara-san? That's what I want to know. I heard Leonard and Mion talking. They said that if it was really Oyashiro-sama's curse, then both the curse and the demon running away would happen. Oishi-san began hemming and hawing on the other end of the receiver. Maybe something about that came to mind. Mayabara-san, do you know of the first incident? The murder by dismemberment? Yeah, one of the 6 perpetrators is still on the run, right? Hypothetically. What if he isn't on the run, but he was demoned away? Huh. It was an outrageous hypothesis from Oishi-san. The incident 4 years ago was the particularly ghastly one. The police officer already knew the perpetrators, so they posted tons of wanted posters with his face on them. They staked out various locations and investigated every possible escape route he had, but after 4 years there wasn't a hint of where he might be, unless the police were completely incompetent. Even if it was an outrageous hypothesis, I simply couldn't laugh at it. And what about the incident next year, when the man spotted the his wife both died in an accident? Well, actually, it was the only husband who died in an accident. His wife's body never surfaced, and unless you find the body, it was considered a missing person by law. At the time of the incident with the river below the cliff being Muddy Rapids, the police divers had searched every branch of the mainstream river for dozens of miles, but in the end they weren't able to find her body. But that's just them not being able to find the body. She's still dead, right? Isn't the difference from her being demoned away? Because exactly is dead without their body. Oh, didn't actually know that. Until a certain number of years passed, by law she's treated as still alive. Ooh. I'm not sure if it was right to call that being demoned away. The wife is missing. At least that part was reality. How about the third year? The Shinto priest died of illness and his wife commits suicide. Mayabara-san, that is actually the same scenario. The wife had supposedly thrown herself into the bottom of the swamp deep in the forest around Hinamizawa. Meaning it's all circumstantial evidence. They simply found her suicide note in the front of the swamp. Divers were able to recover a few of her articles, but they weren't able to find a body. Investigative headquarters believed that she had faked her death and was still alive somewhere. I'm not sure if I could refer these cases as being demoned away. It's just if you said every year one person does go missing. The incident this year, the one with Tomitaka-san has gone missing. Then what about the incident with the housewife beaten to death? Who went missing? I believe the perpetrator was caught, right? Yeah, we arrested him. He was just doing a miscreant with her. Record of narcotics abuse, God. He admitted the crime while being questioned about a different incident. But, well, you see, after he was arrested and tried from the victim's home and went missing, still under investigation as to whether the disappearance had anything to do with the crime. But you said you caught him, right? Did he have an accomplice? No idea. It was most likely only the one perpetrator. Moreover, we can't even check now because while under investigation, that man he died in his holding cell? God, swallowed a spork and choked to death. What is a spork? Ugh. Okay. A spork is like a fork. Just weird. Ugh. It's not known whether it was an accident or a suicide. How do you accidentally swallow a fork? Meaning for the last 5 years there's always one person who dies and one who goes missing. That's about right. No, actually, I'm surprised as well. I didn't realize they had that in common. I couldn't believe that this could help lead to the closing of these incidents. It was just something they had in common. Could it be those two in a way have something in common? Which sound mumbled as he seemed to be thinking about it. So I summarise these events. First year was the dam employed, second year was the wife of a dam project supporter, third year fourth year was the victim's family child, and the fifth year was the victim's girlfriend, I guess. It doesn't seem like there was anything that connects them. With the exception of the first year, wives and girlfriends, they do stand out. It seems like there are a lot. Then that means the 4 years victim child was different. It would have really stood out if it was all married couples, except it's not just married couples but parents and children as well. Come to think of it, I believe that Tomitaka-san also told me the younger brother is alive and has moved, if I recall correctly. The child that went missing in the 4th year, who were they? Apparently he was quite mature, 1 year older than you. Oh shit. Satoshi? I remember that name. And they told me Satoshi transferred out last year. He was out of school up until last year. Didn't they tell you anything about him? Come to think of it, when I transferred in, they said my seat belonged to a recent transfer student. There where I sat once belonged to the one that was deemed away. It was his seat. I recall the conversation that came from that desk in my mind. This time I made the string of mysterious deaths. No, Yashiro-sama's cursed. Now I knew how it connected to me. That chilling sensation, it was the feeling of Yashiro-sama cursed in the back of my neck. Oh god. When the conspiracy goes too far. Yashiro-sama no dattari. Yashiro-sama's curse really exist. In all honesty, I was beginning to believe it, and I was scared. That was why I wanted to say it was a plot grafted by a man and not the work of a curse. But the more I dug into it, the less likely that seemed. Like the more I dug, the more mysterious it became. If I kept digging, eventually I reached the point where I'd learned something I really shouldn't know. You already have, mate. To be Ethan, otherwise we'll seek an answer I may regret. Which one would I be happier with? Maybe it'll be me next time. My execution could only be delayed for 1 year. Fuck. I was expecting a jump scare then, god. That was when I remembered Lena. Lena said that she might be the next victim of the curse. Imunuga Denos. She transferred in last year and she's your classmate, isn't she? This incident may be a little bit too disturbing for a girl. She's not just scared, is she? It wasn't that. She said it might be herself next. Said it in a way that made me think she had a concrete reason behind it. It feels like she was convinced, almost as if you could say she was frightened. Her sudden change to demeanour. Somebody who looked like Denar but wasn't Denar. Just maybe aren't related. All the strange things that I found from Denar came today back to me. I see, then I'll be doing a bit of investigating on this. Please continue your observations. Do good and I'll know about us. Are you asking me to keep it? No, just
そんな意味ではありませんよ。
it's not what I'm meaning.
お
My
友
bad
達
song.
が次の
I
被
just
害
want you
者になら
to
ないよ
watch
う
out for your friend
少
so
し
she doesn't
気にしてあげ
end
て
up the
ほし
next
いということ。
victim. At the moment, just as my mouth was agape because I was impressed with his mature, clever way with words. Oh. Knock, knock. A sudden knock at the door sent my heart racing. In an instant, I had poisonlessly covered up the end of the receiver. Keiichi, get the door, please. On the other side of the door, I found my father's softly upbeat voice. What could it be? It's so late. Sorry, my dad just came in. Can we leave it for this tonight? Yeah. My apologies again for calling so late. If you find out anything else, please let me know. I'll let you know if I can make any progress on this end. We'll have a pleasant evening. Keiichi, Dad's got his hands full. What is he doing? I had stayed in the same position while on the phone the whole time, so my joints were aching. While I opened the door, I saw my father was standing there with a tray. On that tray, cookies and 2 cups of black tea. Fairly fancy spread for our household. There was even sugar and lemon slices on the side. Everything you could ask for. It's quite a show of hospitality. What's going on, Dad? What's all this for? Come on, don't play around, Keiichi. I'm coming in. Dad was in high spirits and had a smirk on his face, but my entire life, I've never seen him at this hospital. What had been gotten into him? So what were you talking about? I jumped. It was not something I had to keep from my father, but how could I explain him? I was talking to a detective. I'm assuming he was. It's late at night. Nothing much, just a friend. I didn't mean the phone. She was hell, wasn't she? Ooh. She wasn't there. Come on, don't try and keep it from me. She just came. Oh boy. This... You were chatting away, so I thought I'd bring some tea, but it looks like I just missed her. I had no idea what Dad was talking about, but a cold sweat dripped down my back. How long were you talking? Says about half after, so it was close to an hour, I guess. You saw her come up to the second floor. Yeah, I did. I was told her your room was the door down the hall up the stairs. Then I came to my house about an hour ago. Dad met her at the door and called out to me on the second floor. I probably didn't hear him because I was so focused on my conversation with Voice-san. I didn't reply, but he knew I was in my room, so I had to come inside and then told her my room was on the second floor. She thanked to my dad and went upstairs. Then about an hour passed. She passed. She came upstairs. About an hour passed. Then passed on by my dad and returned home. Then after she came upstairs until she left, where was dinner? It's only about a short way between the room and the stairs, meaning then I had for about an hour in the hall. No, she couldn't have been standing in front of my door all the time. The door to my room wasn't particularly thick. You could easily hear everything being said inside. Fuck. All the unsettling and unguarded things I spoke to Wish-san began rushing through my head. Honey, don't tease him. More importantly, you need to clean up your studio. It's a mess again. Mum yelled at Dad from downstairs. Dad left the tray with me and went downstairs with a disappointed chortle. Chortle. I followed my dad out of the room with my eyes. I looked down at the floor and around the doorway where I might have stood all that time. Just now, as I was talking to Oishi-san with my back turned, and I was standing a mere 6 feet away the whole time. All the time in this dimly lit doorway. What did she see? What did she hear? For what reason? As the steam from the 2 teacups ominously wafted and twisted, the aroma of black tea filled my room. Oh, God. Saw that. just hear birds. Weariness and headache. Not a very nice way to start the day. Oh, don't blame him. I'd be shitting myself if this was happening to me. Pardon me. What's wrong? Keiichi, you don't look so well. When did you go to sleep? It seemed that my mum had noticed my sullen state. Yesterday, I kept on waking up in the middle of the night. Without a doubt, I felt the presence of someone standing in front of my door. I told myself repeatedly that it was my imagination and forced myself to try and sleep. Except not being able to stand it, I gathered up the courage and opened the door. Of course, there wasn't everyone there. I think I did this 3 times throughout the night. Or maybe I didn't remember doing it any more than that. Even though I was able to get the breakfast table without incident, I still didn't feel at ease. I think it might be a cold. I don't really have an appetite. Why, you seem a little warm. Well, can you make it to school? Technically, I did go to a school, but it was mostly self-study. It wouldn't matter much if I missed a day, would it? It could have been that I hadn't been feeling well for the last few days because I really did have a cold. If I took some medicine and got a good day of rest, I might be able to greet everyone with a smile today. Ding dong. Startled, I looked back and forth between the entrance and the clock. It was 10 minutes later than when I usually met up with Lena. It was Lena. Lena-chan, I came to get you. What are you going to do? Are you going to take the day off? Lena was a good girl. She might be somewhat quirky, but she was definitely cute. The lunches she made were delicious and always looked out for me. Why should I be so scared of something like that? It wasn't Lena's fault. It was probably mine. It had to be my cold. It just had to be. Oh, rest. Sorry. Then I'll go send her off for you. It's really interesting that, just how contradictory what he says are with his thoughts. Mum headed off to the door. I would have to pass by the entrance to get back to my room. I didn't have enough to meet with an so I wrapped myself in a blanket on the sofa and closed my eyes. I was so sleep deprived I quickly fell into a deep slumber. I had only intended to lie down for a bit, but it was almost noon when I woke up. I called out to my parents. They didn't seem to be around. On the table I found a lunch prepared and a note. Mum and Dad had apparently driven off to somewhere far away. It likely had to do with Dad's work. This happened every so often, so it wasn't that unusual. They'd be back for dinner, but it might be a bit late. On the note it said, the insurance card is in the cabinet, take it and go to the hospital. There was also a well-drawn map to the hospital. That's right, I hadn't been there before, so I didn't know exactly where it was. I had a light lunch, although it was really just the leftovers from the morning and just in case I went to the hospital. Normally I'd never be here in the middle of a weekday. Just walking around like this had me feel guilty. I was not feeling. Following my mum's map I took a road. After walking for a bit, hospital sign came into view. Yeah. Short. Don't know what those two are. The clinic wasn't very big, but based on the scale of the rest of Hinamizawa, it wasn't far too grand. There was a parking lot and even a reversed reserved spot for buses. They must be making them mint. Pretty lucky. I spaced out in the air-conditioned waiting room until it was my turn to be seen. Maebara-san, please make your way to the examination room. After half-heartedly answering all the chatty doctor's questions, he responded with the, "Oh, it's probably a cold." They gave me a shot and 3 days worth of medicine. I thought it would be a little bit overboard, but if it would clear away the gloomy feeling I'd be having, then it was worth it. I settled the bill and took a quick trip to the washroom. As I was leaving, I overheard the conversation between some elderly people who seemed to be regulars at the clinic. Of course, I had no intention of eavesdropping if it wasn't for that word. Must have been Onikakushi. I wonder, she was still pretty young. Might have just eloped. The man from Tokyo who visits every season. The one with the big camera. Didn't you know they were getting along pretty well? They're talking about Tomitake-san. I could feel my ears perking up. I don't know about that, but you have to make preparations before you elope. Leave a note or quit their job or something. Isn't it like when the police they didn't leave a note or a message? I thought that I would never see that man's nice face again. It makes me rather sad. Takano-san was an upstanding woman. She'll be gone wherever she goes. So her name was Takano-san, and that woman was with Tomitake-san. And she worked at the clinic. Oyasuro-sama's shadow was following me everywhere I went. I started listening to him more closely, but they began talking about finishing, and it didn't seem like they were going to revisit the topic. Don't know why I was going to say company then. I gave up and left. Thus, even though I was separated from the daily monotony of school, I wasn't able to escape from Oyasuro-sama's shadow. Oyasuro-sama was the guardian deity of this place, of Inamizawa. As long as I was in Inamizawa, I wasn't able to escape. Oh, here again. Maybe it was because I was walking outside, but my appetite has suddenly returned. I might as well buy a snack with the change from the examination fee on the way home. Contemplating that, I turned onto a familiar street. At that moment, I heard a car horn abruptly honk behind me. Was I really walking so far in the middle of the road where I veered cars were? I moved further off to the side, but the horn was still honking at me, so I turned around, peeved. Hi, good day. Oh. Damn. It was Oichi-san. He stepped out of his car, AC on full blast, and waved at me, of course. What's up today? School on break? Just not feeling well, so I took the day off. I was about to buy lunch and head back home. That's great. I'm just about to get lunch myself. Would you mind going together? Well, if you're not feeling up for it, then don't mind me. I was just going to lie down after going home anyway. And I didn't have a cold, really. I expect you'd rather avoid using one of the local places. Let's go into town. It's a bit of a drive, is that alright? I know, pretty good place. Finally began to understand Roichi-san's roundabout of saying things. He probably wanted to talk to me about stuff that would be difficult to discuss while in Hinamizawa. I went with Oishi-san, riding Miss Fridge's car. It was almost as if the bright sunlight outside was a lie. I'm sorry about calling you so late last night. Did you... What is this sound? Did your parents get angry at you?
Yeah.
No, I recalled Anna, who had been listening to the phone conversation all the time, separated from me just by the door. Even now, in the brightness of the sunlight, the thought still creeped me out. With a big jump that jolted the car, the road connected to the city changed from dirt to pavement. My head swiveled back with a sudden realization. That's right. This is where Tomitake-san died. Ooh. If it is not on the intervention or the investigation regarding Tomitake-san, Oishi-san spoke while peering at me from the corner of his eye. They believed it was called fire hallucinogens. Given how he was clawing out his own throat. Down. But a drug that could cause that to happen so suddenly is extremely hard to come by. Bear in mind, of course, the autopsy was done with that premise in mind, but we didn't find any leads.
漫画なんかによくあるじゃないですか。
You know, the thing you see in comments all the
体内
time.
に取り込まれると分解したりして
Doesn't leave any traces after being consumed.
塩化
It
石
resists
何でしたっけ
sucking H. Damn.
まあ、結
Well, it's
構あり
pretty
ます
common.
でもですね富武さんのような
But
症
you
状を引
see,
き起こ
there
す薬
doesn't
物
seem to
に
be
は
any kind of drug that would
そう
cause
いうものが
Tomitake-san to
じゃあ
react like that.
警
Then
察
you're
は
saying that the police
富武さんは
concluded
叩いて死んだって
Tomitake-san
そう言うんです
just
か
died from the curse. I couldn't help but feel that the police were worthless. I just wanted the idea of the curse to be disassociated from Tomitaka-san's mysterious death. Unfortunately, that's how it looked now. But putting aside the cause of death, without a doubt he was surrounded by women taking a beating before he died. That was no curse, but by an incident that had unquestionably involved other humans. That made me feel a bit relieved. Oh god. We passed in front of the desolate but still busy Hinamizawa train station. The car pulled into a restaurant parking lot and I followed Oishi-san into the shop. It was pretty crowded, but there were only adults at this hour. Of course there wouldn't be children here in the middle of the weekday. 2 please, I'll make do with non-smoking. This way please, when you're ready to order please call me over. We were led by a peculiar dressed waitress to our table. I saw a voice-san in the booth. So, what do you think on the waitresses? Well, yes, the shop is always quite busy. It's more about the waitresses. Oh my god. Do remember that this dude is a police officer. Oh my god. Am I really? For his laugh. Oh my god. They look really good. Regardless of how the waitress looked, the food was decent enough. Finishing our meals while talking about some inane topic, Oishi-san's after meal cup of coffee arrived at the table. Yesterday we talked about Hinamizawa's past, didn't we? Yes. That it was the village of eating demons or something like that. I didn't know much about it myself, so I asked my mother about it this morning. Oishi-san took out the notepad that was stuffed into his breast pocket. And it turns out that the Hinamizawa used to be called Onikakushi, the demons of this. Damn, Onikakushi. Quite the name. The name is still around the swamp where the Seedles preached farm. Damn, Onikakushi said that the depths of that swamp connect to the realm of demons. Okay. Of course, nobody had ever told me something about such an ominous swamp, and as you see, it appears they were both feared and I revered and revered. As a respectful and a fear, I guess you could say it was kind of a deification. A village of inhuman creatures. It seems the demons were singing or mountain-dwelling mystics of sort. Insurances would be taken to the Onikakushi to be healed, for example. Even if we were calling them demon Tengu, along those goblins or singing. That doesn't make us terrible people, even though they were called demons. But they were still man-eating demons, oh my god. According to the story my mother told me, as a payment for treating the son's illness, let us eat the mother who brought him here. Oh my god. The price of curing herself. Son was itself. Of course, the mother took us on and ran. There, and you see all the village of Onikakushi, the demons chased, surrounded, captured them. Damn, the entire village apparently. That's quite a frightening thought. Thing to imagine. In the end, it seems that both the monster and the son were caught and eaten. Oh, the end. There's a problem with the story. Both witnesses in the story were eaten, so nobody would have been able to tell the tale. There's plenty of old fables like this. In contrast to the ghastly tale, Oishi-san laughed heartily while sipping his coffee. There were quite a few other tales where the demons from the Onikakushi band together to capture their prey. I recall that Mion said all the other villages united and fought against dam construction. saw similarities with that part about unification over
鬼たちの獲物は常に一人
they would always hunt down a single
前
person
もって決めら
and
れ
they
ているら
choose
しい
who it was going to be beforehand. Huh? That got my attention. Wish Sam was also appeared to be pondering about what
ばあ
it meant.
様が言うにはですね
My mother told me that
鬼の
you must
狩りの
never
時
interfere
に
with
は
the demon
家に
hunt.
閉じこもって
You should just
布団
hole
を
up
かぶってろ
in your house and hide under the
つま
covers,
り
she said.
どういうこと
So
ですか？
what does all this
獲
mean?
物の人を
It means
助
you
け
must never help the
各鬼の
prey.
狩りを邪魔しない限り
As long as you don't
村
disturb
人
the
には
demons
危
hunt,
害
no
を
harm
加え
will fall upon the
るそういう
villagers.
ルールなん
Seems
です
that's that kind of rule. Basically, don't help the victims. Pretend you didn't see the atrocities, in other
ル
words.
ールを破ったら
What happens if
どう
you
なるんです？
break the rule?
さあ
Well,
何し
a
ろ
man-eating
得意よう
demons
にです
after all. Fucking hell.
ね
Many parts of the tale caught my attention. Parts of the story he had told me overlapped with this theory that the entire village was in on the crime. Even if it wasn't the whole village, it was conceivable that the villagers were hiding under the covers and leaving them to die. When there's a group project that was on their hunt, wasn't it? I didn't dare
じゃ
speak
あ
it.
大石さん
Then
は
which son, it
やっ
looks
ぱり
like
村ぐるみもしくは
see
村
the
人数人の
entire
犯行だ
village
と見
or
て
a
るんです
group of villagers perpetrating the
前
crimes.
原さんは
What do you think, Maebara-san?
ああすみません
Oh,
コーヒー
excuse
の
me.
おかわ
Another
りいいです
cup
か
of coffee, please. That's what I wanted to know. It seemed that we were both waiting for the other to say the last part. Oh god. He waited for the waitress to finish pouring the coffee before speaking.
去年
Last
サトシ
night,
君が失踪した頃
last
か
year,
ら
I had a nagging
私は
feeling
不審に感じてい
Satoshi
たん
couldn't
です
disappear. Wish-san muttered that he was the most spoiled around in his
それ
coffee.
でサトシさんのお友
So
達
those friends of
つまり
Satoshi-san,
前原さんの
meaning
お友
your
達グル
groups
ープ
of
の皆さ
friends,
んを
Maebara-san.
ちょっぴり
I
だ
had
け
a bit,
本当にちょっぴ
really
りだ
just
け
a
で
little
調
bit,
べ
okay?
させてもら
With
った
background checking done on them. If Oishi-san had said this to me before, I would have gotten angry at him for calling my friends into the question. But as I was now, I
とて
couldn't.
もつま
This
らない
might sound pretty
前原
stupid,
さんがつまらな
Maebara-san,
い
if
と
you
感
feel
じたら
it's
終わり
stupid,
にしま
please
す
say so. I'll just stop. Oishi-san was wearing the most serious expression that I'd ever seen from him. It was as if he was telling me to prepare myself and listen. There were quite a few things I regretted from hearing from Oishi-san, but none of it was quite as threatening as this. A little voice inside me was screaming like an alarm. Stop, Keiichi. This is probably the last one. I took a deep breath and silenced that voice. I would not run from the
お願い
truth.
します
Please, that's all I had. Wish-san stared into my eyes silently for a few moments. After he was certain I was ready to
1年目
begin.
の事件の被害者
The victim of the
現
incident
場
in
の
the
監督
first
さんだ
year
ったんですが
was the overseer. A
事
few
件の
weeks
数週
prior,
間前
he
に
had an
その時ミヨ
altercation
ン
with
さんと
Mion
何度か
Sonozaki-san. Multiple altercations. Wish-san said before that Mion had defied the dam project vehemently. Well, it wasn't hard to imagine how she'd be if she got
2
work
年目
done.
の事件で
In the second
ゆ
year,
うち
the
ゃんが
married couple who
現場には
supported the
お
dam
嬢さん
project
も一緒
died
に
in
い
the
たんで
accident,
す
right? Their daughter was with.
それが
Oh god.
北条聡子さん
What the fuck?
え
Oh.
佐藤って佐藤
Fuck. Damn.
3年目には
Seemed
神
prisoners.
主夫婦が亡くな
Wife
ら
who
れます
died in the third year,
そ
you
のお
see.
嬢さんが
The daughters who did
リカちゃ
it.
んが
Yeah, I already knew that one.
4年目に亡くなった主婦はもうわかりますね、北条聡子さんの義理のおばです、
Damn.
当時は聡子さんはご両親を事故で
You know,
失っていましたの
disgust
で
to see.
預けられてい
She
た
had
のです
lost both of her parents in the
被
accident.
害者宅に
She lived here in the victim's house. I could tell my lips were getting dry. I didn't even have the wits to keep my mouth from hanging agape. I thought it was nothing but a bizarre incident, one that I could easily distance myself from, but clicking and clacking, it had snuck all the way to my feet.
ちなみに4年目に失踪した北条聡さんは
Yo,
聡子さんの
welcome,
実の兄になります
welcome, Sultan. How's it going? We're just doing some more visual novel stuff, you know, the drill. The older one who disappeared from the 4th year, by the way, he was Satogo-san's older brother. Oh yeah, yeah.
そ
Well,
の
what? Just wait a second.
ちょっと
Took everything I
待ってください
had to finally said that. I gulped down a glass of water and once again wiped my face within a napkin. Calm down, Maebara Keiichi. But Oishi-san was relentless. Instead of waiting for me to finish sorting out my feelings, he spoke again. The last of the things I should have heard. All of the victims seem to be connected to your group of friends. It has to be a coincidence. Maebara-san, keep it out. Everyone's looking. Mio, Satoko, Rika-chan. So, what if they're connected? You're telling me that all of my friends couldn't be, just couldn't be. Oh, Lena is different, isn't she? Lena isn't connected with the victims at all. Ryugu was living in a suburb of Higurashi prefecture until last year. She hadn't directly mentioned any of the victims. He said it in a roundabout way. Is he saying she's also connected? Actually, I looked. Seems she went through her skill building and broke all of the windows. Damn. Then I did that. She broke all the windows at her school. That same space Lena had. I couldn't even imagine it. It seems that after a 3-day suspension, she couldn't return to school. She went to a neurologist and was diagnosed with dysautonomia. She was given weeks of counselling and medication. What even is that? Just search it up real quick. Fucking hell. God. Poor fucking girl. God. I wonder if it was something like a nervous breakdown. I heard that it happens to people who are really methodical or overly sensitive. Neither of these match Lena's easygoing personality. And in the counselor's medical report, we recorded all of the conversations we had with Lena-san. It shows up quite a bit of that. What did? Press forwards carelessly. There couldn't be anything more for me to regret. She mentioned the word Yashiro-sama. Felt like someone's stone cold hands was caressing my back. Why would anyone spoken of for Yashiro-sama before she continued on? Is that the Yashiro-sama she spoke of? It's like a ghost appearing in her house every night, standing over a pillow looking down at her. My mind froze. I couldn't process what I was being told. After that, she moved to Yamizawa. Oh, that's right. She's not an outsider. What? According to their residence, you register used to residue in Yamizawa. They moved to Ibaraki as Lena-san elementary school. My mind went completely blank. It was similar to the statue you see on the blank TV channel. My ears began ringing assassins. Loss of comprehension. Are you alright? Shall we stop? This was probably back. I couldn't let it end here. Now I know about Lena. Then about the last victim, Onikakushi-san. Who was he connected with? Irritated, I let out one final reprisal. All of them? What? Have you forgotten Maebara-san? No, there was nothing I could respond with. I spoke silently as my brain turned to mush.
そろそろ出まし
We
た。
should
ああ、
get
前
going.
原さ
Oh,
ん。
Mayabara-san, did you take
お
your
昼の
afternoon
薬は
medicine?
飲みました
I
か？
completely forgot about the medicine. I had gotten today until Wish-san said that. Got a glass of water and we left the shop. After I chugged it down. Chug that drink. We got in the car and returned to Hinamizawa via the rough road. I never really paid attention when I was on my bike, but the cars normally shake this much. Oh, it was almost as if the road was desperately trying to tell me something. Bump. The big jolt from the difference in elevation of the road when it changed the cement, the dirt. I was certain I heard Onikakushi scream. I sat in silence, just letting myself be shaken
お
by the
家の前
car.
まで送りましょう。
I dropped you off at
今
your
日は
house. You
病
missed
気でお
school
休み
today
だったん
because
で
you
す
were
け
ill,
ど、長
correct?
々とお話しし
My
てしまって
apologies for the
な
long
んで俺に
conversation.
話すんですか？
Why did you talk to me? I blurted out the question. Really just blurted it out. I didn't expect an
私、
answer.
一応お話やめましょうかって。
If we said
じゃな
should
くて
just stop. Not
どう
that.
して俺
Why
に
did
接
you
触
reach
してきたん
out
です
to
か？
me? I understood quite well that Wish-san was investigating this string of suspicious incidents, but why was he telling me all this? I knew nothing and I couldn't help. Everything Wish-san spoke of was news to me. First of all, what could I, having just moved here, possibly know? By chance, there was a reason for Wish-san to reach out to me. And it would have to be that I was part of Mion's circle of friends who looked suspicious to
私
Wish-san.
ね、
I'm
今
retiring
年
this
で
year.
定年したらばあ様の意向で引っ越しちゃう予定なんですよ。
After retiring, I smile another
だ
once.
からこそ在職
So
中に
while I'm still
こ
on
の
the
事
case, I
件
want to
だけ
bring
を
the truth
はっきり
about
させておきたかっ
this
た。
incident to
Yeah.
light. So Wish-san,
大石
you
さんは
bet
みんな
them, don't you? All of them? Wish-san didn't really give a response. Felt a little late, but I thought it was his way of showing a bit of consideration for my feelings. This is
こ
mostly
の道
my
30年
you
の
wishing
間です
for 30 years on this job. My son, you're
危
the
ない
one
のは
in danger. Huh, I wanted to reply with that's absurd, but in my downtrodden state, I couldn't bring myself
私
to
は
say
今年
it.
で定年ですから来年の綿流しの日にはもういま
Time
せ
this
ん。
year, so I won't be at
だから
Lion's part of the
今
cusp.
年中に決着をつけたい
I
ので
want to
す。
set up things. In other words, he was insinuating that on the next one, Nagasi, I might
所
be a
長から
victim.
も注意を受けています
I've been warned about the chief
一
as
連
well.
の事件は
Each
ここに
incident in
解
the
決
story
し
of
ている
cases
か
has
ら
been solved,
蒸し返
so
す
don't
と
bring
い
it
う
up
ので
again.
す。
Or so I was told.
これ
Oh
は
God,
一種の圧力で
this
す。
is the pressure that I'm
圧
facing.
力って
Pressure from
ひ
what?
なみ沢の
Someone
ダ
in
ーツきました。
We've
この
arrived.
辺でいいで
Is
すか？
this fine? After some time, the car finally reached the path to my house. The clock read 2 p.m. I was surprised so little time had passed since we ate. It was hot outside the car. The chattering of the Higurashi hurt my ears.
今日の話は
I
す
won't
べ
mind
て
if you
忘
just
れて
forget
くださ
everything
い
I
です
told
が、私は
you
捜査を
today,
続
but
け
I'm
ま
still
す
going
よ
to。keep investigating. Yo, welcome Zebra. Oh, I don't really need good luck for this. Well, actually, I kind of do. When it gets scary, I need to not get jump scared and I don't know, shout loud or something like that. Yeah, how's it going, man? Because yeah, I'm just playing this visual novel. I am loving it so far. Oh god, it is so good. I might actually, there's no way I'm not gonna pay for the next installments of the series. It's so good. I'm still gonna keep investigating. I went by Yasuo-sama's curse this
何
year.
かあったら
So you're saying I should contact you if anything happens?
いいんですよ。
It's
前原さん
fine.
が
Just contact me
ど
when you
う
feel
して
you
も
have to,
連絡したくな
Mayabara-san.
った時だけでいいんです。
I wasn't connected enough to understand Oishi-san's roundabout of
ゆっくり休んでください。病気でお休みの時によ
you
く
see,
ない話
I'm
ばか
sorry
りして
for
申し訳ありませ
all
ん
of
でし
this
た
to
ね。
you while you're taking the day off because you're sick. I didn't give any
私
sort
は
of response.
いつで
I'll
も
always be on your
そ
side.
れだけ
If
は信
anything,
じて
believe
それ
that.
じゃ
I'll be off
失
now.
礼。
The tires crunched all over the dirt road as the car made a U-turn and disappeared into a cloud of kicked up dust. It felt like I was watching a boat only throw me a lifesaver in a shark-infested waters before dipping into the distance. This is the first time I thought about Wish-san as being unfair, telling me I was going to be the next victim, and then just saying to contact him if something else happened. This wasn't a criminal investigation, he was fishing, and I was the bait dangling off the line. Would the fish be the perpetrator, or would it really just be Yashiro-sama's curse? Either way, the bait would be swallowed whole.
畜生
Damn it, I don't want to die.
死にたくないよ。
For some time I could do nothing but stare at the puddle of water left behind from the AC of the car. Ooh. Oh god. Yeah, I remember you saying stuff about HFM. RIP. I hope it's treating you well, that level. I mean, I don't know. How far are you on star 7? You making good progress? I wonder how much time had passed since I laid down. Hang on, am I? No, I'm actually not off-centered at all. It's nice. It was getting dark outside. My body was soaked in sweat. It would probably be a good idea to change my sheets. I just remembered the phone downstairs. It was probably Mum. Mum was quite the worry wart. Maybe she had called many times, but I didn't notice it. Hello, this is the Mayabara residence. Oh, it's Mion. This is Mion. How are you doing? Is this one of Keiichi's friends? Keiichi is resting now, but Salabanamon? Huh? Is this his dad? Oh, sorry. Oh my god. How do you fall for that? How are you so good at card games and yet you fall for stuff like that? Oh my god, that's awful. Well, I mean, at least I suppose it's the last hard thing you could. If it's the last thing, you're probably really close to getting it, but god. That must be a painful grind. I know stuff like that so well. After our exchange, we both had a good laugh together. Except I was suspicious of her even as we were laughing. Was everybody really involved in the incidents? The fact that I couldn't say no saddened me. I'm relieved that you seem well. Then I was really worried, you know. Satoko-chan was happy and said you got what you deserved. Higurashi said how unfortunate he's sick. Looks like everyone was making a big deal out of it. Well, you know, so Kei-chan, is now a bad time to come pay you a visit? A visit? No, it's okay. It's not like I'm dying. My grandma made a ton of mochi, you see. I was told to share them, so I'll bring this in. Hey now, you passed my cold. Not to worry, both Lena and I are too distracted to catch a cold. See you, I'll be there in a bit. Jesus Christ. Oh, that is pain. She hung up cheerfully. Lena's coming too? That's what it sounded like. I was still concerned about meeting Lena, but I guess she was with Mion. God. I heard it all, man. 10 minutes later. How are you feeling? Did you take the medicine and rest? I just did that. Thank goodness you look well. I was worried. By tomorrow. We also had a complete lack of concern for someone who's recovering, and Lena looked like she was worried about me from the bottom of her heart. It didn't look like there was anything behind these expressions. I thought we might hang out for a bit, but it seems like you're not quite in the condition for it. You don't say. It seemed my face appeared a bit sudden. Then, here, kids, these are the mochi Mi-chan's grandma made. Then I hold up the package wrapped in newspaper. Might be 5 in there. It was quite hefty. Oh, thanks. Someone to your grandma Mion. And there's one that I made there as well. I wonder if Keiichi can guess which one. Ooh, this is Kei-chan's homework since we missed a club meeting today. And there were letters on each mochi, so I'll ask you tomorrow. But were you checking if I was feeling better, or did you just come in for club activities? Yep, we're looking fine. I guess you'll be able to make it tomorrow. What are you gonna do if my fever comes back because of your shenanigans? Mi-chan, you shouldn't be making such a racket, let's go. The other people here will get angry. Both of them thought my parents were home. It was because the entranceway was a mess. You're right, let's get going. by the way, Gei-chan.
なんだよ
What?
お昼何食べた？
Fucking hell. I knew that was going to be a jump scare. I knew it. And yet it still scared me. And what sucks is the attempt didn't even die to the hard part. And oh, that's even worse. God. I hate deaths like those because then you sort of, I mean, there isn't really much you can learn from that. But if you died from, for example, like fire, there is stuff you could learn from it. Ah, it's annoying. Sudden question startled me and I went wide-eyed when I saw Mion. I had never seen her like that. It was highly unsettling for such, but why is she asking me about what I ate for lunch? It was so inane, it was almost meaningless the way she said it. It was almost like she didn't even care about what I ate.
表
I
で食べ
ate
た
out. She must have suspected what I was with before she saw. Anyway, I felt that if I hesitated or tried to change the subject, they'd read deep into it, so I tried out everything as quickly as possible. Except contrary to the errors I'd made, there was a pause between they replied.
ケイチ君、お昼は外食だったんだね。
The glimmer from his eyes changed. At some point as well, it was now sharp, as if to make me feel the fine ignorance behind her words even more. As if she already knew, that's why I looked at me.
どう？
Well, was it good?
なんでそんな
Why
こ
are
と
you
を聞く
asking
ん
me
だよ
this? She was speaking in an unusually low tone. Almost as if she knew that I'd been eating in the restaurant. I doubt. No, I'm overthinking this. I mean, both of them should have been in school at lunchtime. They could have known where I was.
渋いおじさまとご一緒だったみたいだけど。
Oh,
誰？
flop the package with the mochi slipped out of my hands. Looked up the bloody train with my face made me go
へ
pale.
え、ケイチ
Oh,
君、
Gates-kun, who was
ひょっ
he?
として
Could it be the person from before? I wonder. Come now. I could feel the back of my throat going dry. This was no longer a bluff. They knew everything. How did you know
なんで
that?
そん
Took
なこと
everything I had to finally
わ
force
かるん
those
だよ
words out from my throat. My knees were shaking
さーて、おじ
because
さんにわ
there's
からない
nothing
こ
as
と
old
はな
man
いから
doesn't
ね。
know. Mjorn sneered knowingly, and a laugh seemed to carry on
で、
forever.
ケイ
But
ちゃん、
Kei-chan, what
何の
what did she
随
talk
分と
about?
熱くなってたみたいだけ
Seemed
ど。
to like got pretty worked up
みんな
over
の
it
話はし
too.
てないよ
We weren't talking about
Mio
you
とも
guys. It
レナと
didn't
も
have
関
to
係
do
ない
anything with your dinner.
うーん
Bro, this dude, he is giving it away. Like, I think if you were asked this question, like, wouldn't what you were actually talking about be like the last thing you'd actually talk about? Jesus, 92. God, so you've done those wall kicks over 92, or over probably 130 times, something like that. God, I feel bad.
聞いてもないのにレナたちの
Isn't
名前
it
が
a
出る
bit
の
strange to hear our names coming?
なんだか
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Lena. I think the same as her. That's concerning. Very concerning. Lena's unwavering gaze pierced through my eyes and peered further inside me. I dug my own grave. My heart was throbbing so much I felt like I was going to explode. Wherever
何
you're
を
trying
隠
to
れてや
hide
ろうとも
this old man
おじさ
already
んには
sees
そ
through
れ
it
だ
all.
けを忘れ
Remember that. I knew it shaved my head. Took everything I had to stop my teeth from chattering. She never let her gaze back from mine, even if she tilted her head
ケイチ
slightly.
君顔
Yes,
色悪
you
い
don't
も
look
う
so
横
good.
になった
I
方
think you should
そうだ
lie
ね
down. That's true.
私たちはもう帰ろう
We should both head home. I said nothing had happened. They both giggled at each other and started making their way out. God damn. That's insane. God, those stints must be so hard if you're doing that. God. I haven't made a muffled since, so dropped the packet of mochi. I said leave. The door slowly closed behind them. All I could do was stare, as if I couldn't move until the door was completely closed. Just as the door was just about closed, it opened again with slightly sudden creep, sending my heart racing once again. See why I peered in through the narrow slit of Mion's focus.
じゃあねケイちゃん
See you, Kei-chan.
明日
I hate it if you
学校
miss
休ん
school
じゃ
tomorrow.
嫌だよ
thud, the door closed. I wasn't able to move a muscle even after their low laughter died off into the distance. Silence enveloped the room. Come back to my senses. First thing I did was lock the door. They knew what Oishi-san and I talked about. Why? How? No, there wasn't a button. Thinking about it now, all of it could have been overheard from the beginning when Oishi-san met me. Just Mion said I couldn't hide anything. But what are they trying to tell me? That part was obvious. They were warning me not to say anything unnecessary. What did they deem unnecessary? I only talked with Oishi-san about one thing, and they were warning me that was unnecessary? What was it about Oishi-san talk to me about? Incidents of informing on Yashiro-sama's curse that involved every year but individual curses. How's that? But we're connected as a whole. As well as the fact that there may be multiple perpetrators hidden within Hinamizawa, and more particularly that Mion and Sadako and Nika-chan were all suspicious. Is that what they were warning me against? Well, what kind of nonsense am I thinking about? I hear my own face hard enough that it let out a loud slap. If only that would wake me up from this nightmare, but for some reason it felt like I was punching a blanket. It was almost lovely, painless. Calm down, my keiichi. When did I become such a pessimist? Calm down, calm down. Settle down and sort things out. The reason me and Mion now are seeing O's voice sound was probably because somebody from Hinamizawa just happened to be there at that time. That doesn't even sort of... That shouldn't be something that makes you relieved, because if they have connections to Mion's lot, like, they're not going to have phones, they're actually going to have to meet each other, have formal talks, stuff like that. Yeah. The relay of communication is still deadly. They must have told Mion that I was there. But how? See you, Zebra. Hope you have, hope that star treats you well in the future. And yeah, I hope you have fun. That makes the most sense. Plus, come to think of it, she didn't ask me where I ate lunch, did she? She only asked, was it good? They were just curious since I was together with someone not from Hinamizawa. It's not as if they are that's it, has to be it. Thinking about it that way, it was the same with dinner. I was just being strangely ambiguous about when I met our voice-san, and then I was correcting me on that. That's when I was bewildered by the change in character from the usual. But then mild mannered dinner, and I was just startled by it. It's the most natural way of thinking about it. It felt like my own mind was mixed up with a tangled mess of spaghetti. Deep marrow and Mariana sauce would be poured out of my nose and my ears would be screwed in my head. Thinking about that as when suddenly felt like vomiting. I really didn't want that to happen, so I stopped holding my head. Lately, I had no idea what anyone was saying. Spending time with them was fun. I didn't feel like there was any sort of hidden agenda. I really do think they were a good bunch of people. When I moved here, I couldn't really make heads or tails of everything. They were really kind to me. Then I was really kind and always looked after me. As long as that strange affliction didn't rear its ugly head, she was pretty cute. Mion was also a really good person. She didn't care about anyone's age or gender. She was optimistic and outgoing. I was also never bored when I was with her. And talking enough, not getting bored. Rambunctious Sadako was a good person for that too. She was pretty erratic but that was just the way she interacted with. Nika-chan was the other way. She didn't speak often, but that didn't mean she was always smiling. They were my friends, but after hearing the better and untold secrets of Hinamizawa from Oishi-san and Tomitaka-san, when I was told about Oishi-sama's curse, things started going crazy. Then I hear stuff from Oishi-san that Mion, Sadako and Nika-chan were all suspicious. And after that, everyone changed. That's right. It all started getting weird after Oishi-san told me this strange stuff. At that time, I really should have just not listened to those weird stories. I shouldn't have even asked Omitaka-san about the past incidents on the night of Onikakushi. If I hadn't have got this strange sense of curiosity, if I just hadn't. That's right. So that's why they, I don't know. That's why they fucked Tomitaka-san. I'm assuming that's what it said. That's the impudent outside. Speaking to the likes of me after everybody went out of their way to keep it a secret with me. They'll probably fuck with his son as well. For trying to unearth what everybody was wanting me. It's better left buried. Besides that, he was unforgivable for spewing words that made me doubt the others. Of course a guy like that is going to be fucked. With Onikakushi-san and Oishi-san were nothing but outsiders after all. They were entities who couldn't coexist with the people of Inamizawa. Those guys should just fall onto Oyashiro-sama's girls and just die. It wasn't their fault. It was my fault for not being able to hold back my curiosity. It wasn't their fault. 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 I settled into a daze. It was a lethargic feeling. Like I had just gotten up, but the ominous chill that haunted me had subsided. I was fine now. I was no longer frightened. I had completely recovered. I'll go to school tomorrow. Practice rain. I'll greet everyone. I'll take part in love activities. I'll definitely be fun. It had to be fun. I was one of them. Oh, that reminds me, I need to read this. I hope I'm able to tell which one Lena made. I remember the homework the two brought with them when they visited me. But wow, our club did delivery. That was something else. I picked up the package I dropped on the floor and headed into the living room. It would be nice, I guess, to have some tea with it. To fill my mouth with mochi while drinking tea. Oh, this is quite a delectable situation I was in. Opening up the newspaper wrapping, there were 5 plump red bean paste mochi fits snugly inside. There were letters written from left to right on the newspaper. A, B, C, D, and E. Now then, they said Lena made one of these. I wonder which one. There wasn't much difference in how they looked. They smelled and appeared about the same. This was a pretty difficult problem. Difference biggest was probably their shape. I wasn't sure what kind of person Mion's grandma was, but Lena had to be different from hers. Looking carefully, I could see one mochi that was made very neatly. So, well, that just by staring at it, one could tell it stood out. Which was challenged and depends on whether this one was Lena's or not. Calm down and think even harder. Mion had said her grandma made a ton of them and was told to give some out, if I remember correctly. So that meant 4 of these from a large batch. And then what about Lena? She probably only made 1. She probably spent quite a bit of time on it. Meaning the one Lena made was this one, E. For a moment I thought it might have been a trap Mion laid, as she I knew I'd pick up on it, but that probably wasn't the case. I wouldn't be so sure if I knew Mion had made it, but since she said Lena had made it, it probably wasn't a trap. Right, my tea is ready to... I'll start with the defending champ, Mion's grandma. Let's see. Not bad. Smooth being based on the soft chewy texture left little to be desired. The tea I drank afterwards also accentuated the experience. This was an exquisite piece of work. Now, how about Lena's? The creation was so delicate, and one would think it was a high-class Japanese dessert. Since I normally had quite the appetite, I was quite slightly worried about the size of the portion, but... well, first bite. It was quite a different one to judge, actually. The ingredients were exactly the same. Just a little difference of flavour. What was different how it was shaped at the end, so as to be expected. So the deciding factors be it presentation and volume. The well-formed and well-sized champion versus Lena, the challenger with a size. Good enough of... I don't really have one bite of Lena's. I probably have to wait until after I was done to make that decision. Maybe there's something inside hidden inside that could cause an upset. Since my prediction was right. My tongue touched something. Didn't feel like something edible, so I reached in with my fingers and grabbed it. What was this? Before I could fully comprehend what was, I threw away the rest of the mochi I was eating as fast as I could. I slammed against the wall, causing the bean jam to splatter. Then after sticking for a moment, slid down to the floor. I was dumbstruck by my own actions. What was I doing? Then I had gone all of her ways and then hid it from her. How could I? Dumbstruck, I looked down at the hand that performed such a far right. Then I remembered what I had taken on my mouth. I thought it was a hair at first, even though it was shorter than Mion's round. But then Mion's hair was still quite long. I wasn't this sure. It was also a bit too hard to be hair. It was thick enough to roll around on my tongue. There was a bit of a metallic sheen on one of the end of it. Yes, there was a hole from where the thread goes through like a sewing needle. Is that right? That's right, it looked very much like a sewing needle, exactly like one. The end was pointed as well, quite sharply. Really did just look like a sewing needle, huh? What did I mean by it looked very much like a sewing needle just a bit ago? I couldn't answer, but a voice inside me already knew and let me chattering monologues together. I couldn't stave off the terror welling up inside me. Suddenly I tasted something metallic and felt a prickling pain inside of my throat. I suddenly stuck my finger in the back of my mouth and felt around to see if I was bleeding. Suddenly I felt the urge to vomit. Sob takes the bar irritated the back of my throat. I clasped both hands over my mouth, and after writhing in agony I was somehow able to hold back the nausea. I was finally able to breathe normally again, but this time my heart was throbbing intensely. Then I finally registered exactly what was mixed in with the mochi. Before I could think of the correct word, my hands were already on the move. Yeah, I tossed the rest of the mochi against the wall. The geometrical patterns of the scattered beam jammed on the wall suddenly evoked a terrible omen in my mind. After looking away, I dashed out to the hall and flew upstairs to my room, where I swayed under my covers until morning. I clutched my old shoulders, howling madly in a mix of fear, anger, sadness and frustration. This wasn't a threat or warning or reminder, nothing as simple as that. What had happened in Inamizawa? What is happening in Inamizawa? What would happen? I didn't know the answer to any of these questions. Where did I break it taboo? Regardless now, Lena, Leon, and others, they considered me as an enemy, and they thought I should just die. Why did he kill me? Not for such a pointless reason. I fell into such a restless sleep as I was crushed by my negative emotions. It was as if I was being drawn into a billowing, bottomless swamp. I'm gonna just BRB. God, this shit is scary. Right. Oh god. I think now we're coming to the point of the game where I'm just really scared for. Let's have a little break before we play. I do hope this isn't going to be too scary, like I hope it's... I don't know. I've got to find that part in the stream though where and then I was like, it's all that, and then just clip the jump scare. Oh, just all that stuff scares me every time. Like, right, here we are. Let's go. Oh boy, this is going to be interesting. Right, tap, 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 tap. The sound of muffled footsteps and stopped in front of me. Stopped in front of the door to my room. A moment of silence as if whoever they belonged to was ascertaining if I was inside. For the things I should have been doing, I continued with my restless slumber. I was very much conscious, but my body hadn't caught up yet. Even with danger bearing down on me from just beyond the door, it was as if I was completely paralysed, unable to move. Without a doubt, this was sheer terror. Please just leave. Hey, why isn't my body awake yet? If they came into my room right now, then... Yeah. Oh god. I spoke to my cupboard at the mum who was... What's the matter? I'm sorry. I'm still half asleep. I thought it was 1 or 2 AM, but the morning sun was already steaming through the gap between the curtains. It felt nothing like morning yesterday. I must have fallen asleep right after that. Then I should have gotten a full 10 hours of rest. But it didn't feel like that at all. My internal clock was completely screwed up and my sense of balance felt off. I felt feverish enough that it was clear to me I was still not well. How are you feeling? Can you make it to school? I felt far from well enough. No, I wasn't mentally fit to go. I was still plagued with the terror from yesterday. If I had swallowed that needle, what would have happened? Or what if it had pierced my tongue? There was undoubtedly a murderous intent, but I don't think that's all it was. If they really wanted to kill me, then there were other, more certain ways to do it. They wouldn't resort to doing such a dubious method as having me swallow a needle. Meanwhile, I don't want to believe it, but going that far was just a threat from the Naimyon. I'm glad he didn't die, because the next time we'll use a more assured method, something like that. Something was sending a letter with a razor inside. It would have been a joke compared to this. Did you make it to the hospital? Did you take your medicine? Yeah. Something about my mum's dubious case bothered me. She seemed more concerned about her son missing 2 days of school rather than him being sick. It was definitely mental fatigue. I wasn't really physically ill. It would be hard for you to get back on track with your daily... Once your daily routine is thrown off. Good on that. They say wellness is a state of mind. I heard that line many times before. I was given an award in elementary school for having perfect attendance, but it wasn't like I was healthier than everyone. Come on, go wash your face. Breakfast is already ready. There isn't much time before Lena-chan comes and gets you. Mum's atonement. I couldn't argue about it, so I had to give up and skipping a second day. By the way, were you the one who got bean paste all over the living room, keiichi? You shouldn't do something like that. My father was quite angry. I didn't feel particularly guilty for doing it, so I didn't have much of a reaction. Also, Mum didn't question me any further about it. She headed back downstairs. She was certain I was getting up. what Mion said as she left yesterday. I'd hate it if you missed school tomorrow. And came back into the world in the back of my head. What did she mean by that? I didn't even really have time to think about it. She was just saying, don't be absent. Taking that a bit further, it was the same as her saying I should just go about living my life as if nothing happened. If I showed any signs of acting unusual, it would probably result in them making their move. If I acted differently, someone like Wish-san, for example, might end up noting that something's up. Meaning, if I didn't wash my mouth or did anything differently from the norm, in effect, it would end up communicating something to those who were undesirable. And it seems that was something that the girls didn't intend to forgive. So if I just went along as normal, no harm will come to me. Was that how it was going to be? All that misery I experienced up until yesterday would almost creepily fade away. It was an enticing deal. Just by forgetting everything I'd seen or heard these last few days, I'd be able to keep on living like normal. There's no way such a selfish thing could spoil it hard. I once again deliberated on the idea that I just rejected. Mion was probably a good person who had her friends at heart. She was giving me a mistakenly previous all of them as a chance. What I did, something so unforgivable. But Mion had given me another chance. She was saying, if I just forgot everything and keep living like I have been, I'd be forgiven. Keiichi, your food's gonna get cold. Hurry up and get down there. Then I'll be here if you don't hurry. I'm coming. I grabbed my textbooks into my bag and hastily made my way downstairs. I picked up my somewhat bland breakfast. It seemed that I didn't have much time. I was already past when I usually met up with dinner. Hold up, let me just... Bro, does this even work? Yeah, there we are, that's better. It was already past when I usually met up with for dinner. Given yesterday's events, she'd probably been here in the next 5 minutes. I needed to be ready to head to school by then. I had to forget everything that happened in the past few days, forget it all and return to my normal life. For this to be normal, I have to be where I normally meet up with dinner. Today of all days, the rice was dry and hard to get down. Ding dong, I jumped to the sound and dropped my chopsticks. That chime signaled that dinner had arrived. Lena-chan's already here. Hurry, hurry. My mother's merry smile and my gloomy face were polar opposites. However, I was reluctant to see Lena, who was waiting there on the other side of the door. The Lena on the other side, was it a Lena I knew? I couldn't keep her waiting. I needed to do things as usual. Good morning. An invigorating greeting filtered in from across the doorway. The game seems Keiichi was a bit late. Will he be okay today, I wonder? The manner in which Renana was concerned with, without a doubt, the Lena I knew. But that was probably only if I reciprocated. Forget everything from yesterday, pretend nothing bad happened. Forget about the gruesome dismemberment. Forget about the mysterious deaths that happened the following years. Forget about the people falling to their deaths and the terminal illnesses and the suicide, fatal bearings, disappearances. Forget all of it. Forget that Mion was scary. Of course, forget about all of it. Forget about the mochi too. Forget. And then I once again asked to make sure. Can you make it to school? Yeah, I'm fine. Great, let's go. The time's waiting. I couldn't find anything to see in her expression. My nervousness dissipated, giving way to relief. Lizzie Satoko-chan was so insistent she could do it. As we were walking down, I talked about, and then I talked about a lot of different stuff, more so than usual.
それで
さとこちゃん不吉祥だから何度やってもできないの。
However, many times she tried.
かったんだよ。
Everything then I talked about was just silly nonsense, so I just replied every so often and laughed from time to time. It was a rather laid back conversation. We passed one of our neighbours and they called out to us.
ケイチちゃんにレナちゃん、今日はちょっと遅いんじゃないの。ミオンちゃん、先に行くって言ってたわよ。
Oh, damn. No time since she was going on ahead.
みーちゃん怒ってるかな。
Mi-chan looked mad, I wonder.
怒ってるかな。早く行こう、ケイチくん。
We need to hurry up, Keiichi-kun. After greeting our neighbour with a smile, then I turned back to me and put the tongue out. Not expecting that, I couldn't help but crack a smile. Keiichi-kun smiled.
なんだよ
Then I stopped and stared at me.
ケイチくん、
I was thinking that you still
今
hadn't
朝もなん
recovered
か
from
元
your
気なかったから
COVID since you
まだ風邪が治らないのかなって思ってたけ
but
ど
now you seem fine. Fine.
大丈夫みたい
Never
だ
going
ね。
she gently put my cheek. It was a bright, sincere smile. Hey, my bad, Keiichi. How about you? How could you still do dinner after sushi? A smile like that. Maybe I just had a 5-year appetite today and I imagined that everything that I thought had just happened. I was bedridden and delirious. I really hope that was the case. If God would grant me just one wish, there's only one thing that I'd wish for. I would want what had happened in the past few days. More specifically from the night of the Onikakushi up to last night. I wanted that to have never happened. I wonder how many times I wish for those past few days. As long as I now kept on smiling like this, I think it might just become reality. So I wanted the Nana to keep on smiling. Keep on
で
smiling.
ケイチくん、
Keiichi-kun.
昨日のおはぎちゃんと食べてくれた？
Oof, fucking hell. Did you read them all? The fingers of mine instantly shattered. My heart began palpitating the remarks the morning moves and became frigid. Then our smile was the same as usual, our eyes were gentle as usual. There's more to use yesterday. Did you read them all? Of course he wasn't asking the question at face value. In other words, then I was asking, did you get the message? She was probably trying to convey that.
ケイチくん、
Keiichi-kun. I was reluctant to give an answer. Then I stopped walking and said into my eyes. Don't hesitate, my brother Keiichi. Then I was acting the same as always, wasn't she? I needed to respond in my usual way. Naturally, of course, but my mouth could try. My lips were stuck together. How were you going to answer Keiichi? Not that much time had passed. I could still keep the conversation going naturally. I had to say something quickly. De.
おー
De. Then I playfully mimicked what I said when I finally squeezed something out. Then as reaction was still normal, it seems that there wasn't a long of a pause. So I thought, somehow I finally squeezed out the rest. However, my strained efforts neither sullied nor brightened the unnecessary expectations. For a moment I panicked, thinking I had replied incorrectly. But after a few moments, then I broke into her usual soft smile and giggled with a joyful voice that seemed to echo through the morning air. Really strong along by that laugh, I couldn't help but laugh
そう
as
な
well.
んだ。
I see.
で、全部食べたのかな？かな？
My dim smile froze again. Did you make it without swallowing the sewing needles? Was that what she was asking? If I had swallowed it, then it wouldn't be here.
いや
No, I couldn't finish all
ま
of
だ
it.
残ってる
There's
んだよ
still some left. I was scared out of my wits, but that's how I played it.
あれれ、どれがレナが作ったのか当てる宿題は、
tell which one
あの宿題って
うん、今日までのみーちゃん怒るよ。
Each
きっ
will
と
get
罰
angry,
ゲ
so
ー
it's
ムだ
probably
ね
a。penalty game ready for you. Eek. We both laughed at each other again to a casual observer. Just a typical morning. If I could just let myself believe, then even I think it was just the usual morning routine. But I was certain I wasn't mistaken. There was something. I wasn't off the side of it. I recalled that unexpected, piercing voice that I could hardly believe came from Nana's mouth. The moment that image crossed my mind, I felt a cold sweat triggered up my back. Was it only at that particular time something evil had possessed Nana? No, that was wrong. That was still Lena. Wish-san had told me.
実は調べてみたら竜宮さんは引っ越しの少し前に学校で謹慎ショックなんでも
Seems she went
学
for
校
a
中の
school
ガラスを
and
割って回ったんだとか
Lena had a disorder that normal people didn't. No matter how pleasantly she smiled, that fact wouldn't change. But I couldn't even imagine how she looked as she broke all the glass throughout the school. And one thing I knew that it wasn't some spur of the moment. It was some sudden outburst of anger. And maybe she'd break a pane or two, but then she broke out all the windows all throughout her school. Just imagine going through your own school, breaking the windows with a bat. I cannot at all. Probably get them arrested. So in full force, each pane of glass, one or another, paying no heed to the flying shards. Your classmate aghast, unable to move from the sudden turn of events. I wonder where she could have found the most windows lined up in a row. Probably the hallway. Smash. Boom. Okay. It's difficult for me to connect that horrifying image with the Lena smiling at me right now, but I just had to imagine it impossible because it was unimaginable. That naive way of thinking no longer worked. That unpleasant piercing sound of shattered glass, the crunching noises of Lena treads across the broken glass, walking towards me. Lena's classmates going pale as they forget to even breathe. I wonder what they did as Lena came closer, breaking a little on her path. Did they honestly try to bring her to her senses by saying something, or did they just jump her, trying to stop her savagery? Or did they run to the staff room to call for the teachers? Probably none of those. It was the fact that it was the face of that blood-curdling sight of Lena busting window after window, undoubtedly. All they could do was silently clear a path for her, dumbfounded, just clearing the path for Lena to continue. It would be cruel to blame anyone for looking the other way. No, they weren't simply looking the other way. They knew it was the only way they could protect themselves. If they had done something differently from the rest, they might suddenly have found themselves as Lena's new target. What would Lena want to have done to whoever attracted her attention? The answer was obvious. She would have undoubtedly acted according to her whims. Meaning the way they would, I would be the next window. Lena staring into my eyes, shards of glass crunching and crackling underfoot as she drew closer. I was drawn in by her eyes, paralysed. Then I struck him with the bat over and over again, like I was one of those windows. I crouched down onto the floor, desperately protecting my head. Then I didn't care whether it was my head or the back. Zealously, she hits me again and again. What kind of expression she was making as she was doing this over and over again, I peered up to see. Her expression was so indifferent, it was completely unnerving. It's because no matter how many times she struck me, I didn't make as pleasant as a sound as the other windows. She struck at me continuously over and over again. Sound and all didn't come out. Classmates standing around tried to stop her. They didn't want to be our next window. Somebody saved me. Turning a blind eye. Hanging out. But of course everyone in this class scrambled to maintain the highest standardized test scores. They gained nothing from saving a crime school tryhard like me. Eventually there'd be a faint sound similar to when you crack open a walnut. God. Again, it wasn't that Lena momentarily lost herself in anger. After focusing myself to breathe and coming down my heart, I recalled what Wish-san told me.
そのカウンセリングをした医師のカルテ、その名結構
何がです
出てくる親代様って単語
Following that, Lena was suspended and had regular examinations at the hospital. Then Lena was undergoing counseling. She said it over and over.
親代様っていう幽霊みたいなものがですね、夜な夜な自宅にやってくるっていうんですよ。枕元に立って自分を見下ろすんだって。
That was only a piece of their conversation, so I didn't still see the big picture, but it was by no means a happy little conversation. Then what I did was she saying the ghastly incident was a result of her being possessed by Oyasuro-sama. Up until now I didn't really believe in Oyasuro-sama's curse. That's why I wanted to say the mysterious deaths that every year happened because of some sort of conspiracy. Every time I talked to Oishi-san, I was more certain that the deaths were the work of men and not some curse. Except if it was people perpetrating the incidents, my friends were somehow deeply connected. If I refused to believe that the curse was real, then I would have no belief. Then I would have to believe those who acted the kindness to me were deeply involved in the incidents. Why? How? For what reason? Was it Lena? Was everybody? It was much more painful and troublesome than accepting that it was just Oyasuro-sama's curse. In the aftermath, Lena had admitted to a doctor that it was because she was possessed by Oyasuro-sama. I felt a strange sense of relief for that. That's how it was. It wasn't the second side to Lena. She did that because she was possessed by something strange like Oyasuro-sama. It wasn't Lena's fault. Oyasuro-sama was the one to blame. I knew, still backwards. If you believed there was a curse, I wanted there to be a human perpetrator. None of my close friends were saying were the ones under suspicion. I had changed my beliefs on my own convenience, saying it was Oyasuro-sama's curse to blame, which was the better choice. Accepting that Oyasuro-sama's curse exists, or that Rena and the rest of them were deeply involved in a string of mysterious deaths. I didn't want to think about it. If I didn't think about it, I'd be able to continue the same way as always. I wanted to believe that, but it was no longer possible. I had received their message. It was pathetic of me to try and bend the meaning to my own convenience, regardless whether my own were a human or a curse. I won't let it kill me. As if I would just bend over and give in for no good reason at all.
圭一君、さっきから変な顔。なんでだろう。
Why, I wonder. Inhaling sharply upon hearing Rena's voice, I came back to my senses. And before I had realised that we were already at the entrance, shaking my head a few times, I exercised all those terrifying thoughts. No matter how much you looked at it, there's no way then I could have done such terrible things. I was trying to placate myself. As I said, the door opened, the black bottle razor loaded with chalk dropped down on my head the moment I stepped into the glass. The chalk dust went into my eyes, inducing a brief moment of agony.
ずる休みの圭一さんにはお似合いですことよ。
How benefiting for the trance, Keiichi-san. Oh,
圭一もレナもおはようございますです。
Good morning to you both, Keiichi and Lena.
おはよう。
Good morning, Satoko-chan, Rika-chan. Not quite in the mood for it, I didn't really react to Satoko's trap. Satoko braced herself as I passed by, expecting me to attack her. She seemed a bit disappointed as I simply walked by silently. But what is this? How discouraging indeed.
圭一、
In case he doesn't
ま
seem
だ本調子じゃないみたい
back
で
to
す。
his usual self yet.
だ
Yeah,
から
take it easy
今日は
on him,
加
okay?
減してあげて。
Suddenly there was a slap down on my shoulder. It hurt a bit. It was
よ、
Mion,
圭ちゃ
yeah.
ん。しっかり
Hey,
休んで
Keiichi-chan,
きた？
did you get enough rest? It was Mion. My mind was filled with the stuff about Lena, but Mion was also a party of interest. Remember Keiichi, that August engagement yesterday?
Ah,
Yeah,
Ohayo.
morning.
なんだなん
What was it
だ。
that unknown
ずいぶん
identity?
差し入れのお
Reason,
はぎ
did you eat the
ちゃんと
mochi
食べ
I
て
from
くれなか
Broadway?
ったの？
I'm like this because I ate them. Those words reaching the
やっ
good
ぱ
words.
食欲がなくてさ、
I still really
い
got
く
the
つかは
upside.
食べたけど
I ate a few,
だい
but
ぶ残しちゃった
quite
ん
a
だ。
lot were left over.
あれ、じゃあ宿題は？
What about
どれ
the
が
homework?
レナの
Do
手
you have
作
an
りか
answer
っ
for
て
which
の
one
の
was
回答
Lena's?
は？圭一くん宿題
Please
忘れ
consider
なんだ。
you got assignment.
ありゃー。
Oh,
じゃあ仕方ない。
dude's got a penalty. Eek. Flashing a lurid smile when Mion returned to her seat. There was nothing from our exchanges that would cause our classmates to suspect anything was amiss. But of course, anyone listening to our conversations up until this morning didn't see anything suspicious. That's why it was so frightening. They acted in a way that regardless of whatever happened to Mahabara Keiichi, nobody would ever suspect him. The fact had me terrified. Soon the teacher came. After she asked how I felt and took attendance, another dull, ordinary day began. Higurashi, when background. Whew. Free study period. Down. Oh. I gently closed my eyes and wondered the ridiculous position I was in right now. First of all, what I shouldn't forget was how dangerous of a situation I was in. I had fallen out of favour with them. After interacting with Voice-san multiple times, I could see it was getting to the heart of the matter. I was getting to the heart of the matter. The warning yesterday with the mochi was a good indicator of that. No, calling it a warning was just my habit of understanding and stating things. Probably had no meaning beyond stunting my progress and buying themselves some time, until they had a method of completely erasing me. They were just biding their time. Everyone thought they were keeping me under their thumb with threats. It didn't change the fact that I knew too much. The chilling sensation of my desk made me recall Satoshi Hojo, the boy who was using this seat until last year when he disappeared. Was he also similar to me? Did he learn something he shouldn't have and was erased? Down. I wouldn't let them get rid of me so easily. Never. But were they really trying to kill me? I've had these contradictory feelings for a while now. Even though I've suspected them, I felt I had to cover for them. Even having witnessed all their suspicious behaviour, a warning like this just made it seem all like an elaborate hoax. No, that's just what I wanted to believe. Dad and my friends, covering for them. My life was in danger. What was it? Actually, I was debating the wrong point. Given my current situation, those points were something that should have been delivered a long time ago. But really, Lena and the rest of them, were they aiming to kill me? That little voice inside of me actually continues to torment me with those unsolvable trains of thought. Everyone about a keiichi, that should be obvious, but maybe the sewing needle might have been an accident, right? You could not do stuff like that for an accident, no way. How can you screw up and drop a sewing needle into Busa Mochi? The benefit of the doubt can only go so far. Both Lena and Leon had acted and behaved suspiciously, but maybe it was because of some sort of misunderstanding. What kind of misunderstanding? It wasn't suspicious, it was outright ludicrous, right? Lena had just corrected me for lying, and Leon had only asked me about what I had had for lunch. Lena was standing outside of my door, eavesdropping. Solid hour. She was probably waiting for the phone call to end for a whole hour outside your room. And is it normal to go home afterwards without saying anything? You've heard from Voice-san, didn't you, about what Lena did at her former school, and that at the hospital she said it was Yasuda-sama's fault. She don't realise I inadvertently blurted out those words too loud. Oh shit. Hearing myself so directly left me dumbfounded for a few minutes. Afterwards, I had to look around to check if anyone else had heard it. My little soliloquy got too little close to the truth, even though I could feel the murderous intent from Lena and the others part of me somehow. I was trying to deny that. This late in the game, such hesitation could be fatal. I knew that. But I was just your average student, a man living in his normal, ordinary life. Do you think I can suddenly believe that my friends who happily laughing up until last Sunday now intended to kill me? Right? You're too soft, keiichi. This time I remember picking my voice down so only I could hear it. There was one thing I now understood. I was too soft. I didn't completely understand how dangerous Lena and the rest of them were. No, I wasn't trying to understand. I was too soft for not listening to Voice-san when he was earnestly showing the heart of the matter. I didn't listen because I was busy pretending to be dejected. I didn't comprehend it. I was just running away. I didn't comprehend it, so nobody had any notion to try and kill me. I needed to get rid of such naive thoughts. As I made that resolution, I heard the bell signalling the end of the class. So soon, the day was already over. I didn't recall eating lunch or doing anything in class. My friends were putting their desks together in preparation for club activities. Not long ago, I would probably have happily jumped into that circle. My keiichi-san, how did you even think about leaving? The way Sadako spoke was so typical and familiar, it would almost physically hurt.
あれ
Keiichi-kun's
今日は都合悪今日こそ
yesterday
二人で
about
大
that,
勝利
and we were gonna win big together. Oh. I'm seeing Nana's expression, which said she was really looking forward to today, was hard to take. Hey Keiichi, maybe we sounded just someone else Joe trying to separate me from the others by lying to me. Slap, trying to expunge such weak and minded thinking. I slapped myself in the face. Yeah, I was really trying to kill me. I wish somebody would tell me if it was just a hoax. I really didn't care if it was one or not. I just wanted someone to say it was. Gah, yet another weak willed thought. How did I ever become this naive? Are you alright? Does your head hurt?
頭痛いの
Apparently that was how my head hurt.
顔色悪い一人で帰れる送ってった方がいいか
Maybe
な
I should
かな
accompany you home. I
いや
wonder.
いい
No,
一
it's
人で帰
okay,
れる
sorry. I can
部
go
活は
home
みんな
myself.
でやってくれよ
Stop the meeting without me. Upon hearing that I wasn't going to go to participate in the club meeting, Myung pouted unhappily.
ケイちゃんがリベンジ熱望してたってんで今日はせっかくこの間の推理ゲームにしたってのにな
We're gonna play that deduction game from before.
ケイチさんにはリターンマッチに
Your
臨
son
む
doesn't have
熱
the
いハー
guns
トはありま
for
せ
a
ん
rematch.
情けないです
Oh,
わね
pathetic. I wouldn't fall for some damn taunt. Without even a real retort, I grabbed my bag and was about to get up. Somebody's hand perched itself gently on my head.
ケイチ
Oh boy.
具合悪そうで
And
す
Keiichi
か
doesn't
わい
seem
そ
to
う
be
か
well.
わいそうです
Very
よ
unfortunate. It was Higurashi. She was stretched up as far as she could, doing her best to pat my head with tea and thoughts.
ごめんなみんなじゃ
So all I said as I quickly left the classroom. It said something to me while I was leaving, but I couldn't make it out. I managed to make it all the way to the entrance in that state of mind, took out my shoes, put them on, and went forward. Hardened that heart, my about Keiichi. And they were, for some unfathomable reason, trying to kill me. They were plotting someone envious, watching my every move. But I couldn't hate them, because were they my friends? I don't think friends try and kill each other. This is just weird, like, they were for some unfathomable reason trying to kill me. And yet they're friends. It's weird. Part of me lamented my naivety while other part lamented the first fact. The fact that I had lost something important by lamenting it over it in the first place. Oh. Feels like my personality was being ripped in two along with my body. If this is what Yasudosama's curse was like, then it was just too harsh. Anyway, Yasudosama, I was wrong for not believing in your curses, but I believe in it now. Completely, your curse does exist. So seriously, give me a break. I beg you, come on. Ooh. Dinner was unusually bland. Had no flavour or aroma. The miso soup was normally tantalised my appetite. Instead, had tasted nothing but boiled water. Dad was eating with others that night. It was a rare occurrence in this household. When he got into his work, he ate and slept on his own schedule. My dad never cared about the time. Since my dad was at the dinner table, it either meant that he had reached a good point to take a break, or he was in a slump. So, he doesn't understand the motivation creates some
タイアップの話だって口
partnership
約
was
束
a
なんでしょ
verbal agreement,
そん
wasn't
な
it?
に反りが合わない
If
な
it's so hard to agree on
きっぱり
things, we can't
助け合いの
understand
世
it.
界だからお互い様
I
だ
feel
と
like
は
it's an
思うんだ
industry with a lot of back scratching,
これじゃ
but
仕事
when
に
it
な
gets into the way of business, I wasn't able to pick out a mouth of my mum and dad's conversation, but I could tell it wasn't a very pleasant topic. That, of course, made the disgusting food even less appealing. I staring listlessly at the exchange between my parents, my mind wandered off to the same thought process I had been having all day long. friends close to me. No, they used to be my friends, but I could no longer trust them. Right now, I was greatly lacking in allies. People trusted, people I could depend on when push come to shove. There was something I just didn't have. Having just one ally would have been incredibly reassuring in the currently hopeless situation I was in. I put down my job station and looked over at my parents, who were still talking about work. The first course of action that came to my mind was to tell my parents everything. Currently there wasn't a single person from Hinamizawa I could trust 100%. That means they was the only people I could trust. But if I told them everything that happened until now, would they understand? Lena, for example, that nobody Lena, who was so diligent in looking after me, came to get me every day and sometimes brought over a share of what she made. How could I explain that she wanted to kill me? No matter how much I explained it would probably be difficult for anybody to comprehend. My somewhat eccentric dad wouldn't understand, and my high-strung mum probably would drag me off to the psychiatrist in the blink of an eye. Sadly, that was the amount of trust that existed in our relationship. Even if they did come to understand, what could they possibly do? Unless they could uncover the truth, they wouldn't be able to protect me. By informing them of these unnecessary things, I'll be putting my parents in danger as well. Considering that the victims in past incidents were often married couples, I couldn't even joke about it. For the entire Mayabara family to have an accident or vanish into thin air, it was easily possible in Hinamizawa. What was important here was that knowing something unnecessary put you in danger. The most unsettling question was, how did they know that I knew? As long as I didn't know, my parents would not fall victim. That was one of the ways to think about it, I guess. At least it was like that in my case. After I found out, things started becoming odd. In other words, it meant the following: as long as my parents didn't know anything, the other thing would happen to them, which means that this house would be a safe haven as long as my parents were in. I knew these were just assumptions based on my conjecture, on top of conjecture, wanting this house to be a safe haven. That was the pinnacle of my weak-willed method of thinking. I had to concede that it was not completely safe, it was only safer than the outside. I knew that I couldn't rely on my parents. No, I couldn't risk getting my parents involved. And the only person who could be my ally was Oishi-san, him alone. He was the only person who could understand the situation I was in. He didn't care so much about my safety, but he was without a doubt passionate about solving this case. It was a bit frustrating, which Sam was basically the whole reason I was in this mess. Now to get out of it, I had to rely on him, meaning it was all going according to his devices. It was just my job to look appetizing while bobbing in the waves as bait. Then, when the fish started gathering around, which Sam would pull up the big haul. It was slightly infuriating, but even I thought it was the best course of action. So then, what should I do? Patience was the first rule of fishing. Just keep on waiting until the fish actually bites. But I wasn't simply bait. There were lots of ways for me to struggle before being devoured. When they struck, I needed to somehow dodge just enough and tag out to Oishi-san. No question it was going to be hard. The timing to bring Oishi-san in would be difficult. He was in the city, not in Hinamizawa, so if I phoned him in my moment of need, it would take him around 30 minutes to reach me. And so I needed to run away for those 30 minutes. Ooh. For example, if we set up a rendezvous point for dire situations or something, I just have to hide out there until Oishi-san arrived. Okay, I can almost see it now. I was still being chased around in the dark by boogeymen. But now I knew which way to go. I would never have imagined this be so reassuring. Oh yeah, it would probably be the best if I had a concealed weapon for when things got rough. Typically would go for a switchblade, god, but that wasn't too reassuring for combat. Also, since it was recognised as a weapon by the public, that also wasn't good. Really, when the time comes, a long weapon like a bat would work in my favour. Oh shit, I remember there was a metal bat at school where I could be confident of that when push came to shove. If I pretended I was practising my swing, then it wouldn't be suspicious to me to always carry it around. I could go to school tomorrow and secure it. Just possessing a weapon may be enough to deter them. Also, one more thing, insurance. It could be something like a note or a memo. I could write it down. Everything that's happened is a sort of journal. In case I suddenly vanish, the journal will be left behind. With my journal in his possession, which son should be able to avenge my death. I left my parents engrossed in their conversation about work and went back to my room. I wrote a piece of paper from my notebook and my way to my desk. Last time I wrote a journal was for someone I was working in elementary school. In the off chance something bad happened, the police could use my diary as a lead, so I should write down the facts. How should I start? I jotted down my thoughts as they came. I didn't know about a keiichi or in fear for my life. It made me laugh nervously. It was a knife that showed up in detective stories. I'd never even dreamed that it would be the type of situation where I'd write it myself. I do not know why they are after my life. Then I and the others were suspicious, but I had no proof, and that's why I couldn't write anything more. I laughed wryly at them myself for writing such a passage draped in mystery. Would the police be able to get the hint from reading this economic passage? I could only pray that they would. What I prayed for was the most, though. What was this? This journal never needed the best part. Here I left nervously. It was too simple, so I wrote down one more line I just thought of. The only thing I do know is that it has to do with Higurashi or someone's curse. Was that too much? I probably shouldn't write more than that. If I wrote any more, then it would seem like I was just delusional. In order to appear into the reader that the person who had written it was this sound mind, I chose not to write anything after that point. I just needed to add more as I learned more about the truth. I folded the paper and thought about a place to hide it. By hiding it somewhere obvious, there's a chance that they would uncover it instead. On the other hand, if it was in too obscure of a location, then there was a risk of nobody finding it at all. In the end, I decided to take the clock off my wall and stick the folded note to the back of it with my scotch tape. After that, I put the clock back into its normal position. Yeah, it didn't look like anything was hidden behind it. Now I needed to set it up in such that if anything happens to me, my parents can find it. I looked at it from countless different angles until I was satisfied and made my way downstairs. My parents were, "Yo, Bruss, welcome. How's it going?" We're just doing some visual novel stuff at the moment. We're getting to quite serious stuff. Let's just say that. It didn't look like it was going to end sometime soon, so I got in. Sorry to interrupt. I have something I want to talk to you about. I've never started off a conversation like that before, so my parents were both startled. They've stopped talking and turned towards me. What is it, Keiichi? I have a favour to ask you. Please listen. Just in case you...
急ぎの話じゃなきゃ後にしなさい。
hasn't
お父さんとお母さんはちょっと
right
今
now, Mum and Dad have
急ぎ
something
の
else
話を
that
し
they
てるん
need
だ
to。talk about. I didn't think their talk was more urgent than mine. In any case, I stated
もし
my
もだよ
request.
俺が
Just
死
in
んだ
case,
らさ
okay, if I die, both of my parents' eyes went as wide as
死んだら
saucers.
さ俺の部
If
屋
I
にある時
die,
計
I want you to
あれを
put the
棺に
clock
入れ
on
て
my
ほしいん
wall
だ
in my coffin. If they did that, then they will probably find it. My memoir. Both my parents remained wide-eyed, not moving an inch. I couldn't
あの
blame
時
them.
計
I
工作の授業
made
で
that
作っ
clock
た
in
お
shop
気に入りなん
class
だ
and I really like it.
頼むよ
So
どう
please,
したの
what's
ケ
the
イチ
matter?
何かあったの
Did something happen? Mum was finally able to ask me with a questioning gaze. Of course, this wasn't the norm. Well, this was a normal response. Of course, I felt bad about making them worry, but right now I needed them to think about the clock in my room. With the awkward mood, leaving the room in silence, I decided to go up to my
俺
room.
さ
I
明日
want to go
は
to
早くに
school
学校に行きたいから
early
もう
tomorrow,
寝る
so
よ
I'm
おやすみ
going to bed. Good night. Saying only that, I left the living room. Oh boy, I need to get to school early tomorrow to cure that bat. I should make today the last day I went to school for dinner. As I climbed the stairs, I heard my mum call my name, but I pretended not to hear her. It wasn't something I could talk about with my parents. If I talked about it, it'd only make things more dangerous. The fight that had begun with mine was mine and mine alone. I couldn't rely on anybody. I wouldn't be killed. Not when I still knew nothing. Oh boy. Here is when shit is really gonna hit the fan. Oh god. Here we go. Not feeling so hot. What a weird name for a tip. Right. Right, this is the first time I'd ever woke with such clarity. It was 5:59, just moments before my alarm would go off. I was amazed at the precision of my internal clock. I made preparations for the next day of school before I went to bed. I changed quickly and descended to the deserted lower floor. It appeared that my mum was still asleep. Neither breakfast nor lunch was ready. Yesterday I had just unilaterally declared that I would be leaving early today, so it couldn't be helped. I slathered jam on some bread and topped it on with some instant cocoa. Just as I was finishing up breakfast, Mum rose grudgingly from her slumber. My Keiichi, you're up so early. Is there some sort of school event? Not really. Answering bluntly, I picked up my bag and stood off the stuffing 2 slices of bread down my throat. You're leaving already? What about lunch? If you don't wait a bit, I can't make it. If I waited for her to make my own lunch, then it would end up being the same time as usual. If I did that, I would raise the chances of me running into a dinner and me on the way. Yes, from today onwards I was going to go to school alone. I'll be fine for today. Then what will you do for lunch? Buy bread or something at the school. Really? Then here's some lunch. Be sure to bring me back the receipt. I took the 1,000 yen bill from Mum and slipped it directly into my pocket. It's pretty early. Is Lena-chan up this early as well? No, just me. Did you tell Lena-chan you were leaving early? I had no reason to let her every little detail now, do I? Finding it difficult answering the onslaught of questions, I made an annoyed face. Told Lena that I went ahead when she comes. Hey, Keiichi, right? It's not that I didn't trust my parents, I just couldn't rely on them. They couldn't help me. I could only hope he didn't get involved. God, that is a deadly situation he's in. I think if I was in this situation, I'd definitely tell them. But at the same time, no, it's a really tricky one on all angles, because if I did tell them, then if the curse that you don't even know, you don't 100% know it's genuine, could be potentially risking their lives. It's really just, you don't know what to do, you sort of have to make up your own mind. It was safer that way. Mama's annoying voice was cut off by the slap of the door. For the first time since I moved here, I headed down to the road to the school alone. Up until now, I had always walked down the same path at the same time each day. That's what I met. That's why I always met with the same people at the same places. But today was different. I didn't meet the people I would normally, and nobody was at the places where I would normally have met them. Of course, Lena wasn't in the spot we would have usually met. And there wasn't anyone in the spot where we would have met up with Myeon. The length of the tree shadows, the morning air, and the brightness of the sun, it was a completely different type of morning from what I was used to. Without a doubt, it felt strange. It left me with the impression that it had destroyed the illusion Namizawa set up for me before it had enough time to prepare all the props needed to deceive me. Up early today, is everyone meeting early this morning? The person who called out to me was somebody we always pass by us. They were taking a walk along the edge of the field. Their name was, I forgot. Of course, this wasn't the spot where we usually pass each other. I woke up early today, so I thought it would be good to change the pace. That's all. A random excuse. What about Lena and you? Are you alone today? Well, yeah. I was being asked the same type of questions your mum was asking, so I answered them in the same uninteresting and vague manner. It wasn't funny being asked where Lena was each time I passed by someone, but maybe it was to be expected. It was because for so long we were always together, so amicably. Even I felt that if I let my guard down, we'd still be friends. Stop it, keiichi. Don't think about that anymore. You spent all day yesterday thinking about how dangerous it was to go soft, didn't you? Beep. A car horn bled out from nowhere. Even though I was walking lost in thought, the horn was way too close. A mechanical behemoth bowled at me from behind, catching me completely off guard. By the time I turned around, the van's hulking chassis was almost on top of me. I seen plenty of cars veered to the opposite shoulder to avoid pedestrians, but this car was doing the opposite. It felt like there was somebody on the opposite shoulder and the van was swerving in my direction to avoid them. That blissfully ignorant train of thought delayed me from realising something much more important. That large mass was hurtling right at me. Was it going to hit me? The inside of my head instantly flooded with a painfully cold liquid. In that moment, the scene before me, no, time itself, was frozen. In the silence of that frozen moment, I compared the van so close that I had no way to dodge it, and my body knee up twisted awkwardly in order to look behind me. There was nowhere I could drive without the way in my current position. If I lost focus now, this moment would unpause and I'd probably be ploughed over, caught in this silly pose. Fucking hell. Bending my upper body towards the body by the side of the road. If I bent far enough, I could get away with it just being hit by the side view mirror. As soon as the thought crossed my mind, and the temporal stasis was shattered by the deafening sound of the van. Oh God! Right mirror struck my shoulder, sending me spinning off through the air like a top locked in my contorted position. Fuck! Splashed and tumbling through the air and crashed into the muddy paddy by the side of the road. My entire body was soiled and drenched, but the choice I had made in that instant was unmistakably for the best. I was covered in mud, but when the alternative was being hit by the car, it was as close as I could after being unscathed. Rising out for the paddy, I had enough in me to glare over at the stopped van and yell profanities at the driver. Good for him. I'm not sure if he was able to see me, but the van sped off suddenly. Wait, damn it, this was what they call hit and run, wasn't it? I couldn't help but continue yelling out profanities. The disgrace from being covered in by mud hurt me even more than any physical wounds. I slogged from the muddy paddy over and to my way back onto the road. This is a crime, but damn it. Shit, I'll track it down and sue you. If I go looking for a van, I'll be sure to find it in this little village. The path I was on had rice paddies either side, and it had become so narrow that one car could barely fit through. It wasn't a place you'd dare speed down in a car, let alone pass by pedestrians. Not only it was a narrow road, but the car just now was closer to my side of the road than the other when it went past me. Even as I cursed, I was desperately trying to suppress the dark cloud rolling upward me. This wasn't a hit and run. That car just now was trying to run me over, wasn't it? Thinking back, I did feel like there had been a car creeping up on me slowly for a while. That's right, as soon as I parted ways with the person taking a walk, I had that feeling the whole time. If I wanted to pass me then, I had no shortage of chances. Normally I would have felt suspicion and turned around sooner, but I was lost in thought and now was kicking myself for not realising it was there sooner. And then, when the path became narrower and there was no one else in sight, we floored it. If I had hesitated for even a moment, the result would have been no laughing matter. As the adrenaline rushed from nearly being run over as I did, and the realisation of just how terrifying the preceding events were sunk in. There was no doubt about it. The van was intentionally trying to hit me. A cold, vicious sweat seeped up from my scalp and slid down my back before dribbling off. I struggled to avoid falling into a panic. There was still a possibility that this was really just an accident. It's not an accident, no way. But also don't be so naive, keiichi. Being that lax will get you killed next time. You always need to be on your toes. Don't give them any openings. If my enemy was really out to kill me, then next time they would use one more reliable method. If that time came and I was acting like I was now, getting covered up in mud was the price I'd pay for my naivety. Covered in mud but without injury, not even a sprain. I guess this was what you would call the silver lining. I began walking again, this time out of curiosity. Oh, this time cautiously. I wouldn't even show a hint of carelessness. I had only suspected only then on the others up until now. No, it was because I had suspected them that I believed there were no other enemies. Wish-san had said so, hadn't he? There was a possibility of a village conspiracy. Was I really mired so deeply in the situation that I had no choice but to try and carry on as usual? Wouldn't it be safest just to arm myself up in the house? But the moment I abandoned my regular routine, everyone around me would abandon theirs as well. This was just too horrifying as a thought. I recalled the tales which son had told me of when Hinamizawa was still called Onikakushi. A frightening tale of the entire village of demons hurting their prey around women, eating them alive. One must not interfere with the demons. One must pretend not to see it. The whole village. The villagers, with their unwavering faith in the curse, would do nothing to help me. The strong, sudden flash of sunshine made me slightly dizzy. I had no idea what was going on anymore. When I suspected it was the work of a man, I could glimpse Oyasudo-sama's curse, and when I expected it was Oyasudo-sama's curse, somebody would poke their head out. What was the coincidence? What was it? What was intentional? It was my enemy, who was just a bystander. No, what I really truly wanted to know was how did I end up with the proverbial bullseye painted on my back? Eventually, in an answer to a form I can understand, will appear. I don't care what will happen, because until then I cannot die. Well, that alone fueled my resolve to fight and will keep me alive. Oh boy, here we go. We're at school. I remember seeing the metal button the gym storage said that there was a padlock on the door barring my entry. At the very least I wanted my hands on it before anyone else arrived at school. I circled around the school ground impatiently, but all I could find were things like pieces of lumber and nothing that I could bring into the classroom easily. Then I had an epiphany. I should search inside the classroom. If it was something inside the classroom to begin with, there wouldn't be a problem. I could tell that everyone's indoor shoes were still in their lockers. Good thing I came early, nobody else was here yet. I wondered what I could find in the classroom. I didn't think I could find an especially effective weapon like a bat, but it couldn't be helped at this point. Until the gym storage shed was open, I needed to find a substitute. A lingering hit of a naivety whispered that there was no way I'd be attacked at school, but such stuff ideas would no longer protect me. To think they were slowly making their way into parts of my life that I once thought impenetrable. In worst cases, my own house might not be safe anymore. That was an incredibly frightening thought, but I believed that not considering the worst case scenario would have been even, Anyways, I was surprised at 5, so as long as I lived, they'll definitely be able to escape this labyrinth of dances. My exploration of the classroom came to an impasse. That was not much was to be expected. There was no way there would be anything that could be a weapon in the classroom. In case of emergency, there was probably nothing I could do but to swing my own chair around. My gaze landed on the lockers that had come to be used for personal storage. The locker lot Mion used to store 5 things was among them. There was one for each person in the class, all lined up. Of course, there was one for me as well. Oh yeah, there was also supposed to be a tracksuit in my locker. Seeing me covered in mud would be strange. I should go change later, but first I need a weapon. If one of my classmates came, it would look hard to rummage through the lockers. swiftly began opening the lockers one by one. Oh my god. There were mostly filled with stuff like gym clothes, personal items, umbrellas. Oh, an umbrella. If I could find anything, that would be my weapon. I was about to give up on finding something decent when I opened a locker that had exactly what I wanted. Ooh. It was without doubt a metal bat. It was well worn and pretty beaten up, but there was no doubt it was usable. In the locker that reeked of mould, there also hung a baseball uniform. It's probably the locker of a student in a Pee-wee league or something like that. If that was the case, he probably asked for it back. At that time I could hear the voices of children scuffling their voice noisily in from the hallway. Amongst them, I could make out Rika-chan and Satoko. Good morning. My morning, Keiichi-san. I nonchalantly hid the bad I was holding behind my back. What is with your outfit? You got them mad? Yeah, I had a little incident. I'm going to change and also cut me some slack. A little incident, god. With that said, I began taking my clothes. Satoko began to blush just as I expected it. The fuck? Is he doing it in front of them? Oh my god. Bro, I can't tell if this dude is like a complete perv or if he's trying to get his life sorted out. Oh my god. What about the boys' toilets? Who doesn't change in toilet rooms in schools? As Satoko find disgust, she walked into this hall still blushing. Conversely, Rika-chan continued to stare at me preparing to change. Oh my god. Oh my god. Good. Fucking hell. Rika-chan appearing to be satisfied with being considered a lady made her way to join Satoko in the hallway. Just as I breathed a sigh of relief, Rika-chan stopped suddenly and talked towards me. You're gonna start playing baseball. It seemed that Rika-chan had started noticing the back. Yeah, just, I was feeling a little bit out of shape. So I thought I'd try practicing my swing. Niggas wanna be taking care of the health. She was talking like an old lady despite her appearance. After saying that, Rika-chan started to leave again, but stopped and looked back at me once more. Please don't lose that bat. It seems like she already knew that I took it out of someone's locker. There was no name on the locker door. I didn't know whose bat it was, but I'd be borrowing it until they complained. It wouldn't be for long, just until the gym storage shed was opened. After quickly changing into my tracksuit, I checked the time. I still had plenty of the time before class began, because I came so early. I took the bat in one hand and went to the schoolyard. That was, of course, to practice my swing. I needed to make it known I would always have a bat on me so I could practice my swing. At some point, the sunlight had become even stronger. Disregarding my classmates as they made their way to school, I took my position in the shadow of the school building. I wasn't the academic type, and I wasn't much of an athlete either. Muscle pain if I started ringing slightly. Should at least start off with some warm-ups. I doubt anyone would think I was doing something out of the ordinary, which was exactly the opposite of my actual mental state. I gripped the bat and swung lightly. The bat was by no means light. The weight would make it a reliable weapon when I needed it to be. Of course, I could only pray that the moment I needed to use this weapon would never come. Just carrying it around could deter attacks against me. At least that's what I thought. That's what I hoped. Ooh. Huh? Keiichi, what are you doing? Being bombarded with such a hysterical voice, I jumped. Well, Keiichi, are you on the baseball team? for the baseball team. It was with an eye on Mion.
先に行ったって言われて驚いたけど、
I was about to hear you run out.
あんた何やってるわけ？
見てわからないかい？
Apparently,
素
it's
振りだよ。
I'm
甲子園だよ。
practicing my swing for the
別
championship.
にダイエットで
You
もいい
can say
ぞ
it's。part of my diet if you
ダ
want.
イエットってケイちゃん、
Keisha,
そ
I
んなに
really
太
don't.
ってたっけ？
ああ、知らなか
But
っ
you
たろ。
didn't know. I
実は三段腹なん
actually
だ。
have a beard belly.
もちもちでタプタプなんだぞ。
も
Okay.
ちもちです。
レナ、変な想像しなくていいぞ。
Oh my god. Okay. Oh god.
じゃあまあ、頑張って県大会を目指してちょうだいよ。
Well then, I hope you make it to regionals at
おじ
least.
さん応援し
This
てるわ。
old man will cheer you
野球部
on.
の強い高校、
Reasonably speaking, it
教えよう
seems
か。
that Ozima High is pretty
そ
strong.
こにいる左腕の亀田くんがすごいピッチャーなんだけど、頑張ってね。
Good luck. Seems like they've already taken me from a baseball nut, but oh well. Nobody knows. Well, if I really did make it to the championship, it would be a cinch. After all, I'd be the pitcher and the catcher. I'd pinch the ball, then run past the ball. I just threw and change over to being the catcher in a burst of super incredible explosive speed. I loved Riley at the ludicrous image. Coming back to my senses, I smashed the bat against the ground.
くそ。 何笑ってんだよ、俺。
Pounding the ground over and over, which each impact, the reverberation travelling through my back stung my hands. If they smile at me like that, oh, ugh. Don't let anyone close to me. Don't trust anyone, no matter how many times I tell myself that. If they made a smile like that, oh, I don't even know how to do that sound effect. I can't even pretend. I already knew quite well that there were demons dwelling in my smiling friends, but I just couldn't believe it. Did that type of split personality really exist? Like, how then I confessed to the doctor? Were they simply being possessed by Oyashiro-sama? In other words, did a supernatural being like Oyashiro-sama really exist, and was it possessing everyone to try and kill me? Yeah, that would be wonderful. If only everyone was actually my friends all along and everything was just Oyashiro-sama's. Down for my brother Keiichi, come on now. I yelled out, drawing all the power from the pit of my stomach and raised the bat violently into the air. Stop being so soft. I shrieked before my might. I beat the metal bat into the ground over and over. With every impact, my weakness was being beaten down. Smash, forget, smash, don't be soft, smash, no enemy, smash, like hell. I'd let them kill me. My shoulders were heaving up and down from my rapid breathing. I heard the first bell ring just as I calmed down. I guess it was a sudden realization. That was the final bell. As I felt all of the tension drain from me, I let out a deep breath. My mind was in a muddled state for much of the entire day. I didn't feel like I was awake, I didn't feel like I was asleep either. I couldn't say I felt entirely comfortable, but I felt a kind of relief that the sanctity of the school part of my daily life had yet to be violated. How long I have to keep on living like this? I could only grit my teeth and bear it. As this living hell slowly gnawed away at me.
ケイチくん、やろうやろう、
Come
部活
on.
の時間なんだよ。
It's
やろ
club
う。
time, the sound of Leonard's voice.
ほらほら、ケイちゃ
Brought
ん、
me
ぼーっ
back
と
to
し
my
ない。
senses. Come on, kids, I'll stop spacing
Yo,
out.
yo,
Bring your
yosete,
desk. Your desk. Everyone was moving their desk together as usual. That was right, it was happy fun. Club time. But I had no intention of taking part. I haphazardly stuffed the contents of my desk into my bag and so prepared to go home. It was a weak-handed gesture to avoid actually having to say, "Are we going home now?"
なんだよ、ケイちゃん。
What's this,
今日も
Kei-chan?
直帰なわけ？
You plan on going home right away again? You all sound quite
気分が乗ら
disappointed.
ないんだ。
I'm just not in the mood.
しばら
Could
く
you
ほっといてくんないかな。
let me be for a while? The tone of the words that spilled from my mouth had matched Mion's disapproving glare. It felt like the air in the roof had dried out. Satoko looked like she was about to say something, perhaps dissuaded by the mood, She swallowed her words and stayed silent. Nobody said a thing. I took that to mean I could only leave if I wanted, but the collective gaze of the four of them, like the tiny pins used to mount an insect in a display, held me in place. And then I was the one who got me through the heavy mood.
ケイイチくん、
Keiichi-kun, you
やっ
don't
ぱ
like
り
playing
女の子
dolls,
と
I
一緒に遊ぶ
guess.
の
I
なんか
guess.
嫌だった
Said
か
in
な。
such a melancholic tone that it sent a wave of pain racing through my heart. If this pain was going to kill me, I wanted it to be the soft part of me that could still feel pain. I tore up my chest, violently tearing out the pins that held me in
そう
place.
いうわけじゃ
That's
ねえよ
not it at all. I'd only be hurting myself by saying anything more, so I swallowed my words. Cutting off things there, I turned away and exited the classroom. They didn't speak a word to me as I left. Oh boy. It was a long dull trek back home, but I didn't lose focus. I firmly squeezed the grip of the back, which was already soggy from sweat. Realizing that, I wiped it down with my sleeve. If something were to happen, I wouldn't want it to be slippery. Since this morning I've become especially sensitive to the presence of cars. Even while walking, my ears prickled up and sought out threatening sounds and presences that could be closing in. That's why I could hear it. Without a doubt there were footsteps. Those footsteps had been matched perfectly with mine for a while now. From what I could sense, it was just one person, but I had no intention of being careless. Did they intend to follow me like a car this morning until we were in a good location to assault me? And then it wasn't a good idea to keep walking like this. I stopped walking and looked back. The wooden path crowded with trees responded with silence as if there was nobody there to begin with. But I wouldn't be fooled. I was certain the footsteps were following me. And just as I stopped, the footsteps stopped as well. God, that's creepy. God. Meaning the person following me wanted to keep their distance. That was, without question, proof that I was their target. I held my breath, waiting for that presence to panic and start moving again. The trees rustled with the sound of the wind. The Higurashi also joined in the dissonant chorus, trying to throw my focus into disarray. At 5 minutes past, alright, I'd been like this for a whole 30 minutes. It was so hard to breathe that I might have suffocated. It seemed that I would have been the first one to panic. Without a doubt, he was lurking in the shade of that tree with bated breath. Then I made the first move. I fixed my grip on the bat, and I raised it up to my shoulder, ready to swing it at any time.
いるんだろそこ
I
に
know you're there. With all my might, I screamed at whoever was hiding in the shade of the trees, but in the presence of the shade, didn't budge. Until the moment I found they had no intention of revealing themselves. I know you're there. I screamed out angrily at them again, but even still, they didn't move at all. Then I go over here by myself. With all due diligence, I approached step by step. Stepping into the tree's shadow, I saw a human figure there. That figure was curled up like a small animal.
Lena.
Boy, Lena. Once she realised I found her expression softened, and she seemed apologetic, but wasn't going to speak a word. Did you have some business with me? I wouldn't accept that silence and scream questions at her. Not really, it's just, then I was in a very moment with tears welling up in her eyes, but it was obvious that she had been following
部
me.
活はどうしたんだよ
What about the club?
ケイイチくんがお休みしたから。
I'm not.
関係ないだろ
That shouldn't matter.
俺なんか気にしないで
Don't
遊んでろ
just
よ
play. But I'm
だ
not
って
worried. I'm just
ケイイ
worried
チくん
about
のこと
you.
心配で。
Oh God. Thinking about how I've been acting up until now, I wasn't hard to imagine that my behaviour could be perceived as strange, so then I was concerned at a quick glance. That's how it would seem. But I wasn't going to let my guard down that easily. Even if that really was the case, she would have to do something like this to try and tell me. She should have called out when I was leaving and gone out right with me. But then I didn't do that. She kept the distance from me and matched my walking speed. On top of that, she matched the sound of her footsteps and deviously tried to hide her presence from me. Then, after she realised that I noticed she was there, she held her breath as she tried hiding from me. She wore a timid expression that would force one to take pity on her. Without a doubt, she was telling me.
もうついてくんなよ
Stop following me. Still glowing at dinner, I could continue following, walking onwards. After I walked on for a bit, she'd ignored my command and began walking again, so I yelled at her once more.
ついてくるなって言ってるだ
I
ろ
told you not to follow me. Eek. Look, my house is in the same
じゃあ
direction.
レナが先を歩けよレナが見えなくなったら
Ahead
俺
of
も
me,
歩く
I was told, so I can't see you anymore. I moved out of the way and waved my back violently to urge her forward.
レナは
I'd like to
圭
go
一君と一緒に
together
帰りたい
with
な
you. My inimitable expression, she merely squeaked out the words in a voice that she knew would cut into my heart. That agitated me to no end. I knew it was a lie. If you wanted to go to home together, you should have called out to me. Now you're just blurting out random lies. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It seemed like the seething anger within me was written all over my face. Even without me saying anything, then I had understood what I was feeling
分かっ
inside.
たならほら
If you get it, then
行け
go.
よ
I swung the bat, urging her again to walk. But then I looked back and forth between me and the bat. I started walking hesitantly, then
早
stopped
く
again.
行けよ
Go
早
on
く
there, hurry.
行
I'm
くから
going
そのバ
to
ット
please
や
stop
め
with the bat. It's scary.
怖いの
Helena guarded herself while pointing at me, holding the bat. She may have realised that I wasn't planning on using this bat for baseball. I lowered the bat, but still guardedly opened the way for her.
行けよこれなら文句ないだろ
There's no problem now, is there? There was nothing else she could protest. She passed by me timidly, but did not set me off. As I watched her pass by, she stopped completely after having barely noticed. Barely moved at all.
立ち止まるなよ
stopped. Then a powerful gust blew past us, barraging my face with dust. The dust got in my eyes and clouded my vision. While rubbing my eyes with my left hand, I swung blindly with the bat in my right, protecting the small opening I had presented. But then I didn't even try to attack during that opening. Attack me? No, she hadn't budged an inch. I could tell from the sound of her fluttering skirt in the wind. As her skirt settled, so did the silence. At that moment, the voice inside of me immediately warned me of pending danger. I was caught by surprise. The smell of the air had changed. Without me realising it, the air around me suddenly felt like a calamity was about to befall me. It was like the air had suddenly become visible concrete, like Lena and I were locked in this space. Then I didn't move an inch, also unable to move. I stared at her back. Then I was the first to break the silence. God, this is so awful to read. I mean, for example, that air thing you can see. I mean, Keiichi literally. I mean, he's feeling so stressed that he's sort of. I don't know. It's feeling like he's feeling so stressed that even just walking back from school is enough to make him not only like have a complete mental collapse, but secondly just feel faint, almost faint like he did there. And my God, like just the dilemmas he's going through in his head. It's just, I feel so bad for him for having to actually go through it. Suddenly she altered in her stance. I felt like I had witnessed her shift from Lena into that other person who looks like Lena, but that voice was one I knew well which filled me with a bewildering pity. Carelessly, I felt relief upon hearing that pitiful voice. Well, excuse me, but
その
can I ask you something?
聞
Too
いて
sad
も
to
い
leave
い
and turn around, and I squeezed her voice out desperately as she
なん
trembled.
だよ
What? Well, why
どう
do
し
you
てバッ
want
ト
that?
なんか持ってるのか
I
な
wonder. The question Renana asked was by no
俺
means
が何を持って
unexpected.
たっていいだ
I
ろ
can carry whatever I
で
want,
も昨日まで持っ
but
て
you
な
didn't
かった
have
し
one up until today.
どうして
Why
突
so
別に
suddenly?
突然でもいいだろ
It's alright if I decide to do something so
俺が
suddenly,
バッ
isn't
トを
it?
持ってるとお
Is
か
it
しい
strange
か
that
よ
I have a bat?
だって
Because Casey,
Keiichi
you're not the type of
いや
person to play
おかしい
baseball.
よ
It's weird. I could tell what kind of answer she was looking for, and I was getting tired of
突
answering
然
her.
野球がし
I
たくなっ
just
たんだ
suddenly
よ
got the urge to play
それじゃお
baseball.
かしいか
Is that
お
weird?
かしいよ
It's weird. She answered instantly, and that annoyed me
突然野
slightly.
球がしたくなった
I just slightly wants
素
to
振
play
りがした
baseball.
くなったからバッ
Just
トを
to
持ち歩いてる
practice my swing, so I'm carrying around a
それ
bat.
のどこが
What's
変な
strange about that? strange, weird, definitely. Why are you
ぶ
two?
つくさとうるせえやつだ。俺がスポーツに目覚めるのが
Is he that strange?
そんなに変かよ。
Try to sound a little bit more threatening to end the conversation. Why you two? Until my suspicions about Lena were cleared, I had no obligation to answer her questions. So I'm sorry, don't get so angry. Then I still didn't turn around and spat out the words of apology after next. Just one last thing.
これ以上話す気も
I
教え
don't feel
早
like
く行け
talking
よ。
anymore. I yelled loudly at her, causing her to flinch like she'd been struck. Seeing her in such a pathetic state caused my heart to ache sturdily. But even though she was afraid, she stubbornly kept herself from moving. Before I was able to threaten her again, then I asked the final question. Why is even your bat the same? What does she mean by the bat the same? I had no idea what she was talking about.
お前
What are you saying? I mean, why is even the bat the same?
何を言ってんだか
Helena
全然
saw what he
もっ
meant
と
to
はっき
say
り言
it
え。
clearly. He was still then I still didn't turn around after inhaling deeply. She screamed.
どうしてバットまでサトシ君と同じなの？
サトシってえ
Eek. By that Satoshi, does she mean student that transferred out last year? No, that couldn't be. Then I tried to cover it up by saying he transferred, but which Sam told me quite clearly that he was missing. He was the student that sat at my seat up until last year. He was believed to have been demoted away by Yashiro-sama's curse. I didn't know the details about his disappearance. The aunt he lived with was killed on the night of the Watanagashi by a troglodyte, and not long after that he suddenly vanished and was now missing. That Satoshi and I were what? My gaze fell to the bat in my hands. Could it be Sword or Satoshi? Oh god. It was a bit difficult to see, but that was what was written on white tape at the end of the bat. See, so this was Satoshi's bat.
これ
This was Satoshi's
誰
bat.
も使ってなかっ
Since
たんで
nobody was
ちょっ
using
と
it,
かっ
I'm
こ
worried
いい
it.
だろそれくら
That's
い
not a problem, is it?
そん
That's
な
not
ことじゃ
it.
ないの。
Oh god. Like it was some sort of offering at a shrine, or a memento of the deceased. I could only stand there, perplexed and unable to respond. Then I continued speaking without which
サトシ君の時と
Why is it that you're doing the exact same thing as Satoshi did when it happened to him? Oh shit. I don't know what's talking about more than just the bat belonging to
サトシ
Satoshi.
君もそうだっ
It
た。
was the same with
野
Satoshi
球
Kun.
チームには
He
入っ
joined
て
the
たけど、
baseball team, but he didn't really like
それが俺
baseball.
と
What
どう
does that
か
have to
サ
do
ト
with
シ
me?
君も
Satoshi
ある
Kun
日突然バットを持ち歩き始めたの。
started out with a bat
チー
one
ムに
day.
入ってた
He
だけで
joined the team,
スポ
but
ー
he
ツなん
wasn't
か
the
しない
type
人だった
to
の
play
に。
sports at all. What about it? I closed my mouth before I could say that one aloud. Listen carefully, Keiichi. Then I was trying to tell us
サ
something
トシ君も
important.
ね、ある日突然一人で登校するようになったの。
Oh god.
ケイチ君みたいに。そしてね、ある日突然ケイチ
Oh
君みたいに。
shit.
そしてね、ある日突然バットを持ち歩くようになったの。ケイチ君みたいに。そしてね、ある日突然。
And he suddenly what? And I swallowed her words. And a sudden silence brought harsh back to the surrounding area. It was that then I realised I could digest the content of the entire conversation. She was saying my chain of actions was exactly the same as Satoshi's. What's the meaning of this? Until now I've forgotten all about Satoshi. I've never paid him much thought in the first place. Not only that, I didn't know anything of what he'd done. My actions today should have been my own creation after all the planning I'd done. But they had been the exact same thing as Satoshi's? No, then Satoshi, no, more importantly, if both Satoshi and I acted the same, then there was a really good possibility that what happened after would be the same.
レナある日
Then
突
that
然
day, what happened to Satoshi?
サトシはどうしたんだよ
She knew what became of Satoshi. No, she forgot about what happened to a guy in the past. Lena knew what was going to happen to me.
答えろよサトシは
Satoshi,
どうしたんだよ
what happened to her? Off that I grounded her shoulder violently and forcibly turned her around to face me. As I faced her, I felt a jolt travel through my entire body.
言ったよね。
I told you,
Keiichi-kun.
Keiichi-kun was the person that I didn't know. At least, it definitely wasn't the Yuga Dinner I've been talking to up to till now. The voice just now didn't have a trace of the trembling or emotion that it had before. The amount of regret I felt for turning her around so carelessly was unsurpassed. That gaze pierced like a cold needle, smile on her face, and evoked the image of having been carved out by a knife. Chills went down my spine, my mind froze under a layer of rime. Both Ben's eyes pierced through mine, leaving me unable to look away, as if to remind me of the fear from that time before. Then I brought her face close to mine so that I could feel her breath. Her face had filled my entire field of vision. Then her sharp lips grew even sharper, like the curve of a crescent moon. She grinned.
言ったよね
Told
ケイ
you,
イチ君
Keiichi-kun. After a small pause, then I repeated the same
サトシ君は
words
ね
again.
転校しちゃったの
Oh. And then I meant must have been some new definition of transfer that I was previously not aware of. What, transferring from life? God. My throat and lips dried up. I couldn't even acknowledge what I'd just heard. All I could do was swallow down my own saliva. It was even though then I saw that as a nod. She pulled her gaze back and spryly stepped back 2-3 paces. As she did, my legs gave out and I fell to my knees pathetically. Then me on my knees, underneath her emotionless smile. That had to be a very odd sight indeed. Seeing me in that pathetic state, she never even scoffed at me, nor held out her hand. But I could neither stand nor escape with her gaze shooting through my eyes. It was undoubtedly a metal bat in my hand, but right now it was useless to me. It's like a fly caught in a web. Heavy sweat, bleeding blood, beaded all over my body. I feel it dripping down my skin.
しないよね
But you won't, will you?
ケイイチ君は
You won't transfer. And I finally released me from the cage of time, which, after what felt like an eternity, but a question was missing something important and was incredibly vague. Once again I swallowed hard, urging her on. Do
何
what?
をだよ
What does she not want me to do?
転校
Transfer. Ooh. Eek. I'm a pinch hitter. It's really cold at the moment. Gonna get a blanket. I really wish I could play this game on my bed, but I can't really stream it if I do, so yeah, it's a shame. Satoshi and I had what? All my well-planned actions throughout the day have turned out to be nothing more than a reenactment of what he'd done. Satoshi, had he really been in the same situation as I was now? The friends he had gotten along with had changed suddenly and for no reason, at least none that I had noticed, had planned to kill him. Then, fearing for his life as I am, he got a bat to protect himself and carried it around every day to practice his swing, and then one day suddenly it transferred. My blood went cold, causing a prickling sensation to course through my veins, stuffing it into my heart, radiated outwards from the point of my head to the soles of my feet, chilling every part of me without resource. What does he mean by transfer? What does he mean by transfer? Was Satoshi still at wherever he transferred to? No. Was he the only one who would be able to understand me? Would he be able to tell me why it ended up like this? More importantly, where did he transfer to? What does she mean by transfer? What does she mean by transfer? I have a feeling we all know the answer to that. Oh god, before I knew it, I was at my front door. The frigid knob was hard to turn. Was nobody home? It wasn't that odd of an occurrence. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the single key attached to my first seal keychain. I stepped into the entryway just as I was about to take off my shoes. A chill went down my spine. Somebody entered right behind me. Oh, fuck. Like a classmate wrestling around, standing right against my back. You're kidding, right? It had to be my imagination. Logically speaking, it was impossible for someone to hide their presence within my personal space all the way through the door, but there was undoubtedly somebody behind me. Hey now, keiichi. How do you know they're there, even though they're behind you? Because I could hear the sound of flowing hair. Oh shit. There's no other reason I could hear that sound. That was the purpose. Because I could hear the sound of them blinking. Keiichi Mayabara. There's no way you could hear that. My most basic instincts were warning me of the presence. Common sense was telling me that it was just my imagination. God, this must be so awful. It was just my imagination. There was nobody behind me. I began to erase the mental image of an eerie figure standing behind me. Oops. But at the same time I asked myself, if there was nobody, then what was I feeling? An uncomfortable sensation crawled up my spine. Actually, wouldn't it be better if there was someone here? No! You're gonna fucking die if there's somebody here. If there was nobody there when you turned around, would you be able to accept that? I'll be able to answer all those questions just by looking behind me, but I didn't have enough courage to do a simple task. Oh, right, I could try speaking to them. The person behind me might answer me. It was a random thought. I didn't care how I went about it, just as long as I didn't have to turn around. If I had calmed down and thought about it, I would have known that that would have solved everything. Who is it? I suppose such a hoarse, broken voice that I could believe it was my own. I could almost feel them contemplating their response. I felt it. There's no way I should be able to do that. Calm down, Keiichi. It's all in your head. This time I was certain I heard it, as if hesitantly trying to answer my inquiry. I was certain I could hear the sound of somebody inhaling. I heard it clearly. It was a girl, a young girl. I didn't know who, but a tiny spark of courage in me. How reckless it was inspired a primal yet fitting solution to the current predicament. A scream. All the force of my body released through my lungs and through my throat, seizing all thought processes in my head. Suppressing all my thoughts and emotions, I began to collapse like a house of cards, somehow managing to twist my body and look back as I did so. It was definitely there, right there, somebody was there. Until the moment I turned around, until I brought the area behind me into my field of vision, they were definitely there. Falling face up, my eyes traced the remnants of the presence, suspended in the empty space. Couldn't be, they were invisible, they looked like they weren't there, but they were actually standing there still. As I screamed, all the emotions I was holding back burst into a violent wave. However, I was decidedly calm as my emotional dam collapsed. The turbulent wave of pent-up emotions was skillfully diverted to a torrent of aggression. That emotion was definitely what I required to extricate myself from this bizarre situation happening in front of me. In my state of heightened lucidity, I entrusted my body to fury. That metal bat held firm in my right hand, as if drawn there by a magnet. A mid-level sweep would be the hardest attack to dodge. I remember reading something like that from a book about swordsmanship or something. The after image of the amalgamation of the metal flashes, it swung from left and right, beating against the entryway. The bat slammed into the right wall, the tip rebounding violently. Very calmly I transferred the force of the rebound into a sleep to the left. The door of the shoe cupboard was split into pieces. Those two swings whiffed through empty space, but they seemed to have a great psychological impact on the enemy. I could feel the pain emanating in that space. The attack wasn't the only thing required. I extracted the bat from the cupboard it was embedded in and screamed as I spent my entire last time. Scream shook the air, imbued in the ferocious swing with even more extracted power. Crack, without mercy or restraint, my violent strike, with certainly fatal force behind it, shattered the top of the cupboard. None of my attacks struck the enemy, but my ferocity had certainly seemed to impact them. Breathing heavily, my entire body soaked in sweat, the invisible enemy there, but not there, dispersed. While I was certain that the enemy had retreated, I locked the front door and latched the chain. No way, had it only found retreat and was now inside my house. Once again I channeled my aggression and searched the house for the presence, but it was gone. I had succeeded in fending it off. At that moment the tension drained from my body and I let out a deep sigh of relief. All the emotions I'd been holding back chaotically merged together and began to flood out. A hodgepodge of fear, accomplishment and disbelief all mixed together began to flow through my body. Unable to deal with each individual feeling, I beat them all back with the strongest exhaustion. Even at this moment, I remained composed. After checking that all the doors throughout the house were locked, I went up to my room on the second floor and closed the curtains. I straightened my way back and tilted my head a little. After clearing my mind of all my idle thoughts, I managed to calm down even more. What's that at the front door? There was definitely something there. Thinking about it, maybe it was just an apparition I dreamt up in my confused state. But I really didn't think that was the case. Calm down, my about keiichi, compose yourself. But no matter how much I can think about it, what happened wasn't a figment of my imagination. It was obviously a supernatural phenomenon, and without a doubt something was behind me. It wasn't some sort of illusion I saw amidst my confusion and disorientation. Proof, I had just one piece. When I asked who was it, they inhaled as if they were about to answer. Oh shit. That sound had clearly reached my ears. The situation I was in right now was still unclear. Either I'd be possessed by the supernatural phenomenon known as Higurashi or Sama's curse, or this was just a ruse by the villagers who believed in it and were imitating it. Either way, their motives were unclear. The roundabout way it had been done was also still a mystery. If it was perpetrated by humans, that means admitting it was Elena and the rest of them doing it would be Oishi-san and the rest of the police would surely arrest my enemy, but if it was a manifestation of Yashiro-sama's curse, I wondered what would happen. Oishi-san was very clearly declaring that the curses didn't exist. At this time those words were pretty dependable, but as things were now, the rising possibility that the perpetrators were not human seemed quite unreliable. If I told Oishi-san this was the work of Yashiro-sama's curse, what would happen? I couldn't imagine his reaction, but it would go without question that a void would expand rapidly between myself and Oishi-san. With me having so few allies to begin with and not being able to confidently declare whether or not this was a curse, I was no limit to doing that. I better keep the facts of what just happened at the doorway to myself. It would be better if I didn't, and about what happened there to the Mimo behind the clock. There was still the ever so slight possibility that I was actually confused when I thought I was composed, and I was just going berserk in the entryway. How wonderful would that be if that was really what happened? I would be able to refute Yashiro-sama's curse, but if I denied Yashiro-sama's curse, that would mean admitting that Lena and the rest were perpetrators. If I said that Lena and the rest were the perpetrators, then that would mean believing in a suggestion or someone's curse. But on both of those, I would be admitting myself that I myself was losing it. The three options from which I couldn't choose became a trilemma of sorts. They mixed together and formed a whirlpool in my mind, making my head spin. Once again I straightened myself and leaned my head back slightly to calm myself down. Calm down, Keiichi. Accept what has happened, it's reality. Stop thinking of anything more than that. But I couldn't help but think of it. How wonderful it would be if it turned out if it was delirious and everything up now was a figment of my imagination. Or Yasuda Sama's curse wouldn't exist and I'd still be the bestest buddies with Lena and the rest. I would have to be crazy. This would be the first time in my life I'd ever wished for such a thing. Ooh. Telephone call. Phone rang noisily downstairs. Generally there were no calls for me, so I never really answered the phones much. But since my parents weren't here, I had no choice. I squirmed off the bed and went downstairs.
もしもし、前原です。
Where's the my
ケイ
mother?
チ、お母さんだけど。
I had a bad feeling about this. It was because I thought she was going to ask me to go out and buy some things, so I took the initiative.
別に俺、夕食はインスタントでもいいよ。
I don't mind having some
まだいっ
noodles for
ぱいあ
dinner.
ったでしょ。
There's still a lot of them. The other day we went out as a family and bought up a whole case of cup noodles. Pretty lucky. I wanted to get a pack of different kinds actually, but they refused since the individual packs were expensive, so instead I got a whole case of the mega sized pork bone and ginger flavoured ones I liked. But my parents didn't like strong flavours and didn't touch any of them, so my cupboards were still full of
だか
them.
らさ、買い
So
物
you
に行く
see,
必要はないんじゃ
there
ない
isn't
の？
really a need to go
ケイ
shopping,
チ、
right?
お父
Casey
さんとお
and
母さん
Mark,
ね、
so I actually need
お
to
仕事
shop.
の関係で急遽東京に行かなくちゃならなくなったの。
今から？
Right now, that was really abrupt.
う
No,
ん
we're
も
already
うお
here.
昼には
We
出
left
発
this
してたからね。
afternoon. It was quite a distance from me, and I was over to Tokyo. Going at full speed down the highway would take 6 hours. God, Dad has a license, but still. But since he didn't like the highway, they took the train. It would have taken them
ケイチ
longer.
もお父さんとお母さんの
Thinking you
話を
might
聞いてたから
understand
わか
since
る
you
かも
heard
しれ
us
ないけど、
speaking last
お
night,
父
but
さ
it
んの
has
お
to
仕
do
事
with
の契
Dad's
約が
contract.
ね、
Right now, things
今
aren't
ちょっ
going
と
so
うまくいってない
smoothly.
の。
Now that you mentioned it, I did remember them that they talked all the time about those job prospects weren't looking so
お父
good.
さんは
That
そう
was
いうの
really
に繊
sensitive
細な
to
人だ
about
から、
things like this, so I relieved
この
things
まま
to
だ
say
とお仕
that
事にも
it
影
will
響が出
affect
ちゃ
his
うの。
work. Part of my father's particular fragile artistic personality, his emotions changed as easily as the full sky. You could also say he just couldn't take criticism.
そんなの電話
But
でやり取り
it's
すれ
something
ばいい
like
じゃない
that
か。
done over the phone.
ケイチ、
Casey, this is
お
your
父さんのお
father's
仕事
job,
なんだから、
so you can use
もう
the
ちょっと
bottom
お
of
い、
it,
とに
please.
かく電話よりも
Anyway,
直接
it's
会って
just
話し
faster
た方が
stuff
早いの。
than
誤解もないし。
Interesting. So there wouldn't be any misunderstandings. As I said, there was nothing more I could do. So once they started talking
だ
about
か
work,
ら帰る
so
のは
we'll
明
be
日の
back
晩に。ケイ
tomorrow
チ、
night.
一人で大丈夫。
別に死にはしないよ。
It's not like I'll die or
ケイ
anything.
チ、死んじゃうなんて軽々しく言っちゃった。心配事があったら相談してね。お母さん、
I
きっと
believe
相談に
Mum
乗
and
れる
Dad
と思うから。
will be able to help out. Boy. Oh, they don't know. But recently I was more depressed by the fact that nothing would be solved by telling them I didn't plan on dying. Or at least not while I still knew nothing. I would never
死なないよ。
allow
俺はあがいてでも生き延びる。
never die while surviving. I had to know my leg off.
じゃあね、
Yeah, see
明
then.
日の朝、ちゃんと起きるの
Tomorrow
よ。
morning, make sure to wake up
朝ごはんは食べ
and
てね。
eat your breakfast.
お風呂と歯磨きも忘れないのよ。
へいへい。
Yes,
そんじ
yeah.
ゃ、
The call ended like that. Sometimes my parents went off to Tokyo for business meetings, but Tokyo was far away. They normally do things by phone. This time they did go. Times they did go were normally planned out in advance. It never happened this suddenly. I couldn't say that those circumstances didn't feel strange or rather unnatural. Anyway, I needed to only recognise the reality of this situation. But tonight, I was the only one in the house. that when my parents came back from work, I'd be gone, missing, vanished. Looking back on the series of events for the previous 5 years involving Oyashiro-sama's curse, it wouldn't seem that strange at all. Come to think of it, it was getting pretty late. I didn't think it was good that the only light on in the whole house was from my room on the second floor. It was the same as broadcasting to the enemy that my parents were gone, and this was their chance. Firstly, I ran to the living room and flicked on the lights and turned the TV on to a reassuring volume. Next was the study. I similarly turned on the lights and some music. While this, from the outside, it would look like my parents were here. Once again, I went through the house, checking to see if there was anything left unlocked. When I saw the veranda and the laundry still hanging out there, I went pale. That must have made it too obvious. I needed to take it down. I snatched down the laundry haphazardly. I erased all my traces. My mother wasn't there. Should be fine now. Oh, the garage. They hadn't gone all the way to Tokyo by car, so they had to go to the Okinomiya situation. The garage was empty, wide open and in plain sight. That was not good. I panicked and rushed to the back to close the normally open garage door. Should be fine now. Oh, I needed to get the paper. Mum always got the paper. Since they left in the afternoon, the evening paper was still out there. My premonition was correct. I pulled out everything from the mailbox and dropped it in the entryway. With this, for sure, this time it should be fine. Come to think of it, leaving the cupboard busted like that from my little freak out was kind of bad. I'd just say I tripped and fell, and from the pad I was holding and smashed into it. Even so, just leaving in its current state wasn't good. I shouldn't clean up in a little before Mum got back and scolded me. I remember that there was a boom and a dustpan in the closet, so I was going to get them. The phone rang once again.
もしもし、前原です。
あら、圭一君、お母様はいらっしゃいますかしら。
今ちょっといないんですけど。
Video of Maibara Keiichi, don't reveal that your parents are gone. You can follow up still. Calm down and take care of it.
すぐに戻ると思いま
I think
す。
she'll be back soon. I wasn't responsive, and now they might say they'll call again or to tell her to call them when she comes
なら
back.
結構です。
Then
大
that's
した
fine.
話で
There
も
wasn't
では
anything
失
important.
礼します
Well,
わ
I'm
ね。
sorry for the bother. The scenario over here didn't play out. Eliciting. Sigh of relief. Oh, God. Yeah. The call was fortunate in more ways than one. I'd have to deal with any telephone calls coming in from my parents, though. From my parents, though, even. Not from. I was somehow able to deal with the phone call just now, but I couldn't continue to rely on such poor improvisation. I needed to make up a good story to explain that my parents were home, but couldn't answer the phone at the moment. They were making tempura and couldn't step away right now. That wasn't good enough. They were sick and went to bed because they weren't feeling well. It's not going to be safe enough. I was thinking about it on the way back to my room when the phone rang once again. Jesus. It was like they were calling because they were knowing I was going to lie. I didn't want to pick up, but I knew I had to. They suspect my parents weren't here. I should have just taken the phone off the hook under the presents, but I didn't realise that it was. Since the phone rang, I had to pick it up. I prepared myself and lifted up the receiver. Hello. I stopped and answered. This is the Maibara residence. I had no reason to be kind to somebody I didn't know the identity of, but unlike my uncouth voice, the other person sounded goofy and light-hearted. Oh my god, it's Rishi. Hello, my apologies for calling. This is Rishi from the Okinawa store.
大石さんですか。
Is this you, Maibara-san?
ちょっと待ってくださいね。
Good evening, good to hear you were doing well. Wait just a moment, please. I grabbed the portable handset and rushed up to my room with it. It was the same no matter where I was, since there was no one else home. But I wanted to be in a spot that just felt a bit safer when speaking to the phone with voice-san.
お待たせし
Sorry
まし
for
た。
the wait. How are things? Anything's changed since then? Since then, when was that exactly? There was something about the brazen way he talked that rubbed me the wrong way. The last time I spoke voice San was 2 days ago. God, I think a lot of has changed then. The day I met, the day I stayed home from school, I met voice San on the way back from the hospital, and we headed into the town for lunch and we had a talk. And after that, then Myung came to check up on me. Whenever I spoke with voice San, they always knew about it. It was like that since the first time I met him. Today's phone call may well be found out by them as well. Hello, can you hear me, Maibara-san? Oh, sorry. What did you say? I asked if there's anything changed last time. There wasn't an answer, so I got a bit worried. Not really. The words stopped in my throat. There was a ton of stuff that happened, all of it baffling. What should I talk about? I don't understand any of it, but I should try talking. Let's try asking you. If I didn't ask now, I may never have another chance. This night, when my parents weren't home, I had no guarantee I would make it through this night safely after all. Well, Oishi-san. Seems that someone's after me, really. It could be a coincidence. But the day I missed school when I was sick, I told them to check.
レナとミオンです。そしてそこで大石さんと一緒に昼飯を食ったことを正されました。お見舞いってことでおはぎを置いていったんですが、偶然飲み込まずに済みましたが、これってやっぱり脅迫でしょうか？よく見かけるような普通の裁縫針のようでした。糸を通す穴が開いていて、
to the thread showing through. Not that Maibara-san, the needle itself. That's evidence. It could be used as proof that they threatened you. Where is that needle? That's right, that's it. I dropped the receiver and rushed downstairs. When I tossed the mochi, I overlooked it out of terror, but the needle was a valuable piece of evidence. Let's see. I threw the mochi and the needle at the wall together. If it was there, then it would be on the living room wall. But my brilliant mother had cleaned the living room wall, and there wasn't a trace of mochi left on it. Could it be that it dropped in the gap between the wall and the carpet? I frantically searched by running my palm along the carpet, but nothing turned up. I tried moving around the sofa and desks, pulling up the carpet and then flattening it around, but I couldn't find the needle. Did my mum clean up everything without noticing it? It was just 2 days ago. I didn't know what day they collected the burnable trash, but it may still be in the trash bin in the kitchen. I rushed in the kitchen, opened up the lid of the pail and poured out the contents, but even at a glance I could tell it would be incredibly different to find this new in a pile of trash. I was looking for a needle in a trash stack. I know. I'll try running my hand through it. It was a bit gross, but I was looking for a needle. If I felt a small prick, I'd be able to find it. It was a pretty tactless method, but it was the quickest. I held my breath and started striking the pile of trash with my hand. Fell through around, and there was nothing more disgusting than this, but it was not the time to be concerned about such details. I continued on for a while, but nothing turned up. I wanted to search more thoroughly, but I was still on the phone. I shouldn't keep Oishi-san waiting for so long. Later, when Mum got back, I'd have to ask her if there was a needle. I hastily began scribbling on the notepad affixed to the refrigerator with a magnet. Was there a needle? I scribbled the words with a red pen. I then dashed up to upstairs, where I'd been keeping Oishi-san waiting for far too long. Hello, how did it go? I couldn't find it. I was really overwhelmed when it happened, and obviously it would be great if you could find it, keep it safe. That's right, the needle wasn't the only incident. I had to tell him about this morning with the hits and run. Also this morning, the run was definitely aiming for me. I could say it without question. It's due to circumstances at that time. I could search on it from there. At that time I just flipped out at yelling at him, but I didn't look at the license plate. God, I'm surprised. For a city kid as well. That would have been probably the first thing I'd look for. Like, number plate. And then I'd probably just yell curse words, really. Or failures on my part with the needle and the plate number. I was so focused just protecting myself that I left out some of the most important details slip about on my grasp. I punched my pillow, annoyed at how worthless I was. I'm sorry, I didn't know more than what it was. A white van. I've been to read about my mother's son. Anyone would be shaken up by anyone would be being hit. I guess after all of this isn't a coincidence, is it? We started to hem and haw over on the other end. I could imagine him folding his arms. Also, I don't know his acting strange. When I said on the way home today, asking why I was so much late, Satoshi couldn't. No, I could say it with confidence that then I knew what happened to Satoshi. She knew that there was more to it than him just simply disappearing. 去年の鬼隠しにあったサトシのことを何か知っています。
それは具体的にどういうこと？
レナが言うには、このまま行くと俺もサトシと同じ運命をたどると、そんな感じのことを言うんです。
運命ですか。具体的にどんな運命をたどるか言及しましたか？
レナはサトシは転校したで俺もこのままだと転校しちゃうぞって。
Wish-san let out a stern sigh and then grumbled loudly. By Bala-san, there was probably some sort of threat, or maybe some type of warning. I thought too. At that point, I started to think, would it be prudent to sum up everything that had happened up until now as the machinations of some human perpetrator? Other than the theory of it being Lena and the others, I was left with Oyashiro-sama's curse actually existing. It's the only explanation. Of course, I couldn't tell that to Wish-san, except Lena's strange behaviour could be proof of either scenarios. Whether it was Wish-sama's, God, whether it was Oyashiro-sama's curse being real or everything being part of a conspiracy committed by all the villagers. Lena was involved. Lena had to know something, and Lena was suspicious of what exactly was Lena. I couldn't help but think she was somehow involved with the prior string of mysterious deaths. I seem to recall that Oishi-san had admitted that he had dug into Lena's past a little. He was probably just downplaying it when he said a little. Maybe it actually meant he dug pretty deep, most likely. I wanted to hear about Lena. I wanted to know about what happened at her previous school, among other things that were still unknown to me. If Lena was somebody I could suspect, no, not that. I wanted to know the truth. Tonight I was alone in this huge house, even though I said I couldn't count on them. I had lost the security I felt I had just by my parents being around. It wasn't like this in somehow with some sort of fortress or castle. Even my malicious person decided to use brute force, they'd easily gain entry. There were no other residences close to the Mayamara residence. Nobody would be able to hear anything, no matter how loud it was. I had never felt as much resentment towards my father's artistic temperament, and the fact that he had this house built in such a remote location as I did now. I wonder if I would still be here by tomorrow morning. So I had to ask right now, because I had no idea where the next chance would come. Please don't keep anything from me. So even though he was so far away on the other end of the line, this was the most reliable he had ever felt. I wanted to ask about Lena, about what happened at her previous school. Actually, regarding Lena's. Oh God, I noticed a sound that had been going on for a while now. Since I was so focused on the call, I hadn't paid attention to it at first, but I finally realised it was the doorbell. Time was It's past the time the postman would be making the delivery and past any sensible time for unable to be visiting. considered just acting. There was nobody to be home, but that was not good. That would ruin all the work I put in making it look like my parents were home. I needed to answer the door. Hello, Maebara-san.
あ、すみません。
Hello,
誰か来たみたいですので、ちょっと玄関に。
お客さんですか。すみませんすみません。今夜のお電話はこれくらいにしましょうか。
あ、いえ、すぐ戻りますから。電話はこのままでいいですか。
はいはい、構いませんよ。
It's fine, I don't mind. I dropped the handset on my bed and dashed down to the door. I needed to make a good excuse to get them to leave. I had a hunch this was the lady who called right before we sounded, in case it would be one of those neighbours who's friends with my mum. I just say mum isn't feeling well, we went to bed early, that would be the easiest option. It'd be hard to ask her to wake my mum up if she's not feeling well. The bell continued to ring at regular intervals. If somebody didn't answer much, you rang a bell so much you'd normally give up and go home, wouldn't you? Without moving the chain, I opened the door slightly and peered out of the visitor. A chill ran down my spine. I knew it. Somewhere deep inside, I had prepared for this moment. I tried to escape by imagining it was the easiest person to deal with, one of my mum's friends.
こんばんは。
ルナ。
Oh God. The timing also made me feel uneasy, because it was just as I was going to ask Wish-san about Lena. I wish I could have chalked this up more to a mere coincidence, but those unsettling words from Mjorn several days ago go back to me.
さてね、おじさんにわからないことはないからね。
レナ。何しに来たんだよ。
Why did you come here?
ねえ、ケイチ君、ちゃんとドアを。レナは玄関に入っちゃダメなのかな。かな。
It was true that speaking through a chain door wasn't the right way to talk to a classmate, but
うち夜は必ずチェーンかけてるんだよ。
At my house, the chain has to be on at night.
気にすんなよ。
Don't worry about it.
なら
Then it can't be
仕
helped, I guess.
方ないかな。
Left to the ground sadly, but she kept smiling at least. Her effort to keep the smile up was quite pitiful. Even though she was tugging at my heartstrings, I didn't lower my grind. As long as I stayed like this, even if it made my heart ache, my life wasn't in danger. What I really feared more than the possibility that hoodlums would assault me if I moved the chain was trusting Lena enough to move the chain and having my friendship betrayed. As long as the train wasn't untouched, even if it made my heart ache, I wouldn't have to deal with the being betrayed by Lena. But since it didn't seem like I'd removed the chain from her silent urging, she appeared to give up on trying to get into the entranceway.
あのさ、ケイチ君、
Have you eaten
ご
yet,
飯
Keiichi?
食べた？
No, I haven't eaten. Since my mum wasn't there, then I wouldn't be ready, no matter how long I waited. I lay down whenever I got home, was woken up by the phone, and didn't have a chance to eat since I used up all that time talking. I was going to have a cup of noodles instant in my case. I could just eat one whenever I wanted to.
まだそれがどうしたよ。
What about it?
これ見て。
Good.
お惣菜とか持ってきてあげたの。
Bunch of dishes. Oh God.
お台所とか貸してくれれば、お味噌汁も
いいよ、そこまでしてくれなくても。
でも、お豆腐もお野菜もたっぷり。ケイチ君、そういうの嫌いかな。
No, I wouldn't like that. I love miso soup with lots of ingredients: white radish, carrots, myrtle, root and potatoes, and then some fibrous root vegetables. Yeah, that does sound good, to be fair. Yeah, that miso soup looks
ご飯も持
incredible.
ってきてあげたから、レンジで温めればすぐ食べられるし。
Also, well, rice, so if you microwave it, it'll be ready to eat in no time. Without a doubt, the rice also needs miso soup. Snapping whilst dining in Gallet is slipping miso soup in between ravenous bites. Oh yes, how wonderful it would be. That is the problem.
それからね、またお漬物を作ってきたんだよ。
I made some
今
more
度は山菜のお
pickles.
漬物
I
なの。
made some salsai pickles this time. Before I had Before I had moved here to Namazawa, I sculpted the mountain vegetables called Sansai. Oh, that's... Oh. Interesting name. But I was captivated by their charm the first time I tried them. Such deep yet light flavour. Those so-called supermarket vegetables take rough and overpowering in comparison. If you had to describe them, they were the vegetables for the uninitiated. To become an expert such as myself, you have to first partake of sansai. It was common knowledge to know around here that the Yoga's family traditional pickles were wonderfully delicious. No matter what kind of pickles they were, they go well with the fluffy white rice. Also, so delicious. It seemed so delicious. Farewell to my unhealthy self, who said he'd make do with cup noodles. Lena approached to be in good spirits, and she was offering such a delicious sounding dinner. The stress evaporated from my gut, and hunger reared its fractious head. At the same time, my wariness of Lena suddenly dwindled. Lena said she was alone. It shouldn't be a problem letting her inside. Though the possibility it was laced with poison still hasn't been ruled out. At the moment, a cold chill ran down my spine once again. I couldn't understand why such a sensation had occurred just then, but the voice inside me was sounding the alarm. But this happy dinner, speaking of this charming dinner, was dependent on one premise, and that premise was tonight dinner hadn't been made at my house, meaning it was under the assumption that my mum should be making it wasn't here. At my normal household, 7 o'clock would be around the middle of dinner time. My mum would be eating dinner around this time as well. The fact that she brought all over the makings of a meal at this time was inherently strange. She knew, she knew that my parents weren't home, but there was also the chance that this was a bluff. I had turned on the lights and a bunch of other stuff to make it seem like my parents were here. There was a chance that Lena was unsure if my parents were home, but I had to wonder. The laundry, the garbage, the evening paper, there were plenty of signs of them being hastily tidied up. It was hard to say that Lena didn't have a chance to determine if my parents were here or not, but there was no reason for me to confess that now. I should try holding that on to that fact as long as I could. First of all, the chain was still latched. As long as I didn't take it off, then I wasn't able to do anything to me.
ありがたいんだけどさ、もう少しで夕飯ができるみたい。
そうなの
せっかくで申し訳ないんだけどさ、
unable to think of a good way to refuse my words trailed off weakly.
ちょっとはおか
But
ず
some
に
of
なる
this
と
could
思う
work
な
as side dishes, I think.
悪いけど
So
間に合ってるよ。
more than enough
うちのお
already.
袋って
My
さ、
mum always makes quite a few
だから
sides. So, oh, you have side
おかず
dishes?
あ
With
る
a
の
smile that bordered onto a cringe, I dodged her questions apologetically, but the feeling I had tried to ignore began creeping up on my back again. I spoke as if my mum was setting down dinner right now, but it didn't mesh well with what Elena was saying. Elena was talking as if she was aware of some obvious fact, and that I was aware of it as well.
ケイチ君も何を作ったのかな。
What did she...
いや、その
Ooh,
別に俺が
God, so there's confirmation. She knows that his parents are not home. Fuck. I just don't get how you know that. Like, genuinely. This person is the literal definition of a stalker. No, well, it's not that. Then I had assumed out of nowhere that I'd made the dishes. No, not so much I'd made them, but rather my mum hadn't.
本当に作った
Did you
のお
really
かず。
make them, the
ケイ
side
チ君
dishes?
が
Did you?
だから
It wasn't me who made
お
them.
袋が
My
作っ
mum
た
did.
今
No, she's making them right now.
だからさ、
So you see, I'm
悪い
sorry,
け
but I
ど
can't.
レナの持ってきてくれたの
What
は
you
食べら
call
れないんだよ。
at the moment. At the moment, I felt the light has suddenly disappeared from her eyes.
ケイチ君のお夕
How about I
飯
try guessing what
当ててみようか。
Kun's dinner will be?
なんだっ
It
ていいじゃ
doesn't
ないか。
matter what I'm gonna eat.
と
Let's
ね
see. The conversation might appear natural at first glance, but then I was firmly in control. I felt like I was being interrogated.
そのお夕飯お湯だけで作れるんじゃないかな。
おいおい、侮るなよ。うちのお袋のスペシャルなディナーを見くびるなってんだ。 そりゃもう満願全席状態ですごいのなんの。
So instead, I had to collect someone who was borderline hysterical. But then I showed no reaction whatsoever, even to that silliness. Keiichi-kun, did your mother really leave you
ご飯
dinner?
作ってって
いやだから
No, you see,
くれたんじゃな
well,
く
she
て
didn't leave me dinner.
今
She's
作っ
making it
もう
right
すぐ
now.
晩飯に。
It's almost time for dinner. Then I had taken that assertion of mine that my mother was making home and dinner right now, completely ignoring it. I could tell. The more I panicked, the colder than I became.
ね
And
ケイイチ君
crept in the gap in the doorway.
お母さん
Is
お家にいるの
your
かな
mother
かな
wonder? Oh boy. I couldn't bother this ride anymore. I don't know. She knew full well that my parents weren't home, but I came too far to admit that now. Anyway, my parents were here and we were having dinner soon. That was the situation I had concocted. So I answered. I told her she was here.
いるよ
She's here, of
も
course.
ちろん。
I'd heard the humidity dying out from the surrounding air, and then as I were becoming even more frigid, piercing me with their gilded stare.
どうして
Oh god, that was so scary for me because I was staring right at the eyes and then they just changed. Especially with the music change as well. どうして
何のことかな。
As I tried acting casual, but the facade was torn of me the instant I looked into Nana's eyes. That look, it informed me of Nana's response faster than she could open her mouth.
どうしてさっきから嘘をつくのかな
Why have you been lying to me? I wonder. I
嘘なん
wonder.
か。
I'm not
嘘だよ
lying.
ね
That's a lie,
嘘なん
isn't
か
it?
じゃ。
嘘だよ
Lies. And as almost sent a jolt surging through my body, Lena and I were separated by what few inches that suddenly ajar, but still chained, could afford. But despite that, I was still being cornered. My house, which I considered a safe haven until now, had become more like a dark alleyway where nobody
ケイイ
could
チ
save
君
me.
のお夕飯
Shall I guess my
Ateru yo?
dinner, Keiichi-kun?
ね
Let's see. I knew now that I had already known my parents would not be here tonight. But it was still so strange that it had come to this. Even if she somehow knew that my parents weren't home, there was no way she could be able to guess what I was eating tonight. But Ulena said she'd still guess. How could she guess it? How
カ
could
ッ
she
プ
know
ラーメン
it was
当たりでしょ
instant? Cup noodles, that's right, isn't it? That I was going to eat. Wait, the cooking repertoire of a man who can't do housework is probably nothing but cup noodles after all. Looking at this statistically, it was the most probable answer. That didn't mean she was guessing.
ラーメンだけじゃき
I
っと
don't
お
think
腹
it'll
す
be
くと
all
思
just
うご飯
noodles.
とかも
I
一
think
緒の
having
方が
rice and stuff will
きっ
definitely
と
hit
腹
the
持ちいい
spot.
と思うよ
Calm down, my about Keiichi. This was just coincidence, and I was just making certain tales of mine. So the fact that she was inferring what I was thinking alarmed me. It wasn't. She was actually reading my mind. It was as if being read, then she was a demon. If it was being read, then she was a demon. No, not a demon. Things like that. They couldn't possibly
好
exist.
きなの
Do you like
ラーメン
them?
が
Do you noodles? No.
豚骨生姜味
Oh, tonkotsu. Wait. Don't know what. Oh. Her bottle was so short that I momentarily didn't understand the words Leonardo had spoken.
ごめん
Sorry,
ね
I don't
今
know.
なんて
What did you say just now?
何が
今さ
You asked me if there was
何が好
something
き
I
って
didn't.
聞いたんだよ。
It wasn't before I regretted how carelessly I pushed forward with that question. It was such a simple answer. That was why wasn't able to comprehend it.
豚骨生姜味
Eek. Wonder how I had appeared. I wonder how I appeared in the moments when my mind went completely blank until the moment I was able to recover. As the field of view began to distort, slowly swirling into counterclockwise direction. I sent
なんでそこまでわかるんだよ。
How did you know that? I didn't even deny. There was a type of could then I even know this? Not even caring as I mashed my head against the door, I fixated my gaze on Lena, but she didn't even flinch when she saw me do that. I certainly did know that I bought
俺が
once
箱
was.
買いした。
Bought
それ
a
が
whole
どうしてわかるん
case.
だ。
How can you know that?
なんでかな、不思議だ
Why?
ね。
Strange, isn't it? Isn't it? How can you dodge a question at a time like this? Does she? Oh yeah. The chain on the door no longer
どう
protecting
してわ
me.
かる。
How
な
do
ぜ
you
知
know?
ってる。
Why
答
do
え
you
ろ。
know?
買った
Answer
の
me.
はセブンスマートだよね。
Oh my god, a shiver ran up my spine. I tried covering it in with an angry facade. Like I said, why do you
ケ
know
イチ
that?
君の
I was
後ろ。
behind you, following you
ずっ
the
と
whole
くっ
time. What
何
are
を
you
言ってん
saying?
だよ。
I couldn't understand what she was saying. Why she'd been following me all this
だ
time.
からレナ
That's
が
because
ケイチ君の後ろに
Shiro.
ずっとくっついてたの。
Oh my god, that laugh. That laugh is just creepy. Like that night, the night I was absorbed in my phone conversation with Voice-san, I didn't even sense her being there, just standing behind the door, behind me, standing there, just like that.
ケイチ君がいろんなラーメン選んでるとこ、
When Keiichi was
後ろからずっと見てたの。
I was watching the
いろん
entire
な種
time.
類を選んでたん
You
だよ
big out
ね。
many flavors
それ
didn't
で
you?
お母さんに
Then your mum got
高い
angry.
ラーメンばっかり選ぶ
If
か
you
ら
were going to
一
pick
種
out
類
the
にしな
expensive
さいっ
ones,
て。
then you should just pick out one type.
それで
So,
ケイチ君
then Keiichi
大好きな大きいカップの豚骨生姜味を選んだんだよね。レナも好きだよ、豚
I
骨
also
ラー
like
メン。
tonkotsu.
でも
Mm.
大きいカップは全部食べきれない
Big
けど
bowl
ね。
myself. My brain was paralyzed, dulling my senses. It might have been a defensive mechanism to diminish the fear if I was falling to non-traumatizing levels. With the fear being diminished, the fog enveloping my mind was cleared away. Then I could understand what Lena was saying and tried to put meaning behind her words. Even so, my fear hadn't subsided completely. It was like I was standing at the edge of a cliff, eyes closed so I didn't have to look down. It didn't actually solve any of these basic problems. I slowly took a step backwards and so withdrew in an hard
だか
fast.
らケイチここを開けて、
Can you open this?
レナと一緒にご
What
飯
can
食べ
you
よう。
eat?
きっと美味しいから。
I'm sure it's going to be different. Delicious. So... Nana's pale, slender fingers squirmed through the crack of the door at a time, as if they had a mind of their own, rattling the chain. She had unlatched the chain from the door. A fleeting feeling of terror would have just exploded within me, but then I didn't do that. She was simply imploring me to remove the chain. I tried my hardest to light the fuse to the powder cake in my heart, and trying again and again across clatter, but it doesn't light.
開けて、ケイチ
Open
君。
up, Case can
帰ってくれ。頼むから帰ってくれ。
どうしてそんな意地悪を言うのかな。
帰ってくれ。帰れよ。帰
go away. Okay, fine. It finally went off, no smoldering, it just exploded. I tackled the door, the force through the door, knocked Lena momentarily off balance. I couldn't hesitate here. I grabbed onto the doorknob with both hands, planted my feet firmly and grasped before my might, but that slamming sound I so desired didn't happen. I feel a tiny disturbing bit of resistance, keeping the door from closing, and that source of thing was Lena's fingers. Fucking hell. Each of these fingers working, squirming around like the sounds of a prime Nicholas. Whenever his plant through a crack in the doorway. It wasn't a nice shriek, but for the opposites trying to keep that. Oh God. I kept on pulling on the door with all my might. I didn't even realise that if I didn't loosen my pull on the door, it would loosen momentarily. And I wouldn't be able to pull her fingers out, and that was why the door wasn't closing. Yeah, I am too much. I didn't care for one bit about her apology. No matter how much she apologized, it didn't change any of what she had done up till now. It didn't change anything. Yeah. I'm sorry. Go away. Then I couldn't leave even if she wanted to because I trapped her fingers. Lena's white fingers had become deep red and were no longer even squirming. I'm sorry. Her apologies would occasionally twist but pain like a broken record. She was so intent on repeating it over. Go away, go away, go away, stop it. I pulled on the door even harder. Finally, Lena's fingers were somehow able to slip out from their imprisonment in the doorway. The moment it happened, the door closed soundly, and I could hear this thud of Lena falling on her butt on the other side. I locked the door immediately. It made a loud clunk, voicing my rejection to Lena. Then I leaned against the door, apologising profusely and nothing else. After confirming that I was sealed off from her, I trudged away from the entryway. The other side I could still hear. On the other side I could still hear Lena echoing her apology. I'm sorry. Those pitiable words, they would be forever seeking my forgiveness. I didn't feel bad about this at all, but this wasn't out of any sort of malice. I just felt a sort of hazy sense of relief that I was able to escape from Lena before Mion had threatened me at this doorway, saying there was nothing she didn't know. And just now at the same place, Lena had told me the same thing. My people attempts to discover the facts that my parents weren't home had served no purpose from the start. I should have just pretended to be out and not even opened the door. My meager plans haven't helped at all. In Inamizawa, it was impossible to outwit them. Even though I was on the other side of the door, I wanted to get as far away from Lena as possible. 1 step, 2 steps with each one. Her snivelling apologies become more distant. I sprinted up the stairs and dove into my room. As you would expect, I was finally no longer able to hear Lena repeating her endless apology. Diving into my bed, I was already startled by the hard lump I felt. There was something in my bed. It was the receiver. I finally remembered. I was in the middle of a call with voice. Looking at the clock, apparently not much time had passed since I went downstairs. Could it be that my clock had run out of batteries? I had talked with Lena for so long, how did almost no time pass? But the hand on the clock was ticking forward 1 second as every second usual. As I put the still warm receiver to my ear, time, which felt frozen, began moving once again. Sorry to keep you waiting. No, not at all. I didn't wait that long. It became apparent with the amount of time that had passed away between myself and Oishi-san was different. Over the phone I could hear an energetic voice from a sports program or something. It drove home just how far away Oishi-san really was.
Does
she come to play? I wasn't confident that I could coherently explain the situation to Oishi-san. Oh yeah, because he could probably get done for the whole finger stuff, but I didn't need to right now. What I needed to know about, I don't know. That's right, I was planning to ask Oishi-san more about Lena, but Nana's little wizard had interrupted the conversation. What was true and what was false, I couldn't tell. The one thing I knew was a single grim reality that Lena was suspicious. I might be able to figure something out if I asked Oishi-san about her. Up until now, I've regretted it whenever I've forced myself to ask about things that I was better off not knowing. But looking at it that way, I can say I've hit rock bottom. There was no possible way I could feel any more regret than I did now. No, rather I wanted to know if there was anything beyond this that I would regret more. Forget about tomorrow. It wasn't out of the realm of possibility for something to happen tonight. I wanted to know everything I could. I was absolutely not going to die like this. Not without knowing everything. I definitely won't. Regarding Ryugu Lena-san, I did a bit of digging. Yeah, well, it isn't that much. I understand that Oishi-san was talking in circles. Be it meant I does so deep, it's hard to discuss with you since you're her
その
friend.
簡単な全て
I
を知
want
りた
to
いん
know
です。
あなたが聞
everything
いて面白いような話はあり
from
ま
your
せん。
research. I don't think you'll be very interested in what I have to say though, Oishi-san. I explained it as calmly as possible to Oishi-san, who was continuing to avoid the issue, and then I said
リュ
it.
ウグウレナは
I think Ryugu Lena
怪
is
しいと思っています。
suspicious.
過去の事件がたとえ
Even
親
if the
代様のたたり
person
によるものだったにせよ、
Oyashiro-sama's curse,
リュウグウレナは
Ryugu
関わ
Lena
っ
is
レ
her
ナさ
fault.
んが怪し
Do you
い
have
と
some
思え
sort
る
of proof that makes
具
you
体的な証
believe
拠があるのですか？
Lena-san is suspicious? The manner in which Oishi-san became very firm. Do you have any sort of proof? This was him talking as
状
a
況証拠
detective.
だけです。
I only have
そう
circumstantial
です
evidence.
か。
I see. I could see how disappointed he was. Pulling on the fishing line while we fight, felt a bite, only to reel in the bait. Disappointed but ready to cut the line out once more. That's how it seemed.
大石さん、
Oishi-san,
目に見える証拠がな
you
ければ
can't do anything without
動けないん
physical
ですか？
proof, can't you? What I meant was you can't come and save me without proof. I stuck that barb in there. As Oishi-san loved the roundabout way of saying things, he understood me just fine.
大丈夫です
It's
よ。
fine,
あ
my
なた
Mother-san.
は私
I'll
が守
protect
り
you.
ます。
That was not the least bit reassuring. Oishi-san was just using me to continue his investigation. I was going to get killed and my corpse would be an important piece of evidence. That's all I was to him.
大石さんの捜査
Whether
は
I'm
俺
alive
の
or
生死
dead
と無
may
関係
appear
でしょうが、
no
俺は死ねば
concern
終
to
わり
your
なんです。
investigation, but it's all over for me when I die. Oishi-san went silent on the other end of the line. That may have been too blunt, but I didn't care. All I needed to relay to Oishi-san was that I was currently in a very dangerous position.
だから話してく
So
れ、レナ
please
の
tell
こ
me.
と。
Tell me about it.
サトシは転校しました。
Satoshi,
多分
from
俺もそれほど遠くない将来、
not far in the future,
Lena no
I'll
言う
probably
転校を
also
する
do
でしょう。
what Lena did. Lena called transferring out as
です
well.
が大石さんには俺の死体を見つけることもできないでしょうね。
To find my corpse.
現にサトシの死体だって
You haven't even
まだ
been
見
able
つけ
to
られてない。
find Satoshi's body yet.
前原さん、
Please
どうか
calm
落ち
down.
着いて。
I was already suppressing my agitation, even without Oishi-san having to tell me. It wouldn't solve anything if I continued to scream about my mistrust in the police. It would seem that I can only depend on myself and the part Satoshi left behind to protect myself. Then I wanted to know. Then I at least wanted to know what happened before then I transferred schools.
つまらない話になるのは覚悟の上です
Oh,
ね。
very. This might be very interesting, right? Wish-san, realizing that my resolve couldn't be swayed, finally caved.
今の俺にとって
Ran out
つ
of
まらない
there was
話は
nothing that I
何一つありません。
find
お願いします
Please,
まずいくつか
there are a
お
few things I
断り
need
す
you
る。
to agree to.
過言無用
Please
で
keep this
また
combination.
内容には一部憶測も含まれているかもしれない。全てが真実ではないかもしれな
Are you
い。
still
真
interested?
実ではないと言ってる意味がよくわかります。
南沢の連続開始事件は捜査本部がありません。
There isn't one main investigation for these mysterious death chains in the
毎
world
年の
and
事
so on.
件は
Each
ここ
one
に
is
扱われる。
treated
です
as
から
an individual case.
リュウグウレナが捜査線に浮上したつもりです
any
ね。
of the investigations, basically. You see,
レナの調査は
this isn't an investigation
警察としてで
that
な
are
く
done by the
個人とし
police
て行った
and is
と
a
いうこと
personal
ですか。
inquiry. So you're telling me
ご理解いただけて
it
助
doesn't
かり
make
ます。
things a lot critical since you
話
understand
のほとんどは
all
電
of
話
this from
もしくは
phone
会
calls,
って聞かせて
meetings,
もらった
and
もの
interviews.
ですから
So
裏
they
が取
are
れていません。
incorporated.
鵜呑みにしないで
You
ほ
must
し
need
い
to take this all
と
with a
いうこ
grain
と
of
な
salt.
んですよ。
That's what I mean.
ご理解いただけます
Do we
ね。
have
全
an
部
agreement?
聞いた話だけなんですか。
All of it is just from what you heard?
申し
Yes,
訳
well,
ない
I
です。
apologize. My
個人調査
my
ですので
apologies.
ね。
It's all my personal investigation.
あれ
You see,
以
that
前
thing before you said
レナの
you
カルテを
saw
見たっ
Lena's
て
chart.
言いませんでし
didn't
た。確かにそう聞きましたよ
you? I'm sure I heard you say that. Wish samples for a moment on the other end of the line.
そんなことも言いまし
I
たから
told you
ね
that。too.
気のせいということにしてくだ
Please
さい。
pretend you didn't know anything about that. I didn't care about Oishi-san. having certain obligations and responsibilities. I also didn't care if there was no proof, even if there were just rumors. There's no smoke without fire.
話してください。大石さん。
Please tell me
わ
where
か
it's
りま
signed.
した。
Understood. Oisan finally opened those tight lips of his. You seemed that then I lived in Namizawa a long time ago, so you moved to the Ibaraki prefecture just before starting elementary school. Then following that, right after transferring, the unfortunate incidents with the breaking of the school windows happened. Then I confided to the doctor, who was Yashiro-sama. This was everything I knew.
私が知る話も前原さんと大きくは変わりません。
Must have was between what I know
では、
what you know.
どこを
and
詳しく
Ibaraki-san.
調べたんですか？
Then what part did you investigate further? I didn't need to ask. It was the incident right before she transferred.
レナが
Transferred
起こ
back
した
to
事件と
Namizawa. The
その後
incident
の医者で
Lena
の
was
告
responsible
白で
for
すね。
what she divulged to the doctor afterwards, correct?
はい。
大石さんはその内容を知っているからこそ
After
レ
you
ナたちを疑っている
that,
んですね。
started suspecting Lena and the others
え
didn't you?
え、疑っ
Yes,
て
you just
やはり
suspect them.
レナたちが犯
So
人。
they're the ones after all.
ああ、いえ、
Oh no,
疑うとはそういう意味ではないんです。
that's not what I meant. I suspect them. Wish that was the type of person to say things with confidence, but these particular words were less than assuring.
じゃあ何を疑ってるんですか？
お社様ですよ。お社様のたたりって本当にあるのかな。
Okay. I thought that was really out of character for a second. Really quite dry, suddenly not at the time. That would make you want to join in. Wish-san resumed the conversation about the dubious circumstances pursuing Satoshi's disappearance and the course of events leading him to delve into Leonard's past. Just then, there was thunder in the distance and a heavy rain started pouring down. It came without warning, a downpour fiercely beating the ground. It had left the window in my room open a crack to let the heat out. The violent wind danced into my room, making the curtains flap wildly. What is
あ、
it?
いえ、
Oh, nothing.
急
It
に
just
すごい雨
started
が。
raining heavily.
すみません。
Sorry, please
どう
continue.
ぞ続けてください。
Crocodile was still on the phone and grasped the
は
window.
じめに事件と申し上げましたが、
It was an
学校
incident,
側も
but
被害者も
because
告発
neither
し
the
ていない
school
の
nor
で、
victims
正式には
found
事件では
chances.
ないのです。
The police were never involved.
でで
So you
すね。
see, those
この
involved
辺り
were
が
very
どう
reluctant
被
to
害者
talk.
の一人は
Regardless of
片目
whether
に
the
後遺症
victim
を
was
残
one,
すぐらい
I people
殴ら
so
れてい
bad
る
they
の
had
にも
permanent
学
damage.
校
Jesus
側
Christ.
か、もしくは
Fucking hell.
表沙汰にな
It
る
could
のを
have
望まない
been
何
the school
者
or
か
possibly
が
some individual who
根
made
回しをしたのかも
arrangements
し
to
れま
keep
せ
this
ん。
from going public. Hmm.
また、
Also,
カウン
this
セリングを担当
psychologist
した
was
神
very
経
strict
科医
about
も
their professional ethics.
もしもし、
Hello?
前原さん、聞こえてます？
Mhm. There was a figure of a person standing by the light near the mailbox this whole time. Even in this torrential rain, they didn't have an umbrella. They were unquestionably drenched from head to toe. In the shower, which resembled a waterfall, droplets of water dripped down from her hair. Oh boy. Just standing there, both arms dangling at her side. In one hand was the stack of boxes wrapped in cloth. Her eyes focused on my room, focused on me. When I was about to close the window, her mouth was methodically repeating the chewing motion. It was as if she had something hard to chew in her mouth with her cheeks puffing out. What could she be eating over there? How did it be at that time I was more enthralled by dinner instead of the shocking developments being brought to light by Oishi-san? If it hadn't started raining, I would have never gone to the window. Then I wouldn't have noticed dinner, nor would I have noticed that. Lena's mouth was moving in the same pattern. She wasn't eating something, she was repeating something. What was it? What was she repeating? To me? What was she saying? And why was I right up against the window?
もしもし、前原さん、聞こえてますか？もしもーし。
ごめんなさい。
前原さん、
ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。
もしもし、前原どうしましたか？
Oh god. Even if Mr. Andrew would arm ball, then I was still apologising. The other sub inside me drew the curtain hastily with my right hand, blocking my view of the outside, but even doing that, Rena's relentless apologies still reached my ears. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I forgive you for this, will you forgive me for that? Please stop, please stop, please stop, please stop. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Damn it, why should I have to forgive her? I'm the one who wants to be forgiven. What part of me can't you forgive? I won't be killed. I won't. If you won't forgive me, then I won't forgive you either. I won't forgive. 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 I won't forgive.
前原さん、聞こえてるなら返事をしてください。もしもーし。
もしもし。God. I think I'm probably going to leave it there for today. Finish the game tomorrow. Rain of apologies. Right, there we are. That's cool. Yeah, that's everything I'm gonna do tonight. Was really fucking fun, this. So yeah, see you guys tomorrow. Well, I'll probably finish the game. I'm so tired now. I can't even be bothered to like do a proper outro. Just bye.